Be open. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North. Moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Korea. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North. Moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Bateman, seconded by Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Railway Safety Act, Safety of Persons and Property. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today it is my pleasure to table a bill that will improve rail safety, not only in my constituency of Winnipeg South Centre, but in communities all across Canada. This bill will help protect children, cyclists of all ages, and motorists from treacherous conditions at rail crossings in disrepair. This bill will also protect seniors and the disabled from the many risks associated with ill-maintained rail crossings. In fact, one of my constituents, a senior citizen in a motorized wheelchair, became stuck at a poorly maintained crossing. Fortunately, a Good Samaritan came to her aid, averting a potentially disastrous situation. Because of this, I have decided to take action to ensure a similar circumstance does not take place again. My proposed amendments to the Railway Safety Act give additional powers to the Minister of Transport and railway safety inspectors, so they may intervene when required to better ensure the safety of Canadian citizens. I invite all of my colleagues in the House of Commons to join me in making my bill a reality. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bateman, seconded by Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
The bill be read a second time. The next sitting of the House. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and the National Energy Board Act, Oil Transportation and Pipeline Certificate. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Victoria for seconding this most important bill, an act to defend the Pacific Northwest. This piece of legislation is actually born out of a crisis, Mr. Speaker, a crisis that was imposed on the northwest of British Columbia in the proposal of an 1,100-kilometre bitumen pipeline from Alberta to the shores at Kitimat, and then the proposal of 11,000 supertankers to ply the north coast. This crisis is actually born within it an opportunity that is written in this bill to, for the first time in Canadian history, have a legislated ban of supertankers off of BC's north coast. It's been debated for more than 40 years in this place. Mr. Speaker, this bill would put it into law once and for all. It would also strengthen the voices of communities who engage with the federal government on any proposed pipeline across Canada and ask the government to consider what type of product we are putting in these pipelines and its impact on the Canadian economy. We look to receive the support of First Nations who have stood against Enbridge Northern Gateway, Labour community, towns, municipalities, environment groups, and the broad coalition of British Columbians who have stood up in opposition. I also seek support from my colleagues around this House, from the Democrats, Liberals, Greens, and from my colleagues across the way, the Conservatives, particularly those from British Columbia, because this is a rare opportunity for us, Mr. Speaker, to stand up and protect BC's coast, to stand up and protect Canada's interests for once and for all, to take this crisis, turn it into the opportunity that it is, and stand up for Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. The first from residents of Cambridge and Kitchener and surrounding area who point out Canada as a nation that has long promoted the equal protection and equal benefit of the law for everyone, and preventing the birth of baby girls through sex selection abortion is an affront to the dignity and equality of women. Therefore, they call upon the House of Commons to condemn discrimination against girls through sex-selective abortion. Secondly, a petition again from residents of Kitchener and Cambridge and area, pointing out that Canada is the only nation in the Western world in the company of China and North Korea without any laws restricting abortion, and also pointing out that Canada's Supreme Court says it's Parliament's responsibility to deal with that and calling on Parliament to do so. Thank you. Hear, hear.
Petitions, pétitions. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to stand in this House to table petitions on behalf of residents from Sault Ste. Marie who want their voices heard in the House here. It's with respect to the funding that was removed from the Algoma Central Railway and the impact that this will have on their economy, their health and safety, and the accessibility of the area. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that since there has been some movement on this specific area, where the government has reinstated a little bit of funding, but only up to a year, there has been a request for interest that's been put out by the working group. However, this remains a point of contention, and constituents, or not constituents, but the constituents in Sault Ste. Marie would actually appreciate the government to take mind of the need to maintain the Algoma Central Railway passenger rail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Random Burn St. George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition today on behalf of my constituents who are calling on the government to put in place an independent offshore safety regulator. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador in particular, people who work in the offshore industry, the loss of life that we've experienced. And Robert Judge Wells called for recommendation 29 of his report, setting up an independent safety regulator, which was referred to as the most important recommendation he made. That has not happened, so therefore the undersigned petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to create an independent offshore safety regulator to encompass prevention of injury, prevention of loss of life, and protection of the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Mr. Mag.
I want to table a petition that is signed by people of my riding, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and also by the riding Nipissing-Témiscamingue on the change that the government made to the Navigable Water Protection Act. Those people on my riding and the riding that is outside of me are really worried about the protection of the water and want to be sure they will be able to continue to fish and to go on the nature to hunt because the animal use those water, and also to do some activities like kayak or something else. So they are really worried, and it's why I tabled this petition today.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions, and they're all dealing with the same matter. They're calling upon Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seeds Act or to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act through Bill C-18, and they're in their belief that would restrict farmers' rights or add to farmers' cost. The petitioners are also calling upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable right of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to table a number of petitions from citizens in my riding who are offended and opposed to the Cuts at Canada Post, to the fact that mail will no longer be delivered to households. People are very angry with that. They've come to my office. They've signed these petitions. They've brought in petitions in that regard. They want us to be a G7 country that's worthy of that title, and would be the only G7 country that doesn't have home mail delivery. That is why I am tabling these petitions on behalf of my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. Question inscrite au feuilleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, commencement of debate on opposition motion regarding employment insurance, standing in the name of Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Foote, moves that in the opinion of the House, the employment insurance EI plan announced by the government on September 11th, 2014, and which will begin on January 1st, 2015, will not create jobs and growth, but will instead provide a financial incentive for employers to lay off workers. Par conséquent, la Chambre...
And therefore, the House urges the government to redirect those resources by providing employers an EI premium exemption on newly created jobs in 2015 and 2016.
Debate. Débat. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in my remarks I'm going to speak to the problems concerning the Conservative government's small business job credit, the design flaws in that tax credit, and also propose a better policy plan that will help create jobs and economic growth for Canadians. In my remarks, I will examine how errors in the design of the Conservative tax credit will have a real and negative impact on the Canadian economy, namely how these changes will actually discourage the creation of new jobs and potentially slow down already abysmally slow economic growth. I will also propose a way to fix these problems by replacing the Conservatives' flawed tax credit with an EI premium exemption for the creation of new jobs. Finally, I will discuss why it is so important that the government focus on jobs and growth, fix this mistake, and replace the small business job credit. Les
Canadians deserve a plan for jobs and growth. The government's employment insurance rate reduction proposal provides neither.
The problems with the small business job credit really indicate that the finance minister wasn't thinking of jobs or growth when he introduced the proposal earlier this month. The scheme he introduced works like this. It will lower EI premiums for qualifying firms in 2015 and 2016 from $1.88 for every $100 of insurable incomes to $1.62, a reduction of about 15%. However, and this is the key, the tax credit is only available to Canadian businesses that pay $15,000 or less in EI premiums in those years. Because of how the tax credit is designed, it encourages small businesses to potentially slow their growth in order to stay below the $15,000 threshold. With this tax credit, the Conservatives have introduced a perverse incentive for businesses to potentially reduce the hours of their workers, or in some cases even fire workers, in order to get below the $15,000 threshold. This perverse incentive has caught the attention of economists and public policy experts who are lining up to slam the Conservatives' poorly designed scheme. One economist and tax expert that the Conservatives often quote is Jack Mintz. In fact, they've included him in their last 3 budgets. But Jack Mintz will not endorse their small business job credit. Instead, he calls it, quote, a disincentive to growth. Mike Moffat recently wrote about the tax credit in an article for Canadian Business entitled, "The Small Business Job Credit Actually Makes It Weirdly Profitable to Fire People." He wrote in that article, quote, "The proposed small business job credit has major structural flaws that in many cases give firms an incentive to fire workers and cut salaries." He also noted that, quote, "Although this is sold as a job credit, there is no requirement that companies hire new workers. A firm can have fewer workers and a lower payroll than they had the year before and still receive a tax credit." Mr. Moffat went further. He said, quote, "A larger problem with this proposal is the discontinuity that occurs when a firm reaches $15,000 in EI payments to the government. The way this proposed system is designed is that the maximum benefit a company can receive from firing a worker and staying under the $15,000 threshold far exceeds the maximum benefit a small business can receive from hiring an additional worker." Specifically, Mr. Moffat writes, quote, "The maximum benefit a firm can receive from firing a worker is $2,234. The maximum benefit a firm can receive from hiring a worker is $190. He concluded with the following statement, quote, "The challenge now is to get the details right before this incredibly flawed plan becomes reality." Pour bien comprendre de quoi il retourne.
To understand this point, take the Minister of Finance's own example of a firm with 14 employees and a payroll of $560,000. Now, under the federal government's proposal, this business would be eligible for a refund of approximately $2,200. But if one new worker were hired, the full Conservatives' employment insurance credit would be lost. Now, what's worse take another company slightly over the arbitrary threshold. It would be incentivized to actually lay off a worker in order to receive that benefit of $2,200.
This is perverse, Mr. Speaker, and that's why Jack Mintz and Mike Moffat are not alone in their criticism of this plan. Stephen Gordon, an economist at Laval University, has written in Maclean's magazine in a piece titled "Why the EI tax credit could do more harm than good." Mr. Gordon went on to say, for firms that are just under the $15,000 threshold, hiring a new worker would mean crossing the line and losing the tax credit entirely. For firms that are just over the threshold, the incentives are even more perverse. Firms may actually choose to reduce employment in order to be eligible for the tax credit. He goes further. To be sure, not all small businesses are in this position, and many will be able to hire and take advantage of the tax credit. But it is by no means clear at this point that the positive incentives to hire more workers will outweigh the negative ones. Earlier this week, Barry McKenna wrote in the Globe and Mail about this tax credit and how it discourages small businesses from growing. He wrote, quote, "Our love of the small isn't doing the larger economy any good. It may be causing harm by creating a perverse disincentive for small companies to grow. Larger companies, and particularly fast-growing ones, are more competitive, invest more, offer better wages and benefits, and are more likely to become exporters. And when they do that, they become job creation machines. Put simply, growing companies drive economic growth, and government should want more of them. But our policies are sending exactly the opposite signal. Stay small, don't grow." Speaker, it's clear that the Conservatives are putting Canadian jobs and economic growth at risk with this poorly designed small business job credit. They are prepared to spend $550 million on a scheme that encourages firms to stay small and actually incentivizes businesses to fire workers. There's a better way to use this money. We can reduce EI premiums, promote job creation, and support economic growth all at the same time. That is why the Liberals are calling on the government to replace its poorly designed small business job credit with an EI premium exemption for newly created jobs. For the same cost as the small business job credit, the government could provide employers with an EI holiday on new jobs created in 2015 and 2016. Unlike the Conservative scheme, the EI holiday wouldn't reward companies that reduce wages or staffing levels in order to make it under an arbitrary $15,000 threshold. Instead, it would reward all employers with up to $1,300 for every new job they create. This EI holiday would apply to any business, regardless of size, but to qualify, employers would have to hire new workers and increase their EI payroll over the previous year. That way, the plan would only reward real job creation. In fact, this plan could help create over 175,000 net new jobs. Rewarding job creators with lower EI premiums is a plan that works, and it has been done before, in fact, by a previous Liberal government. In Budget 1997, the Liberal government of the day introduced the New Hires program, which virtually eliminated EI premiums specifically on new hires by small businesses in 1997 and 1998. This is what was said in Budget 1997. Quote, "The New Hires program will provide employment insurance premium relief to small firms that created new jobs in 1997 and 1998. By reducing the cost of new workers, this program will encourage small firms to accelerate their job creation plans." When the New Hires program was targeted to small businesses, while the Conservative New Hires program Mr. Speaker, while the New Hires program was targeted to small business, it did not create a disincentive against jobs and growth as those businesses grow. Instead, it benefited any business that had premiums of $60,000 or less in 1996 and then grew in 1997 and 1998. In Budget 1998, the Liberal government built on the New Hires program and introduced an EI holiday for all employers, regardless of size, who helped create new jobs for young Canadians. This is how the new program was outlined in Budget 1998. Quote, to encourage employers to hire young Canadians, this budget proposes to give employers an EI premium holiday for additional young workers between the ages of 18 and 24 hired in 1999 and 2000. As with the new hires program, employers will be allowed to stop paying premiums when they reach the 1998 level of payroll, or they can claim a rebate when filing their tax forms. Unlike new hires, however, there will be no minimum threshold, and all firms will be eligible without limitation on size. Mr. Speaker, that's an important difference between that plan that worked and the current Conservative plan that not only will not work, but potentially will render damage to the Canadian economy. As Liberals, we know that government must help create the right conditions for jobs and growth. That is why Liberal governments introduced an EI premium holiday to reward job creation. It is why Liberal governments lowered taxes time and time again, both income taxes and EI payroll taxes. It's why Liberal governments introduced significant new investments to infrastructure. And it's also important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that Liberal governments turned deficits into surpluses and paid down debt and left this government, the Conservative government, with the best fiscal situation of any incoming government in the history of Canada. Liberal governments know that a pro-growth agenda requires both infrastructure investments and competitive tax rates. It's a significant area of disagreement between Liberals and Conservative governments. Currently, instead of supporting economic growth, the Conservatives are actually slashing the new Building Canada Fund by nearly 90% over the next 2 years. The Conservatives are doing this at a time when unemployment remains well above pre-recession levels and Canada's economic recovery has stalled, at a time when we have 230,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians than before the downturn in 2008. Our economic growth has fallen behind that of the US and the UK. In the last 12 months, Canada has created a paltry 15,000 net new full-time jobs across the entire country. Young Canadians are struggling with unemployment and underemployment. And meanwhile, the EI tax rate under these Conservatives is significantly higher today than it was in 2008. Each year since 2011, the Conservatives have raised the EI tax rate during an economic downturn. First, they increased it from $1.73, or rather 1.73% to 1.78%, then 1.83%, and finally last year to 1.88%. Raising payroll taxes during a time of stagnant economic growth and poor job numbers does not make sense, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have promised to set the EI tax rate at a 7-year break-even cycle. But now they actually want us to applaud them for freezing the EI tax rate at $1, or rather at 1.88% until 2017. But if the Conservatives had actually kept their promise and allowed the EI tax rate to be set at a break-even rate, the EI rate would have fallen to 1.62% this January. Earlier this month, the Office of Superintendent of Financial Institutions released its 2015 actuarial report on the EI premium rate. According to OSFI, the government's own numbers, it is set to take in an additional $3.5 billion in EI taxes next year, above and beyond what is required to pay for the EI program. Even with a small business tax credit, the Conservatives will still collect over $3 billion in excess EI taxes next year. Speaker, the Conservatives are hurting the Canadian economy by cutting infrastructure investments and keeping EI taxes artificially high just to pad their books to try to achieve a political surplus on the eve of an election. Speaker, Canadians want their government to focus on jobs and growth, but the Conservatives aren't listening. Instead, they're trotting out old job creation numbers from 2009 and 2010, and they're telling Canadian families who are struggling that, don't worry, be happy, you're better off than Spain. Canadians deserve better than this. Young Canadians and their parents and grandparents deserve better than this. Liberals understand that government must create the right conditions for jobs and growth. Government can do this by identifying and removing barriers to growth, barriers including the Conservative small business job credit, which punishes perversely businesses for growing.
It is not too late for the Conservatives to fix their mistake. In the Liberal Party, we have offered a counter-proposal, a real plan to create jobs and to create economic growth.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, last week the NDP finance critic, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, spoke in favour of the principle behind this motion. He was speaking about the flawed small business job credit when he said the following in the House, and I quote, "How about we offer tax breaks to businesses when they actually create new jobs, rather than this hope, wing, and a prayer for long-term prosperity?" We agree with the finance critic from the NDP, and we appreciate his party's support for the principle behind our policy. And that is, in his own words, that we offer tax breaks to businesses that actually create jobs. Mr. Speaker, that we're here today to discuss ways to move the Canadian economy forward, to reduce impediments to growth, and to create the conditions whereby Canadian businesses of all sizes can move forward and create jobs and opportunities and growth for the Canadian economy. That's why we are asking the government to replace its flawed small business job credit with an EI holiday for employers who, again, to borrow a phrase again from the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, actually create new jobs. I hope that members from all sides will listen to reason and support this motion, supporting an EI tax credit that rewards job creation instead of punishing it, an EI tax credit that was successful in the late 90s under a previous Liberal government in creating jobs and growth for Canadians. And I would hope today that we have a robust debate and discussion on this issue, but that we put our partisan differences aside to agree on a policy that can offer real hope to Canadians and real opportunities for Canadian businesses to create good jobs across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member from King's Hant's discussion on EI premiums. I couldn't follow his logic, and I couldn't remember the same. I couldn't remember the same voting record either, Mr. Speaker. 1997, 1998, that member and I sat in the same party, voted against the Liberal budget that had those changes to the EI account in there, and yet his memory has been very selective. I would like to quote the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who dismissed the ridiculous claim that somehow employers would lay off employees. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Some have suggested companies will lay off staff or hold off hiring just to stay under the threshold to receive the credit. I've got news for them. A small business owner doesn't have time to research the eligibility requirements and then carefully manage their payroll to receive a few $100s over 2 years." You know, any statement based on any kind of information that we have out there, Mr. Speaker, will tell you that employers have embraced the small business hiring credit. It will generate more jobs in Canada, not fewer, and I still don't understand the member's logic.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend, the member from South Shore, with whom I served as a progressive Conservative. 10 years ago, the word progressive was removed from the Conservative brand. It was a reflection not only of style but of substance in that party. But I understand the member is, after distinguished service to the people of South Shore in Canada, is retiring from public life, and I wish him well in his future. Hear, hear. And Mr. Speaker, the question here is, will this public policy actually work to create jobs and encourage small businesses to grow? The reality is, and this is according to Jack Mintz, a significant economist at the University of Calgary, or Mike Moffat, that in fact, perversely, the Conservative measure will actually provide a disincentive to grow businesses. In fact, potentially paying a small business $2,200 to fire someone, while only $190 to hire someone. There is a flaw in the design of this policy, and I would urge the honourable member to stick to the public policy on this. And I think he's a smart fellow, and he's been a small business person, understands business. I think he would agree with me that it doesn't make sense to encourage businesses to fire people. We should encourage them to hire. Yeah.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I represent a riding in a region where there's quite a high level of unemployment. So when this House starts talking about EI measures, well, it's very important for me to be here. I believe that both the Conservatives and the Liberals are acting like a hive of bees that have just found a wonderful source of sugar. Over the years, they have misappropriated $57 billion from the EI fund and used it for other funds. And now that we have an EI surplus, what they're saying is that we should do exactly the same thing and go and take $550 million out of the EI fund. And the first question we should be asking is, how is it that there are surpluses in EI? And it's a very simple answer. When we know that less than 4 out of 10 workers who've paid into the EI regime are able to qualify for benefits when they need them. So these surpluses, if they were directed towards, well, the reason why EI exists, well, they wouldn't be as big. However, certainly it's important to think about job creation measures. And the colleague I'd like to ask to my question is, if the measure that he's proposing is effective, does he not believe that funding for the measure should come from the government's general revenues and not from the EI fund, which could then continue to offer the services that it should be offering?
Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I greatly appreciate the colleague from my the question rather from my NDP colleague. And it's always important to maintain balance, to maintain a break-even in the EI fund. And it's ridiculous for the Conservatives to increase the EI tax, the EI premiums, during a recession, during a time when economic growth has been very slow, and during a time when the unemployment rate has been higher than it has been before. So the question for us today is, how can we fix the problem? How can we fix the basic problem in the Conservative policy? And how can we propose a different approach, an approach that will lead to economic growth and that will create jobs? And so for us today, well, we have suggested a better approach, an approach that reflects the principle supported by the NDP finance critic. The NDP finance critic said that we need to support businesses that create jobs. And I hope that we will have the supports of the New Democrats for today's motion.
In comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech in this debate. And what he said, Mr. Speaker, is, well, the Conservative Finance Minister has created a measure that will allow small businesses to seek a tax credit, an EI credit of $2,200 in certain circumstances. And the minister, when he made that announcement, was aiming to create jobs or support job creation here in Canada. However, if the premium paid is $15,001, well, in that case, there are businesses that will be tempted to reduce the premiums they're paying so that they can credit or profit from the $2,200 credit. And businesses that are at maybe $14,200, will those businesses be tempted to hire? Well, no, this is not a job creation measure. So I'd like to ask my colleague, is the government panicking? Is that why the finance minister made this announcement? Because there are job losses every month in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. It's quite clear that the government is wrong with this proposal. It's ridiculous to create a program with a basic design flaw such as this, a program with greater incentives to reduce the number of jobs rather than create jobs. We're trying to be constructive in this debate, and that's why we've proposed an alternative that is more reasonable, more effective, a liberal program or alternative that reflects the principle of the New Democrat finance critics' proposal that would support all businesses that create jobs. I don't understand why the government refuses to work with us to improve their approach and to implement a more solid program and better designed to improve financial growth.
Carried to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, before beginning debate, I should let you know that I intend to split my time with the member from Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Speaker, with this motion, my honourable colleagues are suggesting that somehow the government job credit for small businesses is nothing but an incentive to lay off employees. You know, it is a little difficult, and I mentioned in my first question to the member from King's Hants that, you know, that logic is a little difficult to wrap your head around. Even for Liberals, I suspect it's difficult to wrap their head around. That somehow any government, not just this government, you know, with a reputation of creating jobs, but somehow any government would take any action to reduce the number of jobs available is ludicrous. It truly is. And, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is exactly the opposite. The small business job credit will lower EI premiums for small businesses by 15%. Over the next 2 years, the premium reduction will save employers $550 million, money they can use to hire more Canadians. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business estimates the credit will create 25,000 person-years of employment over the next 2 to 3 years. The Finance Minister also confirmed that in 2017, EI premiums will go from the current $1.88 per $100 of earnings down to $1.47 per $100 of earnings. This means, Mr. Speaker, that employers will have more money to invest in things like training and increasing wages, and workers will have more money in their wallets at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, our government has a responsibility to create the right conditions for economic growth, and it's clearly one that we don't take lightly. Since the economic downturn, we've had a steady increase in employment, low interest rates, and the kind of economic growth that has made us the envy of other countries. We got here by implementing concrete measures to ensure Canadians have the skills they need for the jobs that are in demand, and that's a big part of it. But on the other side of the coin is how we are supporting employers to ensure they continue to grow their businesses and create jobs for Canadians. The Small Business Job Credit is simply the latest step in a broader plan to support job creation in our country. Another element of our plan, as you know, is the Canada Job Grant, an employer-driven approach to help Canadians gain the skills and the training they need to fill available jobs. So far, we have finalized agreements with all of the provinces and territories, and 6 of them are already accepting applications from employers with a plan to train people for a job. Matching employers with employees across this country will continue to create jobs across Canada, Mr. Speaker. What this means is that employers can be sure they'll have an employee with the skills that the job requires. It means as well that there's a real job at the end of the training. We're also partnering with several colleges, training institutions to get more businesses directly involved in ensuring there's a better match-up with skills taught and skills wanted. That is also why we invest so much in apprenticeships. However, support for apprentices won't accomplish much if it's difficult for people to hire them. To change this, the government has provided tax credits for employers who hire eligible apprentices. Employers can also take advantage of the provisions in the EI system for supplemental unemployment benefits or sub-plans. Employers with a registered sub-plan can provide supplemental payments to EI benefits for temporary periods of unemployment due to a temporary stoppage of work, training, illness, or injury. So far, close to 3,000 employers across Canada have approved sub-plans, and over 887,000 workers are benefiting from these payments. The sub-plan, among other things, solves a major challenge for employers who hire apprentices. It means that employers can pay up to 95% of their apprentice's regular salary while the apprentice is completing his or her technical training at college. Mr. Speaker, our priority is clear. Since the depths of the global recession, we have implemented a range of measures to create jobs and prosperity for all Canadians, and we're seeing the results. Canada's economy is performing well in the context of the weakened global economic recovery. We've created over 1.1 million jobs since July 2009, and over 80% of these jobs have been in full-time positions. Nearly 80% are in the private sector, and 65% of those are in high-wage industries. As I said, this job credit for small business is the latest measure in a much broader plan. A plan that includes a commitment to a national EI program that is more reflective of and responsive to local labour market conditions, and one that stimulates job creation. The job credit we announced 2 weeks ago intends to do just that. However, Mr. Speaker, it's increasingly clear that the Liberal leader doesn't have a plan for the economy. He believes budgets balance themselves, and now he's trying to make us believe that taxing small businesses would somehow create jobs. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it's the opposite. The Liberals' plan for unemployment insurance would cost Canadians nearly $6 billion. This would lead to a massive increase in payroll taxes, EI premiums of nearly 50 cents increase, and kill thousands of jobs. If we take a look at just one part of this plan, the 45-day work year, its cost alone is over $4 billion. Other parts of their plan are equally thoughtless, including $3 million to provide EI for prisoners. They would compensate the perpetrators of crime. Mr. Speaker, it's abundantly clear that we don't need the measure that our Liberal colleagues are proposing today. Therefore, I urge all members not to support the motion. This applies particularly, Mr. Speaker, to the members of the NDP, who I am sure do not need to be reminded of their record of being the least democratic party in the House without a single dissenting vote against the party line since becoming the official opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I know my colleague from Prince Edward Hastings has more to add to this speech. You know, what we have here is flawed Liberal logic being backed up by flawed NDP logic. And really, you know, the facts speak for themselves. This is a good incentive. It will create jobs across this country. This is legislation that we need. We don't need the naysayers. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. Mr. Speaker, for the last 15 years, I have been a small business owner in my municipality of Newmarket, and I can tell you that the one thing that is always a disincentive to our small business to hire more people is the cost of payroll taxes. When I attend the events that are hosted by the Chambers of Commerce in my two municipalities of Newmarket and Aurora, over and over again, I see small businesses that are trying to take that next step in employing new young people in their jobs, but unfortunately payroll taxes are hampering their ability to make that move. So I wonder if my colleague could talk about some of the conversations that he's had with small businesses in his own riding and what they're telling him about this job credit.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that question. You know, the reality is that on this particular job credit, small business in my riding are ecstatic. You know, this will include nearly 90% of the small businesses across Canada. You know, small businesses who pay remittances of less than $15,000 in EI payments, Mr. Speaker. $15,000 worth of EI payments to a small business, that's a lot of employees. Most of the time we think about small business of 10 employees or 20 or 30. We're talking 300 or 400 employees in many cases. And it's a real incentive to continue to hire more. What we've done as a government is to take the Liberal practice of taking the EI surplus and putting it into general revenue. We've got rid of that practice and we're making EI self-sustainable. This continues to allow EI to be self-sustainable, plus is an incentive for employers.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really am surprised the member opposite continues to perpetuate the myths on what happened around the EI fund originally. Originally, it was in about a $42 billion deficit, and that had to be, as the economy got rolling under good Liberal policy, then of course that deficit had to be covered. But my question really is on process here, Mr. Speaker, to the member. I mean, he is rejecting out of hand this proposal that I believe is well thought out. Why would the member not allow the government, not allow this chamber to work as it should work, Mr. Speaker? There's a proposal from, in this case, the third party. There will be other proposals, I'm sure, from the official opposition that makes good sense for Canadians and for the Canadian economy. Why would the government just reject it at a hand when this really is an incentive for firms to hire more employees? Because if they hire more employees, that incentive is there through the EI tax break. Why wouldn't we do that in this chamber, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that question. And unfortunately, it's not about one party working with another party. It's about, whether something is correct and incorrect. The honourable member sat there when the member from Kings Hants talked about, the support for the Liberal 1998 budget. Well, the honourable member was here at that time, as I was as well, and the member from Kings Hants voted against that budget. So you talk about selective memory here. We've got total selective memory on the Liberal side, but the reality is he's incorrect. Our plan will allow for jobs to be created. The Liberal plan will be a disincentive. It will end up, you're giving a holiday, so new hires wouldn't affect the EI plan immediately, but eventually they're going to have to start paying into it. The whole point of our Conservative strategy on EI is to make EI self-supporting. If we continue with that plan, we can continue to reduce the level of EI remittances across this country from $1.88 to $1.47, and at the same time continue to make EI self-supporting and encourage employers to hire more employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and today, of course, I'm honoured to add my voice in support of the new small business job credit, which, of course, builds on our government's commitment to lowering taxes and leaving more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadian families and, of course, job-creating businesses. Our government has a proven track record of success when it comes to supporting families and communities, and regretfully, under the high-tax NDP and Liberals, they do not believe that we are on the right track. They think Canadians should pay more taxes. Well, we do have an obvious difference of opinion, and respectively, that is a difference. But of course, in the last federal election, we said Canadians should pay less taxes, and we will end up having more revenue for the government. And that's exactly what has happened, Mr. Speaker. In fact, our strong record of tax relief has meant savings of nearly $3,400 for a typical family of four in 2014, which of course allowed them to invest those savings in important family matters that really benefited not only a typical family, but of course generally their communities as well. And you should also be aware, Mr. Speaker, that this low tax plan that we have has produced the strongest middle class in the world. We've put back over $30 billion, $30 billion, into the pockets of everyday Canadians in a number of different ways. And it's a shame that the Liberals and the NDP, our opposition, have consistently voted every time against lower taxes. Now, our economic action plan will play a key role in strengthening our economy, not just now, but in the future, with positive measures that advance economic progress and, of course, subsequently, prosperity that runs along with it. And so, Mr. Speaker, yes, today let me highlight just one small measure. It's our government small business tax credit, which will lower EI premiums for small businesses by approximately 15%. Now, over the next 2 years, the premium reductions will save employers $550 million, potentially money that they can use to hire more Canadians. Now, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, of which I was a proud member for many, many years, estimates that the credit will create 25,000 person-years of employment over the next 2 to 3 years alone. Now, the Finance Minister also confirmed that in 2017, EI premiums will go from the current $1.88 per $100 of earnings down to $1.47. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we will definitely have moved to the point where we will then be in an accountable and yet a complete structured program that is, at that point, you might say self-supporting. This means that Canadians then and employers will have more money to invest in other requirements like training and, of course, increasing wages. And, of course, workers will have more money in their wallets at the end of the day. So, yes, it's a positive measure. That fact remains clear. It's something that organizations across this country, those that understand small business, They also recognize this will go a long way in helping the Canadian economy, given the importance of small business to the Canadian economy. So let me quote the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who say, and I quote, "This will make it easier to hire new workers or invest in additional training to help entrepreneurs grow their business. This announcement is fantastic news for Canada's entrepreneurs and their employees, and as such can only be a positive for the Canadian economy." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business represents a huge, broad percentage of small business in Canada at this point. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government has a responsibility to create the right conditions for economic growth. And it's one that we don't take lightly. Since the downturn, we've had now a steady increase in employment. Interest rates have been low, and we've experienced the kind of economic growth that has made us really the envy of every other country. Of course, documented by independent organizations such as the IMF, the World Bank, and of course we got here. How? By implementing concrete measures to ensure Canadians have the skills that they need for the jobs that are in demand. I know in my riding I was very pleased to see we were able to contribute to a new skills development building at Loyalist College, which certainly aids the local tradespeople in our area gain the skills that are necessary to be able to have them not only compete, but gain the jobs that are readily available. Now, by ensuring that federal funding responds to the hiring needs of employers, and by giving them the opportunity to participate meaningfully as partners in this skills training, the Canada Job Grant has and will continue to transform skills training in Canada. Now, the Canada Job Grant also provides up to $15,000 per person for training costs, including tuition and training materials, which includes up to $10,000 in federal contributions, with employers contributing an average of 1/3 of the total cost of training. As important as this milestone is, Economic Action Plan 2014 even went one step further by creating the Canada Apprentice Loan to help registered apprentices with the cost of their training. It will do so by expanding the Canada Student Loans Program to provide apprentices registered in the Red Seal trades with access to over $100 million in interest-free loans each year. And to further support apprentices, Economic Action Plan 2014 takes steps to increase awareness of the existing financial supports available to apprentices through the Employment Insurance Program while they are on technical training. Of course, it also announced that our Conservative government will improve the youth employment strategy to align it with the evolving realities of the job market and to ensure federal investments in youth employment provide our young Canadians with real-life work experience in high-demand fields such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the skilled trades. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is an evolutionary change that we have undertaken to match skills to jobs to ensure that our young people have a sustainable future. And although Canada boasts high levels of post-secondary achievement, the transition, as we all know, to the first job in particular can be very challenging. That's why, through our Economic Action Plan, our government dedicated over $40 million towards supporting up to 3,000 internships across the country in these high-demand fields. Now, lasting between 6 and 12 months, these internships will give participants the opportunity to gain real-life work experience and skills necessary to succeed in the workplace, now and in the future. And all these measures stand in stark contrast to the Liberals' over $6 billion tax grab on Canadian businesses. Money from the economy, money from employers, money from businesses, organizations, money that they desperately need to compete with. This would lead to a massive increase in payroll taxes, EI premiums of nearly 50 cents, and kill thousands of jobs. If we take a look at just one part of this plan alone that the Liberals have, Mr. Speaker, and then the opposition, a 45-day work week. Well, Its cost alone is over $4 billion. So it's abundantly clear that we don't need that measure, and certainly not the one that the Liberals are proposing and continue to propose today. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we will remain focused on what matters to Canadians, to jobs, economic growth, and ensuring that Canada's economic advantage that we have today will translate into the long-term prosperity of tomorrow. Our recent small business job credit shows commitment to Canadian employees, employers. Mr. Speaker, and just don't take our word for it. We're always standing up for small business. Again, take it from a source that we know has and will continue to support our government's actions in this regard. The CFIB, when I say, and I quote, small businesses in Canada should be thrilled with this announcement because they are told time and time again that payroll taxes like EI are the biggest disincentive to hiring. So any relief that the government can provide will encourage them to be hiring more Canadians. End of quote. Therefore, today I urge all members to not support this job-killing motion from the Liberal Party. And remember that it is this government who has the best interests of small business and every single Canadian who are and will continue to look for a job, albeit in the short term. But, Mr. Speaker, we are providing a future of hope for all these people who do and can and will and need a job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's remarks very attentively, and I'd like to say something that maybe the election campaign has been called and they forgot to tell us. He's talking more about the Conservative platform than the Liberal motion. Now, I understand that our debate today will deal with proposals from our two friends from different parties, but I feel comfortable putting the following question to my colleague on the millions and millions of dollars that could be used to create jobs, could have been used to create jobs. So what Conservative measure guarantees that the money, and I'm talking about money taken out of the EI fund, that money will be put or returned to employers, and will it in fact create new jobs? Now, if we compare the tax cuts offered by the Conservatives to large corporations, and I remember one specific day when the Minister of Finance, Minister Flaherty, urged large corporations to reinvest that money into the economy to create jobs, well, I think we're just caught up in idle rhetoric. Where are the guarantees that jobs will really be created?
For Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his comments today, and he made, of course, reference to there appears to be a bit of a platform coming out from the member who just, of course, gave some what I consider to be some informative comments on EI and on the economy, and I would certainly hope that at some particular point he could take counsel in those comments and not simply oppose the measures that are proven and will continue to prove to bring jobs for Canadian public.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, just very quickly, this particular member and other members keep mentioning this 45-day work week. I'm assuming they mean 45-day work year, given that the first part would probably be quite onerous, obviously. So, but I want to focus on that for just a moment, because I've heard this term by them, and they keep using this by way of disincentive or anything else. But yet, in the first part of his speech, he talks about the realities of the employment situation. Now, I know his area fairly well, and there is a great deal of seasonal work that exists in that region. Mine, it's tremendous, the amount of seasonal work. This is the reality of seasonal work, which is what they call the 45-day work year. These people would rather be working far greater than 45 days. The realities of the forestry, the fishing industries, by way of just two, dictate that such that the employment insurance program must be there to allow these people to have, and the industries themselves, remember, the people who invest in these communities, the businesses, need these measures by way of seasonal work, or as he likes to call it, the 45-day work year. They need this stuff in order for these places to survive. So I think that the honourable member here misunderstands the concept of seasonal work in this particular debate.
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I do recognize I did misquote when I said weak, and I thank the honourable colleague for the correction. And I do see that he's been relatively successful in politics, and of course I do probably relate that a little bit to his spending some time in my riding, where he attended, of course, Loyalist College and got an adequate education that certainly that is sort of, I suppose, enabled him to get a job. Now, of course, this job, we all have seasonal employment. Of course, I recognize in the honourable member's area seasonal employment is a significant problem. I also have seasonal employment, high in the tourism rate and everything like this. However, the reality is, moving from that argument to the Liberal motion right now, suggesting that we need to spend more and more and more money simply to attract and or create new jobs. Well, the Liberal motion would simply reward employers who create jobs. The reality is there are a lot of businesses and a great proportion of businesses who simply would love to survive and maintain jobs. It does nothing for them, whereas where we are going with the tax credit, it accomplishes both for businesses who are improving, albeit not large, but small businesses, but also those who are also trying to maintain and keep jobs that they have.
Ce débat, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues.
Monsieur le Président, d'entrée de jeu.
Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I'd like to state that we have too little time to discuss an important motion of this nature, but because equality and sharing is part of our DNA in the NDP, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Newton North Delta so that as many opinions can be heard on this issue as possible. Now, let's start with some comments on La Mauricie, the region I'm from. There have been many companies that have closed, like Rio Tinto, Alcan, but next Saturday in Shawinigan, more specifically, a big rally that will take place. I will be participating as well, and people will take to the streets to express their pride in living in the region. We'll be working in solidarity with the numerous workers who've unfortunately lost or who are soon to lose their jobs because of the plant closures. So, as you can well imagine, when it comes time to talking about measures that are job creators, I eagerly await the proposals and see how that can be helpful for me in my riding. Now, when these measures are funded using surpluses from EI benefits paid into the account at a time when the majority of workers who've paid into the system don't receive the benefits they need when they need them, that attracts my attention, and it will take a lot to convince me of the merit behind the Liberal or Conservative approaches. Now, as the critic for employment insurance in the New Democratic Party, I wanted to participate in this debate because the Conservatives and Liberals seem to have similar approaches in using the EI surpluses to fund job creation measures where there are in fact no guarantees that jobs will be created, and in another case, mathematical calculations, financial calculations, that might lead to the worst case scenario if these same idea people were to one day lead the country. Now, the common point in these two measures is their, in fact, appetite for the surplus generated by the EI program. And these policies are always put into place at the expense of workers. Do I need to remind this House that the Liberals used more than $50 billion in funds generated in the EI fund for other purposes, and that the Conservatives simply followed suit when they took power for using another $3 billion, in addition to closing the EI fund and to imposing on us reforms that had other consequences, like reduction in benefits and more unemployed people. To quote Hassan Youssef from the Canada Labour Congress, I will reiterate his words. How is it possible to accumulate surpluses in the EI account when 63% of people who are unemployed are not receiving benefits? 63% of people paying into EI are not receiving benefits. The Conservatives and the Liberals want to use the surpluses to, as they say, put in place some kind of job creation measure that comes with no guarantees. Now, instead of answering that question, the Liberals and the Conservatives use the surplus for other purposes and offer employees alone, benefit holidays with the hope that they create new jobs. Now, perhaps one day we'll have to have a better definition of what a new job actually is. For the time being, both proposals on the table, the Conservative and the Liberal proposals, contain nothing more in my eyes than a withdrawal of $550 million from the EI fund to be used for other purposes, and I reiterate, while at the same time reducing amounts paid by employers only. Mr. Speaker, now if we really wanted to talk about a measure that would create jobs, there would be recognition that the only serious proposal that makes sense, that's fair and balanced for citizens of this country, is the NDP proposal. Allow me to refer to the fact that the hiring credit put forth by my party would be funded out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so contributed into by people, businesses, corporations, rather than just workers, as in the proposal put forth by the Liberals and the Conservatives. Now, before I go any farther in my remarks, I want to ensure that I can explain to you all of the terms, and I'd like to share with you a definition of insurance from the Larousse Dictionary. The contract where the insurer commits to compensating the insured in the event of a potential disaster. Now, our EI contract is a system where employers and employees pay into an insurance program so that they can receive temporary benefits when the worst-case scenario happens in their life and they need to devote a certain amount of time to looking for a new job. Now, contrary to what some people often spread as a rumor, Mr. Speaker, did you know that on average an unemployed person receives less than 20 weeks of benefits before finding a new job, a job for which he or she is skilled? The current problem is not the fact that workers are making it a lifestyle to go on EI, but that the benefits are not there when people need them. At present, our EI program allows fewer than 4 out of every 10 workers who've paid into the system to qualify for benefits when a disaster strikes. Can you think of any other insurance company that would survive with that kind of a record? In the NDP, we have understood the importance, we understand the importance of creating jobs without diminishing the social safety net that we have long had in this country. So on one side, they're proposing a hiring credit, and on the other side, our leader, the member for Outremont, talked about the importance of reforming EI and stated that we will do so when we form the government in 2015. On the other side, my colleague, the member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, tabled in this House last June a bill that I had the honour of supporting, which explains how an NDP government will protect the EI insurance fund so that benefits paid into it are used for the right purpose. In other words, can Canada prevent attempts by the Liberals and Conservatives to take funds out of that fund and to use them for other purposes? Well, the Supreme Court ruled on the legality of the action taken by the Liberal and Conservative governments in the past. It did not issue comments on the legitimacy of this approach. Therefore, to my mind, many Canadians, in the eyes of many Canadians, in fact, the Liberal proposal, like the Conservative proposal, is nothing more than a new hiring tax being imposed on workers.
We're saying to them very clearly, you're going to have all the troubles in the world trying to take advantage of your EI benefits, but your premiums are going to stay the same, and employers are going to have tax relief to rehire you. That's a strange plan. In other words, workers, you are paying for both your benefits and for being rehired. The Liberal motion that was tabled this morning, much like the proposal announced by their leader last week, does not explain what is a new job specifically. Let's look at an example. Let's say you work for a small business and you are laid off because your employer can't afford to keep you on. A couple of months later, let's say the market picks up, your employer can rehire you. Is that a new job? God only knows. And maybe the Liberals don't think so, but they're not saying so. So, Mr. Speaker, given that I'm running out of time, I will conclude by saying that it's in the DNA of the Liberals and the Conservatives to put in place reverse Robin Hood measures. While workers continue to pay for services that they can no longer access, many employers will be paying less for the EI fund in exchange for a dream of new jobs that doesn't actually really mean new jobs for our economy. The NDP is proposing a model for our society that is based on solidarity. Canada is a rich country, and no one should be left behind. It's a country where economic development and solidarity through the development of our safety net go hand in hand. Thank you for listening, Mr. Speaker, and I will be now happy to answer any questions. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for the work he has done on this file. I have been so impressed with his thoroughness and his passion as he speaks up for those who are vulnerable, those who lose their jobs, and are then abandoned by the government and denied access to EI. I want him to explain how, despite the rhetoric we're hearing from both the government and the other opposition, how both have been party to stealing from EI and how both have reduced access to EI.
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Well, if we say that history repeats itself, well, we've got a very clear case of that here with both the Conservatives and the Liberals. History has showed beyond a reasonable doubt their huge appetite to go into EI fund surpluses to use them for other measures. And in the two measures that have been proposed both last week and this week in terms of job creation, well, that's exactly what they're doing. Instead of supporting a job creation measure, and let's not forget the NDP tabled its own proposal for a hiring credit, but in this case it would be funded by all Canadians, not by creating, not by taking money out of the EI fund. And let's not forget that all of the measures proposed by the Conservatives have generated, well, surpluses in EI. We're looking at a surplus of roughly $2 billion a year right now in the EI fund. Why is there an EI surplus? Well, it's because at the other end of the plan, service is not being offered to the extent that the surplus is going up. And once again, the Conservatives and the Liberals are like bees hovering around a source of sugar. But this is money that was that employers and workers have paid into the program to offer services, to offer support when people lose their jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments,
the honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very closely to the speech from my colleague in the NDP, from the NDP rather. He gave the definition of insurance, but I don't understand why he said that our proposal, the Liberal Party's proposal, is a new tax on jobs. So I'm not sure if he has the Larousse with him, the dictionary with him anymore, so I'd like him to explain why he's referring to this as a new tax on jobs. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Bourassa for his question. It's a very simple principle. In the EI fund, there was balance between what was being paid in by workers and by employers. When the EI fund is used to drop the money that's paid in by employers or to give credits to employers or to give employers relief or an exemption, but while workers pay in at the same level, well, that creates an imbalance between workers and employers, and so workers are going to be paying more, first of all, to get EI benefits, and if we say that, hey, if everything goes well, maybe we'll be able to create a job. So what this means is that workers will be partly paying for the tax relief that we're giving to employers.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually really a delight today to be able to stand up in this House and speak on behalf of my constituents and other Canadians right across this country who are probably listening to this debate and saying, I wonder what planet many of these parliamentarians live on when they are seeing the challenges they are facing. We have high unemployment rate, but we also have many workers now having to work 2 or 3 part-time jobs. 2 or 3 part-time jobs, and many working seasonal jobs. And this is what they have seen, Mr. Speaker. What they have seen is access to EI go down. By the way, let us remember that employment insurance is a shared plan paid for by the employer and the employee. So, insurance plan so that the employees at times of unemployment can access that. But what we have seen happening, both under the Liberal government and now under the Conservative, is more and more barriers being placed in the way of people being able to access an insurance plan that they have paid into. By the way, an insurance plan that was very well funded. As a matter of fact, the Liberals did not hesitate to take over $50 billion. I'm not talking about millions here, I'm talking about billions. $50 billion they took out of the EI. And in order to fund tax cuts to corporations and don't know for what other of their favourite pet projects. Now, we can say the Liberals did that, but they also reduced access to EI during their tenure from 80% of the unemployed getting EI to 45%. So working people were hit with a double whammy, and yet this huge surplus was taken out instead of being paid to workers and being used to train workers for other work as well. Now, the Conservatives continued, by the way. They raided the EI account as well. And when too many questions were being asked, guess what? They just shut that account. And they have placed even more barriers and challenges. And I have talked to many constituents in Newton North Delta who say that it is so difficult to get EI now that many of them don't even bother to fill out the forms because there are so many challenges in the way. And now, under this government, we have actually seen only 36.5% of the employed now get access to an insurance plan that they paid into. And I think that is shameful, and that's something that needs to be addressed. And neither apologizes for this stealing from workers that took place. At the same time, once they did away with the discrete account and used the surplus, now then the Conservatives raised the EI premiums. But notice, Mr. Speaker, this EI holiday or break or tax credit, I don't see why they're calling it a tax credit, is only being given to the employer. The employees will still be paying their insurance premiums. And there is no evidence and no guarantee that that is going to lead to greater job creation. As a matter of fact, the government across the way has given billions in tax cuts to huge corporations, and we have seen very little job growth flowing out of that. And economists have studied that and haven't seen the links. As a matter of fact, what we see is a history of companies that take our tax breaks, that take our subsidies, and then they go over the border anyway and take the jobs with them and leave Canadians struggling. So, once again, what I see from my colleagues across the way and colleagues down this way is they are trying to treat the EI contributions made by employees and employers as it's something that they own. And I would really, really say that the NDP is the only party that can be trusted to stick up for workers. You know what? The Liberals are always so full of rhetoric. They make promises galore. And yet, when it actually comes to real action, there is very little there. But you know what? I'm so proud of our leader, the leader of the official opposition, the NDP, because our party has tabled a motion to protect the EI contributions so that no government, no matter what their colour, orange, red, blue, or whatever, so that no political party, when they're in government, can go in and raid the EI fund and use it as a slush fund. That money would be targeted to assisting those who are unemployed. And you know, Mr. Speaker, with only 36.5% people being able to access EI, what that has led to is a lot of disillusionment. And there is a psychosis that sets in when people can't get work. And I can still remember today a young man who came to see me, and by young I mean 55, because 55 is the new young. He came into my office and he'd been out of work. He'd been out of work for over 12 months. And I said to him, "Did you apply for EI?" And he would have qualified. You know what he said? "I went and they were asking me these questions and they gave me all these forms, and you know what? I just couldn't get over those hurdles." Those are the kind of hurdles that government has put in the way of workers being able to access EI. Now, you know, when you can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results. But I would say that what is needed right now is let's use the EI fund for what it's meant for, but let us also look at real job creation ways. Let's take a look at real tax credits for businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, to have a job creation. And there are many other ways that we could support our businesses. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I know that my colleagues across the way have very little respect for those who lose their jobs at no fault of their own, because of the economic conditions that they have helped to create, with a vast number of temporary foreign workers, which has led to a lot of instability. And we have seen over and over again the government sort of calling those who are unemployed repeat offenders. Isn't that an offensive term? I can tell you the unemployed who are unemployed at no fault of their own find that very offensive. Or let's not forget a Conservative minister who stood up and said EI eligibility and attacked EI eligibility by saying, once again, the NDP is supporting the bad guys. Surely, Mr. Speaker, this is the 21st century, and knowing today's reality, that is no way for our parliamentarians to speak. And, Mr. Speaker, I pointed out the very, very high number of people who are not qualifying, and as a result, many Canadians end up having to appeal. Once they get turned down. With only 36% getting approval, you can imagine that the appeal rates are very high. And what this government has done is that they've broken the Social Security appeal system by creating the Social Security Tribunal. And the EI appeals under this new system that the Conservatives created have a dismissal rate of 80%. And then, when you really look at it, what they've done is made the system so dysfunctional that those who get denied EI, it's almost impossible for them to make a presentation except through written submissions, etc., etc. And what they did was they took over 1,000 referees that were all over the country and have replaced them with 75 tribunal members. And you know what? This system is working exactly the way the Conservatives wanted it to work, and they are making sure that they are denying the rightful access to EI that unemployed workers who paid into that system deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the speech and the remarks from my colleague in the Democrat Party. My question for her is, does she agree with her party's critic for finance, member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, when he said last week in the House, how about we offer tax breaks to businesses when they actually create new jobs, rather than this hope wing and a prayer for long-term prosperity? Does she agree with her critic? We certainly do. And if she agrees with the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley that we ought to offer tax breaks to businesses when they actually create jobs, can we count on her support for the Liberal policy that does exactly that?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate that question. By the way, I'm very proud of the work done by our finance critic, and I absolutely agree with the finance critic that we need a real job creation plan that gives real tax breaks to businesses when they create jobs. The focus there is on when. This, like other half-thought-out ideas, one, it uses Kijiji math, because I can tell you I looked at the kind of math and I've read some of the stuff economists have put out. The math that the Liberals have put out is just so way out there, I can only call it Kijiji math, that this kind of Kijiji math and this kind of a hope and a prayer, which is in this proposal as well, is not a job creation plan. This is another way of pretending you're doing something without actually taking real action, which is to offer real tax breaks when jobs are created.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. I'd like, in fairness, just to acknowledge that at least the Liberals are bringing forward a policy, which is something they haven't done in this session. So, in light of the fact that they have offered a suggestion, I'd like to look at it. The problem I'm seeing here is it looks like they've hired Tim Hudak to crunch their numbers. They tell us that this great scheme of theirs is going to only cost $225 million, but they can't seem to add. When you add it up, it actually costs $1.2 billion. Now, we know how much ridicule Mr. Tim Hudak got for being unable to count by a factor of 8 when he was running for Premier of the province of Ontario. Yet the Liberal leader would like to run for leader of the country. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks the point of having us debate a plan that is off by over $1 billion, whether it's just incompetence or whether or not they actually care about the policy, whether they might not have done their homework, or perhaps they hired poor Mr. Tim Hudak, who I understand is now unemployed, to be another advisor to the Liberal leader. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, how could they have gotten it so wrong to be off by over $1 billion in this first proposal that this party has actually ever brought forward in this House?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for that very thoughtful question. And actually, many of us have been wondering exactly the same thing. Where did the math come from? And why is this proposal here before us? And if this is the policy, this is the first policy that the Liberal Party is going to put on the table, it is so badly flawed. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I find it so hard to be able to trust anything the Liberals say on employment insurance when they're the party who stole over $50 billion from the EI fund, and they're the party that reduced accessibility from 80% right down to 40-something%, 45%. So when I take a look at those kind of things, I just want to say maybe they couldn't think of anything to debate on their opposition day, so they thought, OK, let's do a little bit of Hudak, a little bit of Kijiji math, and let's try to bamboozle the public into thinking we actually have a policy.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am indeed most pleased to second and to speak on my colleague, the member for Kings Hants, motion that reads that in the opinion of the House, the employment insurance plan announced by the government on September 11th, 2014, and which will begin on January 1, 2015, will not create jobs and growth, but will instead provide a financial incentive for employers to lay off workers, and therefore the House urges the government to redirect those resources by providing employers an EI premium exemption on newly created jobs in 2015 and 2016. End of the motion. The proposal, Mr. Speaker, that we are presenting today is really a tangible response to the need to create jobs across Canada. We're seeing that in everywhere, everywhere in the country. We do know that the manufacturing sector is down in terms of job creation. We do know that the middle class is suffering, and we do know that in many of the regions, my own in particular, is that there is really a shortage of jobs, and that's causing great difficulty for communities and for families across the country. The proposal is based on the proposition that there should be an incentive to those who create jobs. And that is what is seriously missing from the Conservative proposal. The Conservatives recently announced the creation of what they call the Small Business Job Credit, which many economists have called a disincentive for companies to grow. This Liberal counter-proposal, then, would actually reward companies that are growing and creating new jobs. The Conservative small business tax credit has a design flaw that discourages job creation and economic growth. And my colleague, the finance critic, has outlined that fairly extensively in his remarks. Simply put, under the Conservative scheme, only businesses with EI payroll taxes below $15,000 get any money back. This creates a perverse incentive for businesses to fire workers in order to get below the $15,000 threshold. Now, I know some colleagues earlier disputed that fact that would happen, but it in fact does, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality of the world. In fact, the Conservative scheme offers up to $2,234.04
for firing a worker and only up to $190.52 for hiring a worker, and that's at the extremes, Mr. Speaker, at both ends. The mix, of course, would be somewhere in between. My colleague also outlined in detail the tragedy of the Conservative proposal. He used quite a number of quotes, but let me add, Mr. Speaker, a couple. First, the quote from Stephen Gordon, who's an economic professor at the University de Laval, was quoted in Maclean's on the 11th of September of this year. And I quote, "Reducing payroll taxes is usually a clear win-win situation, resulting in increased employment and higher wages. The Conservatives have passed up this opportunity by creating yet another targeted boutique tax incentive," end of quote. So clearly, he doesn't see that this incentive is really a win-win and going to work. Mike Moffat, economics professor at the Ivy Business School, was also quoted in Maclean's on the 15th of September, and he said, and I quote, "It is clear that firms under the $15,000 EI threshold have a big incentive to keep wage increases to a minimum, so they do not lose their tax credits. Conversely, firms that are just over the $15,000 EI threshold have had an incentive to cut the pay of their staff in order to gain that tax credit," end of quote. And so the point being, Mr. Speaker, in Mr. Moffat's remarks, is there's also the perverse situation here where, because of the $15,000 threshold, there is pressure on companies to either cut back on wages a little bit or cut back on employees a little bit in order to stay within that $15,000 threshold. Then why would the Conservatives put forward this proposal, Mr. Speaker? That's the question. Why wouldn't they go with a better proposal, of which we believe we're proposing today? I would submit to Mr. Speaker, to a great extent, it is all about spin with a little Conservative manipulation thrown in. The minister knows that the business community is incensed over the temporary foreign workers changes made as a blanket treatment across the country, and that those changes were made without any real consultation. I mean, all of us are hearing some concerns from some small businesses, some larger businesses, some fish companies, some trucking companies, you name it, on the temporary foreign workers program. And yes, while changes need to be made, the way they've been made by the government without consultation, in fact, I think can shut down some small businesses and some larger businesses, some trucking companies, and in fact can hurt the economy. The fact that the government has been told that in some instances the temporary foreign workers program will shut down the economy and could cause small businesses then to shut down themselves with a loss of jobs for Canadians is part of the reason why the minister now is the cabinet, really, a number of ministers together, are really now concocting a scheme that, you know, will throw you a little bone to the business community. The problem is the bone certainly doesn't have much meat on it, Mr. Speaker, in terms of creating jobs. But if you're to go to some of the statements made by the Minister of Finance himself, you know that this proposal is really a lot about spin, a lot about leaving the impression with Canadians that the government is doing something positive with the EI insurance program for small businesses, when really they're not doing that at all. It's all about, you know, leaving the impression they're doing something when really they're not. And I think my colleague from Vancouver Quadra really summed that up best this week, or last week, I guess, in a question when she was asking a question to the Minister of Defence.
when she used the statement that from this government what we have is really 10 years of deception. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know it's not really 10, it's really 8 years, but it certainly feels a lot longer than 8. And the fact is, it has been years and years of deception from the government. Deception on this policy that it is support for small businesses for a limited period of time, when in reality it could have the perverse reaction of costing some jobs in the small business sector. And the real reality, Mr. Speaker, that's a possibility. It could cost some jobs. But the real reality is that when you compare the proposal with what we're proposing here today, the Conservative proposal is an opportunity lost. And if the government doesn't support the Liberal proposal coming from my colleague, the Liberal critic for finance, it's an opportunity missed for Canadians, for the small business sector, and for job creation in this country. And that's where the House of Commons comes in, Mr. Speaker. This should be a place, and it hasn't been for some time, but this should be a place where proposals come forward from a member. They're looked at seriously rather than in the entrenched positions without discussion that we get from the Government of Canada. We know they don't consult. They only consult a very few people that are their friends. They don't consult generally. This is an opportunity for the government and for the House of Commons to show that that things can change in this chamber in the fall of 2014 to make better policy for Canadians. And my colleague, the critic for finance for the Liberal Party of Canada, I think has put that proposal on the table, and I encourage those backbench members who really don't have to take their direction from the Cabinet. They really don't have to. They can stand up in their own right. To stand up in their own right and support this. This proposal. It would be quite a change to come from the government side. And we've seen that deception, I might say, Mr. Speaker, in a number of other areas while on the point of deception. I guess the biggest one would be where I've talked to a lot of construction companies in my province this summer. I've talked to both the rural section of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the big city sector. And they're out there crying for infrastructure. If we raise a question in this House, the minister or a backbench government member will get up and say, but we've announced the biggest infrastructure program in Canadian history. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at it over 10 years, it may in fact look that way, but again, it's deception by the government. They really, in fact, cut the infrastructure program for this year and up till 2019 by somewhere around 87%. Because the big numbers are only over the 10-year period, and the program really doesn't kick in until 2019. So as a result, communities' infrastructure deteriorates. Construction companies are not creating the jobs that they could have. And it's another, just simply put, I'm making the point on the fact that it's another case of deception on the part of the government. But we've seen this deception in my area in a serious way, Mr. Speaker, on regular EI changes in the last couple of years by the government, where they claimed there would be an incentive to work longer. It's really had the opposite impact in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and certainly on PEI. And worse, it has taken money directly out of Prince Edward Island's economy and right out of the back pocket of Prince Edward Island seasonal workers, Mr. Speaker. Between the clawback of 50 cents on the dollar that the minister proudly announced and the loss of the 5-week pilot project, it has cost Prince Edward Island workers and the economy of Prince Edward Island about $18 million this year. That's a loss. And you know, as I said, Mr. Speaker, it comes right out of your pocket, right out of those workers' pockets, money that would have been spent, whether it's on heating oil or groceries or other little things for businesses in my community. That's what this particular minister took out of Prince Edward Island when he said it was an incentive to work. And that's just so sad and so wrong, Mr. Speaker. But let me get back to the subject at hand, Mr. Speaker. The results achieved by this government are failing to address a growing need for jobs across Canada, and the proposal being presented today by the Liberal Party really would address that vacuum. I really am surprised when I've heard some of the questions coming forward from government members, Mr. Speaker, that they shouldn't see this proposal as divisive. They should see it as an opportunity for this chamber. Yes, we have our partisan differences, and that's fine. But we're talking about ways to do a better job of creating jobs for Canadians. And there's an opportunity. You know, I look especially to the MPs in the Conservative Party and the backbench from Atlantic Canada. This is an opportunity for them to stand up, be counted, create more jobs in this country, and be seen to doing that, to allowing this place, this chamber, this House of Commons to work as it should. What is being proposed then by the Liberal Party is an EI premium exemption provided to firms that actually hired new employees. Let me repeat that, because that is the essence of what this proposal is all about. What is being proposed by the Liberal Party is an EI premium exemption provided to firms that actually hired new employees. Our proposal would represent a benefit for every newly hired worker in 2015-2016. With the Conservative plan, only businesses with EI taxes below $15,000 would see savings, creating an incentive for businesses to either cut back on salaries or, in fact, lay off workers. The Conservatives have announced an annual $225 million measure that is unlikely to produce anywhere near the jobs that this proposal would produce. The plan we are putting forward would represent a benefit of up to $1,279.15 for every hire, which for $225 million could produce over 176,000 jobs. Now, I heard the NDP up on the figures earlier, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is, not everyone is going to be at the maximum level. Some will be less, some will be more, and therefore that estimate we believe to be pretty accurate. The Liberal plan, then, the Liberal Party would grant every business that creates a new job, regardless of the size of the business, an EI premium exemption for the employee that fills that new position. Unlike the Conservative plan, the Liberal EI exemption actually rewards businesses that are growing their payroll. It will not reward companies that reduce wages or staffing levels in order to make it under an arbitrary $15,000 threshold. The Liberal plan could reward companies of up to $1,280, the maximum annual employee contribution amount in 2014, for each new job they create. The employer would not have to pay EI premiums for the employee working in that new position. For the same cost as the Conservative proposal, the Liberal plan could create create more than 176,000 new jobs.
Mr. Speaker, then to move a little further afield on the issue of employment insurance, the latest measures taken by the regional minister and the minister in charge of employment insurance has impact at my province really seriously. And let me put it this way. With respect to my home province of PEI and my constituency of Malpeque, the damage the government has inflicted is having a devastating impact on a number of families. And that relates to the new Charlottetown region and rural region. We're receiving endless numbers of calls of people confused about the new program, where it'll leave employers and where it'll leave employees with respect to this new change. And when we call Service Canada to get answers, Mr. Speaker, we can't get any. We're getting confusion around whether the new zone in rural area, where you need more hours to work for less benefits, who is in the zone and who's out. Service Canada is saying some of it could apply to the postal code, or it could apply to the address. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the minister specifically, and if he can't answer now, can he answer later? Service Canada can't give us the answer. Can the minister outline specifically these zones, whether it's postal code, whether it's address, who's in and who's out of the zone? Because it really matters to these folks in terms of how they survive the winter months, how they survive the off-season. The regional minister promised answers. It's time we got some. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I ask for people's support on the Liberal plan to create jobs in this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's message. I was troubled many times during his speech when he used the word deception. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the word deception is parliamentary language or not when you're accusing another person of deception, but to me it's like he's accusing the government of lying. Now, I think it's appropriate in this chamber to have legitimate differences in terms of our political direction, but I would urge him not to use that term, because certainly the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and many people see this plan as a credible plan, and in fact to suggest that companies will lay off staff or hold off hiring just to stay under the threshold to receive the credit. Even the Canadian Federation of Independent Business points this out. This is a ridiculous assertion. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague one simple question, and it should be a very clear answer. It shouldn't take him long, not as long as his speech, hopefully. Could he identify where the $52 billion in EI funds that were misappropriated during the Liberal administration, could he identify where they are so perhaps we could use those for the benefit of workers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
In 2 points, Mr. Speaker. In terms of his question on the $52 million, it's clear, or to $52 billion, it's clear where that money went. When the Liberal government of John Chrétien took over the former Conservative, and it was a progressive Conservative government, not a right-wing government like this one, but the EI fund was in an extreme deficit. So as the Liberal government improved the balance sheet, got the books under order, that money that really was in effect out of the EI fund had to be returned to the public treasury, according to the Auditor General, and that's in fact what was done. But let me get to the point in deception, Mr. Speaker. It is parliamentary. And no, the government is not completely lying in terms of what they said about the biggest infrastructure program in Canadian history. They're just not telling the truth in terms of the first 4 years of the program. It's a 87% cut in infrastructure for Canadian communities. That's the reality. Now, I call that deception. I don't know what you call it.
Just want to remind the honourable members to make their comments to the chair rather than directly to their colleagues. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Rimouski.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that if the Liberal Party in its proposal had limited itself to blaming the Conservatives, we would have agreed with them. But where the problem arises is where they put forth their own plan, which makes no economic sense. We've mentioned that on several occasions. And allow me to underscore two aspects, and I'd like to hear his comments on these two criticisms. First of all, they talk about a plan that would create 67,000 jobs. If we follow trends in recent years to create that many jobs, 1.5 would need to be created. And the average benefits paid would cost between $1.1 and $1.2 billion. Now, the second point is that economists like Kevin Milligan have said that a measure like that, for it to create any additional jobs, it would be 1 job out of 8 that would have been created at any rate. So this holiday that they're proposing for 8 out of every 9 jobs are jobs that would have been created regardless of this proposal. So it's not constructive, and the cost is very high. So I'd like to know how he can justify the economic plan that they're putting forward that really makes no sense whatsoever.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the member wasn't listening earlier when I in fact dealt with that question. This is the same cost as the Conservative plan, and that's the parameters that the finance critic for the Liberal Party decided to operate in. How could we have a plan that actually creates new jobs through the EI system by giving this break in terms of premiums for new hires, and the numbers are there. Not everyone's at the maximum, not everyone's at the minimum, but the numbers are certainly close to the reality, and it is in fact for new hires. And I would hope, Mr. Speaker, I know there seems to be a little, if I could put it this way, Mr. Speaker, a little froth coming from the NDP lately to our towards our leader, and playing politics on any issue that the Liberals put forward. But as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for the House of Commons to do good work, whether it comes from the NDP, the Liberals, or a Conservative backbench member. This is an opportunity for this chamber to help create jobs for Canadians who direly need them.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague, member from Alpec, for his comments and his understanding of the economic challenges faced by businesses of all sizes to create jobs in this environment. And that's the flaw of the Conservative plan, is that it actually limits the capacity for businesses above a certain size to benefit from their policy and create jobs. But we do recognize the importance of small business in Canada, and I asked the honourable member about that important segment of our economy, and I would appreciate his thoughts on the comments from Dan Kelly, the president and CEO of the CFIB, who said this morning, quote, "Love the Liberal Party of Canada plan to exempt small business from EI premiums for new hires over 2 years. Lots of job potential." Does my colleague from Malpec agree with the CFIB that there's lots of jobs potential in this Liberal policy?
The honourable member from Malpec.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad I'm extremely pleased. I didn't recognize that the CFIB was so on their toes in terms of watching the debate, hearing the motion put forward by the member for King's Hands, the Liberal critic for finance, and recognizing the wisdom of this proposal. I certainly congratulate the CFIB on listening to the debate, on looking at the proposal, and recognizing that it indeed does have merit. And again, I come back to how can this chamber improve proposals. We have the government proposal. I would hope that, the Minister of Finance comes in here at question period and says, uses a point of order or a ministerial statement and said, Well, we believe and would say we believe the Liberal proposal has merit, the Chamber is working the way it should, and parliamentarians as a collective are proposing solutions that will create jobs for Canadians. So that would be a good thing. And I would hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of ESDC comes back and also maybe makes a statement and clarifies whether it's postal codes or regional boundaries in Prince Edward Island on the new EI rules.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague here so rightly pointed out a few minutes ago that the Liberals don't know how to count because their math is all wrong on this one here. So I'd just like to go back because the member also talked about deception, and I think that a lot of people will remember that it's actually the Liberals who actually deceived the Canadian public by taking so much money out of the EI fund and making more and more people unable to claim EI when they so rightly deserved it. Now, my question to the member is, does he not agree that the EI fund was actually put in place as an insurance for people who would lose their jobs so they would actually be able to have a little bit of money in order to go out and look for a job? So does he believe that that should actually be the case, that it should be there to protect workers when they lose their jobs? And because we looked at the prior Liberal reforms, and the majority of unemployed Canadians receive unemployment benefits was reduced under this Liberal government. So could he please respond to that question that I had, along with the fact that the premiums and the employment insurance belong to the workers?
The honourable member from Elpac, short answer, please.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's clear, and this is one of the difficulties we have with some of the government proposals on EI. This is the employment insurance monies is not government money. It's employers and employees' money. Government's charged with management of the program, and this government has clearly done a terrible job in terms of managing the program. Here we're believed to be in a $3.5 billion surplus on the EI fund at the moment, yet they're continuing to cut benefits to workers, and I see that vividly in my province. On the point of deceiving the public, Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of our record as a Liberal government, turning a deficit into a surplus and turning over the biggest surplus to an incoming government in Canadian history. That's what we did.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to let you know, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by reminding the honourable member that the new small business job credit is just the latest of our government's actions to create jobs, growth and long-term prosperity. We have been taking numerous measures to lower the tax burden on small businesses since we came to office. By leaving more money in the hands of entrepreneurs and businesses, they can hire more Canadians and expand their operations. We understand that lower taxes make Canada's economy stronger and creates good, long-term jobs for Canadians. According to the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, and I quote, "Reducing business taxes creates jobs, boosts investment, makes Canada more competitive, and puts more money in the pockets of the Canadians. Business tax cuts are critical drivers of the Canadian economy." As a result of our Conservative government's low tax plan, a small business earning $500,000 now saves over $28,000 in taxes. That includes tax cuts like reducing the small business tax rate from 12% to 11%, increasing the amount of income eligible for the small business tax rate, and increasing and indexing the lifetime capital gains exemptions. Every time our government lowers taxes, the Canadian small business community and the workers they employ receive concrete benefits, and they benefit greatly from our fantastic small business job credit. but you don't have to take my word for it. Let me quote Monique Moreau of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who said, and I quote, "Small businesses in Canada should be thrilled with this announcement because they told us time and time again that payroll taxes are the biggest disincentive to hiring." The Canadian Federation of Independent Business also estimates that the new credit will create 25,000 person-years of employment over the next few years alone. Indeed, job creation is one of the many reasons why our government is committed to keeping payroll taxes and all other taxes low for Canadians. However, we know that more needs to be done. We're well aware that Canada must continue to generate the highly skilled individuals and new ideas that will help our businesses innovate, secure new markets, and create well-paying jobs. That is why I would like to devote my time today to our government's commitment to strengthen education, skills training, and innovation in Canada. For example, it is important for young Canadians to have access to information on a variety of careers in order to make informed choices about their education early in life. Good choices early on can help to ensure that young Canadians obtain the skills and experience necessary to find work quickly, avoid unnecessary debt, and get a better start on their careers. For instance, Mr. Speaker, if a young Canadian is interested in a lifelong career as a skilled tradesperson, they need to know when, where, and how they can obtain the training that will secure them a real job that is in demand. And, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to refer the honourable members in the House to an article in the August 23rd edition of The Economist. It's the Schumpeter article that talks about got skills and refers to the issue of vocational training at length. I would encourage members to take a look at it. But, of course, there are many different career options in Canada. Our government will continue to promote education in high-demand fields, including the skilled trades, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We take youth employment very seriously. Since coming to office, we have helped over 2 million youth obtain skills, training, and jobs. In Economic Action Plan 2013, we reallocated $19 million over 2 years to inform young people about fields of study that are relevant to existing and forecasted demand for labour in particular occupations. And our government is providing more information on the job prospects and benefits of working in various occupations and is developing new outreach efforts to promote careers in such high-demand fields as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the skilled trades. Mr. Speaker, although Canada boasts high levels of post-secondary achievement, the transition to a first job can be challenging. To ease this transition, the Career Focus program supports paid internships for recent post-secondary graduates, ensuring they get valuable hands-on work experience. Economic Action Plan 2012 provided funding for an expected 3,000 additional paid internships in high-demand fields. Economic Action Plan 2013 announced an additional investment of $70 million over 3 years to support an additional 5,000 paid internships. Building on these measures, Economic Action Plan 2014 introduced the Flexibility and Innovation Apprenticeship Technical Training Pilot Project to expand the use of innovative approaches to apprenticeship technical training. With this initiative, we are continuing to work with provinces and territories to harmonize apprenticeship systems and reduce barriers to certification in the skilled trades so that apprentices can more easily work and train where the jobs are. And to further support apprentices, Economic Action Plan 2014 takes steps to increase awareness of the existing financial supports available to apprentices through the employment insurance program while they are on technical training. It also announced that our government will improve the youth employment strategy to align it with the evolving realities of the job market and to ensure federal investments in youth employment provide young Canadians with real-life work experience in high-demand fields such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the skilled trades. Our future certainly depends on these high-demand fields to create the well-paying jobs of the future. This is especially the case when it comes to research and innovation. The government plays an important role in Canada's science, technology and innovation system. Since 2006, the government has provided more than $11 billion in new resources to support basic and applied research, talent development, research infrastructure and innovative activities in the private sector, including more effectively aligning federal support for research with business needs. To be successful in the highly competitive global economy, Canada must continue to improve its ability to develop high-quality, talented people, performing world-leading research and generating new breakthrough ideas. In 2013, our government supports exceeded $3 billion for research in the post-secondary education sector alone. Economic Action Plan 2014 builds on these commitments with the creation of the new Canada First Research Excellence Fund. The fund will provide significant flexible resources to further drive Canadian post-secondary research institutions to become the world's best. Our government's investments in science, technology and innovation have helped ensure Canada leads the G7 in post-secondary research expenditures as a share of the economy, and our commitment remains strong. In Economic Action Plan 2014 alone, we announced the largest annual increase in funding for research through the granting councils in over a decade. This includes $46 million per year on an ongoing basis, to be allotted as follows: $15 million per year to the Canadian Institute of Health Research for the expansion of the strategy for patient-oriented research, the creation of the Canadian Consortium on Neurodegeneration in Aging and other health research priorities. $15 million per year to the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council to support advanced research in the natural sciences and engineering. $7 million per year for the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council to support advanced research in the social sciences and humanities, and $9 million per year for the Indirect Costs Program. Mr. Speaker, if I had more time today, I could easily continue highlighting our government's many initiatives to position Canada at the foremost of innovation and excellence in education. Unfortunately, I must conclude.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député d'Alfred.
The honourable member for Alfred Belin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary from the other side for her speech. When it comes to EI, Mr. Speaker, I find it very hard to trust either the Liberals, who have tabled a motion today on this issue, or the Conservatives, because I think in this case it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Both parties have taken money out of the EI fund, and they're not embarrassed by it at all. It's very sad, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that the Liberals, the third party, have a hard time getting their numbers right, counting, and presenting a motion that makes any sense concerning EI.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is absolutely right that the Liberals can't do math. It was the Liberals who raided the substantial amount of money that was in the EI coffers, money that was contributed by employers and employees in this country who had worked hard to see that sizable resource available for a rainy day. And, Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult to believe that the Liberals, who would do such a terrible thing as taking that money out and using it for their own pet projects, could have any idea today on what should happen with EI.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I listen to my honourable colleague. What concerns me is that the Employment Insurance Fund is a form of insurance. And like any insurance, it should be there for, if you have house insurance, it should be for house insurance. If you have life insurance, it should be life insurance. But we see this idea that when we set aside funds that are meant to secure families when they lose their employment, that money can be raided, that money can be taken, or in this case of the Liberals, they've developed this job creation scheme that's off by over $1 billion. I have deep concerns about that. We find that 68% of the people who are paying into the program are not receiving it. I don't know if the member deals with the kind of people that I deal with, but when I deal with someone who's paid into the program who loses their job through no fault of their own and doesn't qualify, they can face really dire economic situations. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks about this notion being put forward by the Liberals that once again EI can be some kind of political football, particularly when their numbers are so obviously wrong.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, what I talked about in my speech were there a number of initiatives that our government has taken to ensure that people have the opportunity to find good, well-paying jobs and to create the opportunity for new jobs for the future. What we're doing here today is looking at the opportunity for small businesses who are the backbone of the Canadian economy. 80% of the jobs that we see in our economy are provided by small businesses. Giving those small businesses a tax break so that they can open the door for new opportunities, particularly for young people who we know are often the ones who go into small business, who are looking to get the kind of job skills and experience that they need to move forward with their own career. I own a small business, Mr. Speaker. I know that when you look at the cost of the payroll taxes that are imposed on new hires, that it's often the breaking point between saying whether or not a business is going to take on a new employee or whether they're just going to contract that job out, because sometimes it's much easier to allow that contract work to be done on a short-term basis. Mr. Speaker, we want to create more jobs for young people particularly, ensure that small businesses can open the door for those opportunities and give the job opportunities, open the door for the Canadian economy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank the member from Newmarket Aurora for sharing her time with me. And also, since this is my first time speaking this session, this fall session, I'd like to say welcome back to all of my colleagues and wish them the very best as we continue on serving Canadians in this very august chamber. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable members can see from the debate today, our government clearly recognizes the vital role that small businesses play in spurring economic growth and creating jobs for hard-working Canadians. That is why we have consistently cut taxes and reduced red tape for small businesses. It is under this government that Canadian businesses have seen savings of more than $60 billion since 2008. In 2012, we lowered corporate taxes from 22% to 15%, leaving more money in the pockets of small businesses to help them grow and thrive. We also extended the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for manufacturing and processing machinery and equipment through 2015, which has enabled companies in this industry to plan and invest for the future. Both of these actions are part of our government's commitment to foster job creation, a commitment underpinned by a firm belief in keeping taxes low for Canadian businesses. Unfortunately for Canadians, both of these actions were also voted against by the same opposition that brought today's motion forward. This government's commitment to tax relief has delivered real benefits to our country. Canada now has the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the Group of Seven. Moreover, Bloomberg recently ranked Canada the second best place in the world to grow and start a business. That is a record we can and should be proud of. Unlike the reckless calls by the opposition to drastically hike taxes on business to pay for their risky spending plans, our government will remain committed to helping businesses in Canada succeed. That is why we are building on our success by introducing the new Small Business Job Credit. The credit is expected to significantly help over 780,000 small businesses in 2015, more than the number of businesses that benefited from the 2013 hiring credit. In addition, while the amount of the EI hiring credit was capped at $1,000, there is no maximum capping for the Small Business Job Credit. In fact, small businesses could receive significantly more tax relief under the job credit than under the EI hiring credit. All in all, the Small Business Job Credit is expected to save small businesses more than $550 million and lead to the creation of several thousand jobs. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the opposition have supported a 45-day work year that would drastically increase premiums by 35% at a cost of $4 billion directly out of the pockets of Canadian employees and employers. Instead of providing small businesses with the tax relief they need to spur job creation, this burden would cause needless harm to important job creators in Canada. Our government is constantly looking for ways to help create jobs and better connect Canadians with those available jobs. Indeed, many employers continue to identify the shortage of skilled labour as an impediment to growth. Recently, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce listed skills shortages as the #1 barrier to Canada's competitiveness. I know firsthand about challenges like this, as many skilled labourers from my own riding of Sarnia-Lambton are looking outside of my community for work right now, which represents a drain of skilled labour from an area that drastically needs it. Faced with this challenge, our government has taken concrete action to support the development of a skilled, mobile, and productive workforce. Last year alone, our government transferred $2.7 billion to the provinces and territories to support labour market programming. Moreover, we have also remained committed to fostering internship opportunities for Canada's youth. In Economic Action Plan 2014, we invested $40 million towards supporting up to 3,000 internships across the country in high-demand fields. In addition, we are reallocating $15 million annually within the Youth Employment Strategy to support up to 1,000 full-time internships for recent post-secondary graduates in small and medium-sized enterprises. All the while, we are continually improving our strategy to better align it with the evolving realities of the job market and to ensure federal investments in youth employment provide young Canadians with real-life work experience in high-demand fields such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the skilled trades. At the other end of the spectrum, our government also recognizes that many older Canadians want to remain active participants in the workforce. That is why we've taken many steps over the years to support the labour market participation of older Canadians, including Budget 2011's extension of the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers and Budget 2012's expansion of Third Quarter Project, an initiative that has helped more than 1,200 experienced workers who are over 50 find a job that matches their skills. Going forward, our government will renew the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers program for a 3-year period, representing a federal investment of $75 million. These are all important measures, Mr. Speaker, measures which have helped to ensure that Canada has had the best record of job creation in the G7 since our government came to office. But the real game changer in our efforts to connect Canadians with available jobs has to be the introduction of the Canada Job Grant. By ensuring that federal funding responds to the hiring needs of employers and by giving them the opportunity to participate meaningfully as partners in skills training, this initiative is transforming skills training in Canada. The Canada Job Grant could provide up to $15,000 to individuals for training costs, including tuition and training materials, helping them to gain the skills they need to succeed. Once implemented, this measure will offer real support to Canadians towards improved employment and earning prospects. While our government remains focused on creating jobs, we hear the same tired strategies from the opposition. Policies that form a high-tax, high-spending agenda that will seriously threaten job creation and set hard-working families back a decade to a time when the government thought surplus belonged in their pocket and not yours. Our government is clear in its priorities. We will cut taxes to allow businesses to thrive, and we will make targeted investments to help connect unemployed Canadians with available jobs. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the central initiatives that continue to drive our government's jobs and growth agenda. I'm proud of our record and would like to thank the honourable members for providing the opportunity to discuss it here today. By helping Canadians acquire the skills that will get them hired or help them get better jobs, excuse me, we are directly investing in our country's greatest asset, our people. And the return on this investment is not just helping individuals, but it's also supporting their families, their communities, and the country as a whole. Given these measures and the ones listed by my colleagues, I would strongly encourage members to reject today's unilateral and ill-considered motion brought forward by the opposition. I would encourage all members to support our government's comprehensive plan to create jobs, spur economic growth, and promote long-term prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from across the way for her speech. We don't always agree on many things, but we work together on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, and I enjoy working with my colleague, and I'm happy to see her in the House today. To go back to the Liberals' Opposition Day motion, as I mentioned earlier, the Liberals don't have a great record when it comes to what they've done with the EI fund. They raided billions of dollars in the past. And so with today's motion, the numbers that the Liberals have put forward, and numbers that experts don't agree on, for example, how much the Liberals' proposal would cost, because employers wouldn't have to pay premiums for new jobs that are created. And so the numbers here aren't clear. So I'd like to hear what my colleague's comments are and what she thinks about the Liberals' math. Does she think that the Liberals' numbers are possible, or are these just numbers that come out of nowhere?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across for her question. I certainly enjoy working with her as well, and I'm certainly pleased that she was able to ask some questions and perhaps participate in this debate later on. An interesting question, and we've heard lots of comments regarding that very question here this morning. We've heard how the EI fund was raided. We've heard how it was used for pet projects, how it was taken and not available when it was needed by the participants of that fund. And I think those are well-documented facts. I think we know that. How the Liberals have costed their motion that's before us today, I can't answer that. I don't know how they have costed it. I have heard some different responses here this morning. Perhaps that's part of the discussion that will come out as we continue this debate in the House today. But I do know that on this side of the House, we feel that it takes a suite of programs to address some of the issues that Canadians are feeling today. And that's why we have put in place what we have and why we're going to continue and very proudly with the small business job credit.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people have been using the CFIB, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, here quite a bit, including the government, the Conservatives. Just a short time ago, it was tweeted that Mr. Kelly endorsed our plan, said it was a good way to create jobs over the next 2 years. So I was wondering if she'd like to comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. We do know that there have been very many supportive quotes that have been stated in regards to the small business job credit. And of course, the CFIB has a couple of very supportive quotes when this job credit was introduced. You know, Mr. Kelly himself, and I quote, has said, "It's a big, big deal for small business. It's good news for people looking for jobs." And then Monique Moreau, the Director of National Affairs for CFIB, has stated, and I quote, "Small businesses in Canada should be thrilled with this announcement because they told us time and time again that payroll taxes like EI are the biggest disincentive to hiring. So any relief the government can provide will encourage them to be hiring more Canadians." And it's not just the CFIB that has been making quotes that to support it. The Canadian manufacturers and exporters have said, and I quote from Jay Myers, the president, "The cost of labour is one of the top 5 challenges hurting Canadian companies. The small business job credit will help a powerhouse, the thousands of small businesses of the Canadian economy, become more competitive." And I couldn't agree more. We know that small businesses are the powerhouse of this country, and we know that as a government, we will continue to do everything we can to make them successful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak on the Liberal Opposition Day motion regarding our premium exemption plan. And I will be sharing my time with the member from Vancouver Centre. As my community, Etobicoke North, and indeed all Canadians, deserve a plan for jobs and growth. Unfortunately, the Conservatives' EI plan provides neither. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of serving a wonderful community. It's the place where I'm born and raised. Well, Etobicoke North is proudly one of the most diverse ridings in the country. Our constituents face challenges of family reunification, language barriers, a lack of jobs, and that's particularly for our youth. Mr. Speaker, students' tuition, food, rent, transit, and other costs have all been going up, yet student debt levels remain constant. The average post-secondary graduate carries $28,000 in debt. The unemployment and underemployment rates for youth have long-term consequences because it takes years to repay their debt. Parents and grandparents often step up to financially support their adult children. This is scarring a generation of young Canadians and contributing to higher household debt and poor retirement savings. Mr. Speaker, let me share some stories from the summer in my constituency office. I have permission to share each in the House of Commons. In fact, one of my constituents said, quote, "Tell my story. I'm a person. I need a job. I have a family to feed. Make them care. Make them do something that actually helps and doesn't hurt my family or me." From my community, an international doctor who cannot practice medicine, bringing the total of dozens and dozens of international medical graduates I have met. A man previously had his own law firm back home for almost 2 decades, came to Canada for a better life for his children, repeated his law education in Canada, and still cannot find a job. A countless number of students, parents, and even grandparents who came looking for summer jobs so they and their family could pay their fall tuition. And an equally high number of college and university graduates who had been out of work for 1, 2, and 3 years. Mr. Speaker, a woman who had a good-paying job for 20 years lost her job to outsourcing. After months without work, she was living out of her car, afraid to go to sleep at night, and unable to pay for her life-saving drugs. We called her specialist and explained the problem, paid her gas money so she could drive to the doctor, and she was able to pick up sample medication. Another woman could not afford the painkillers after her surgery. She came to my office in tears with an ice pack to kill the pain, so I bought her medication and paid for her trips to and from the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I am tired of hearing the government's rhetoric about jobs. It is time for the government to take unemployment, and particularly youth unemployment, seriously and provide meaningful support to Canadians who are struggling. I was in my constituency office almost daily this summer, and almost 80% of those who came to see me needed a job. Because of unemployment, they also needed clothing, food, and other supports. And we helped them find jobs and got them the supports they needed. Just last week, I spent 6 hours in the community with business leaders as part of a program to create jobs in Etobicoke North. Mr. Speaker, Etobicoke North residents and all Canadians deserve a plan for jobs and growth. Unfortunately, the Conservatives' EI plan provides neither. The Liberals' EI Premium Exemption Plan will reward businesses for each new job created in 2015 and 2016. This would represent a benefit up to $1,280 for each newly created job, which for $225 million could help to create over 175,000 new jobs. On the other hand, the Conservatives' EI rate reduction only encourages businesses to stay small and punishes them if they grow and are successful. With the Conservatives' plan, only businesses with EI taxes below $15,000 would see any savings, creating an incentive for businesses to fire workers. The price tag for the Conservatives' new small business EI tax credit is estimated at $550 million over 2 years. That is, the Conservatives have announced an annual $225 million measure that is unlikely to produce jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' EI tax credit is getting slammed by economists ranging from Jack Mintz to Mike Moffat. From Jack Mintz, University of Calgary, quote, "It becomes a disincentive to growth." From Stephen Gordon, Laval University, quote, "The Conservatives have yet again eschewed a straightforward and effective measure and adopted one that is complicated and most likely to have little effect on employment or wages." From David MacDonald, Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, quote, "If you're an employer and your payroll is slightly over $550,000, you've got a strong incentive to cut your payroll." And from Mike Moffat, Mowat Centre, quote, "The proposed small business job credit has major structural flaws that in many cases gives firms an incentive to fire workers and cut salaries." The Globe and Mail says that it is, quote, "creating a perverse disincentive for small companies to grow." The tax credit gives firms about $200 to hire someone, but over $2,200 to fire someone. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have a solution. Use the money to give job creators an EI premium exemption for new jobs. I have heard from members of my community who want to know when the Conservatives will drop their poor plan and adopt the Liberal plan that would actually reward job creation and growth. Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives, 527 mid-sized firms of 100 to 499 employees vanished between 2007 and 2010. Canada has a lack of medium and large companies compared to the United States and most other developed countries. And also under the Conservatives, 9,000 exporters disappeared between 2008 and 2012 and may never come back. Not only have jobs been lost, but also Statistics Canada does not know where job vacancies exist in communities across Canada. The Auditor General's 2014 spring report confirmed that the Conservatives' undermining of Statistics Canada has left the government unable to accurately address the economic needs of Canadian communities. Mr. Speaker, Liberals believe the government must not only create the right conditions for economic growth, but also ensure that growth is sustainable and finally help the struggling middle class. We understand that we must create the conditions that allow for economic prosperity, including investment in education, infrastructure, and trade expansion. Liberal focus is creating new jobs and hiring more Canadians. This is the only way that we can grow the middle class and expand opportunities for Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, the people of Etobicoke North need jobs, and I have worked hard to get them jobs. I obtained funding for a Completing the Circle program, a $500,000 jobs program in our community in remembrance of Loyen Jalal. I personally review and edit resumes late into the night, sometimes doing 2 and 3 drafts. We get our people into job programs. We follow up with them to make sure their job searches are going in the right direction. While they search, we help them with food, clothing, and whatever other supports they might need. I buy medicine. I had a lady looking for help who was in agony due to an ear infection that had raged for 3 weeks. She had pus and blood running down her face. The sad reality is she could not afford antibiotics because she could not find a job. Mr. Speaker, in closing, a constituent asked of me, how come you have to find me a job? Why doesn't the government make it easier for me to get a job so I can pay taxes, contribute, and have my dignity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député Remus.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigit, Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest. I'd like to put to her the same question I put to the member from Malpeque. I didn't get an answer, so I'd like to see if I'd get one from her. She says that the Liberal Party plan would be to give an exemption for EI premiums for every new job created. They say this would create 176,000 net new jobs. She should realize that that means that 1.5 million jobs would have to be created to get to that 176,000 net jobs. If the economy creates 1.5 million jobs, that means for every $1,000 in premium, the plan would cost $1.5 billion, not the $225 million announced. So could the member comment on this mathematical problem, because the program may cost 5 times more than what the Liberal Party is suggesting?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. It is disappointing that the NDP is playing politics. Over the last year, Canada has experienced very little job growth. From August 2013 to August 2014, the entire country created a net of only 81,300 jobs, only 19% of which were full-time. In contrast, the United Kingdom created 775,000 jobs over the past 12 months. The United States created 2.2 million jobs. Our plan has the exact same cost as the Conservatives, but the Liberal plan actually creates real potential for jobs.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Kelly of the CFIB says, quote, love the Liberal Party of Canada plan, lots of job potential.
Questions, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Belle-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the testimony by this member in the House. She talked about her constituents and the difficulties they experience in looking for work. We have to remember in this House that when they were in power, the Liberals reduced access to employment insurance in the first place. So access went from 80% to 40% under the Liberals. So we have to remember that important fact. We also have to remember that the NDP tabled a bill so that the Conservatives and Liberals could no longer grab money out of the EI fund. Will the Liberal member support the NDP bill and protect the premiums paid by her constituents?
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague who I've worked with many times, and I've enjoyed working with her. We do have a plan. It's the same cost as the Conservatives, and our plan actually will create 175,000 jobs. And I really want this House to hear the plight of my constituents, so I will give you one more story. A woman who is working full-time has raised 2 adult children and done so without support. Both children are at university. Both need to find summer jobs to pay for tuition. Both struggled to find work. She came to our office for assistance to get her children help for dental surgery, which both need. Unfortunately, she cannot afford the fee for the dental consult, and her children are in pain every day. She asked, "How do you think that makes me feel as a mother?" This mother has done everything right, worked hard all her life. Her children have also worked hard. They have one question: where are the jobs?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Rise to speak to this Liberal opposition motion. I think one of the things that I want to stress here is that this is going to be about jobs, jobs, jobs. I think when we look at what has happened with job creation in this country, we see that in the past year, Canada has experienced very little job growth. In fact, from August, as you heard my colleague just say, from August 2013 to August 2014, the entire country created a net 81,000 jobs. But only, and I want to stress this, only 15,300 of these are full-time. Now, 19% of those jobs are full-time. How do we expect families to live, to work, to pay their mortgages, to feed their families, to send their kids to university, to do all the things that families have to do when they're working part-time? It is just not a sustainable way for people to be able to live in this country. So that creating full-time jobs is what we need to talk about, not part-time jobs. And I think one of the things to, again, look at is the United Kingdom. I think my colleague spoke about the number of jobs, but I want to put it into perspective. That in the same period of this year, the United Kingdom created 2.6% increase in new jobs. The United States, 1.5%, and Canada, 0.5% only. So Canada is not doing very well. In spite of what you hear from the Conservative government, that Canada is not creating new jobs. And when you don't create jobs, and when people keep losing their jobs, and they're trying to live on part-time jobs, there are huge effects that come out of that that no one is talking about. The health effects of unemployment were well documented in the 1990s when many countries in the world were facing recessions. In fact, we know that there is a high incidence of high blood pressure, there is a high incidence of anxiety and depression, there are higher incidents of suicide, and we also know that, in fact, a lot of people cannot afford to feed their families, and a lot of people can't afford to buy the prescriptions that they need to take for chronic diseases that they have. So there's another impact that we're not even counting when we think about jobs themselves and the ability of people to work, to pay taxes, to produce, and therefore to grow the economy. So these two things are inextricably linked. Now, the Liberal Party isn't just saying this is a terrible plan that the Minister of Finance announced. We're not just saying this is a terrible plan, we're offering a solution. We're offering some sort of ability for them to change a plan and moderate it so that it can actually start creating the kind of jobs we're looking for. We know that the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses suggests that this plan that the Minister tabled could create about 25,000 jobs. But we have economists saying that it could actually create no new jobs and could cause a loss of jobs. So these are things that we have to take into consideration. So we're presenting something that actually is evidence-based, and I'll go on to say why it's evidence-based. But I will say we're talking about a way that this government could help to stimulate businesses to create about 175,000 new jobs. So compare 20,000 and compare a possible loss of jobs to 175,000 jobs. If this government is really serious about doing the right thing to help to stimulate the economy and to help to create jobs, then the government will listen. This isn't about politics. This isn't about, oh, no, you're better than me and look at what you did. It's about finding the best solutions when Canadians are having a difficult time. And this is where the House of Commons and the Parliament should work well together. All of us as political parties should look for the best evidence-based solutions. Now, you've heard our solution. We are suggesting that for every new job that any kind of business, small, medium, or large, creates, that they will get a holiday from EI premiums for 2 years, the same length of time that this government is proposing their scheme. So that's the first thing that we're proposing. But I want to say why it's evidence-based. When we came in 1993, we had an unemployment rate, as a Liberal government, there was an unemployment rate of about 14%. By the time we left government, that unemployment rate was down to 6.5%. Now, that shows it worked, because evidence means that when you do something, does it achieve the objectives? And here's what we did. We did exactly this in 1997. We brought in a new hires program for 2 years in which every new job that was created, that company, regardless of its size, was given a freedom for the 2 years, or the year that they did, from EI premiums. Now, that was an important thing. Then we topped that up in 1998 by looking at a new hires program for young people who were facing an 18% unemployment rate. And we brought that down to about 12%. So we're talking about stuff that worked. We said that in fact, every business, regardless of their size, that hired a young person between the ages of 18 and 24 would actually get a holiday from EI premiums. So, Mr. Speaker, as a physician and as a party, we have talked a lot about evidence-based. It means looking at what worked, and we can tell you that it worked. The figures are there. Everyone may deny, but it's there. Just go and look it up. It's true. This is what happened. We also started bringing down overall premiums, EI premiums. Every year we started to drop those so that we had, by the time we left government in 2005, EI premiums across the board were down for all businesses. Now, that's the kind of way you stimulate work, agreeing that, in fact, it was small and medium-sized businesses that create the majority of jobs in this country. So we are offering a very important solution. Now, I just wanted to say that this is not something that, again, if you look at evidence, that we made up. We can see that this plan that the Minister of Finance tabled was a very bad one. I'm going to quote Barry McKenna of the Globe and Mail saying that, put simply, growing companies, not small ones, drive economic growth. Growing companies, period, drive economic growth. Government should want more of them, but these policies are sending the exact opposite signal. Stay small, don't grow. And then we see that we have Mike Moffat saying it is clear that firms under the 15,000 EI threshold, which this government is setting, have a big incentive to keep wage increases to a minimum so that they do not have to lose tax credits. So those firms can do a couple of things once they get over 15,000 in EI premiums. They can lower the incomes of their employers. They can lay off employees. They can cut their hours of work just to stay there. So this is a disincentive to create jobs, not an incentive to create jobs. And I think this is something that sometimes I think that the government across the way has got to put big, flashy things in the window. They think it's going to work, but they haven't done their homework. They haven't actually looked at what the consequences of what they're going to do are going to be. They haven't looked at what the outcomes will achieve. And I think this is where their plans are nearly always flawed and blow up in their faces. So I think I also talked about the evidence that the Liberals had when we brought in an across-the-board payroll decrease year after year for EI premiums. And here is what Stephen Gordon said, who's an economic professor at the Laval University. He said, reducing payroll taxes is usually a clear win-win situation, resulting in increased employment and higher wages. The Conservatives have passed up this opportunity by creating yet another targeted boutique tax credit. So instead of making things easier for everyone, what this government has actually done is it has created a more complex tax system. It's created these little boutique tax credits. It seems to thrive on just giving little boutique tax credits to certain groups. And we have seen that this hasn't worked. It hasn't actually resulted in what this government wants. I like to think that I like to say that this particular plan by the finance minister is right up there with the brilliant plan with the $13 billion surplus left by a Liberal government, the brilliant plan of cutting GST 2 percentage points, which costs $13 billion, and as you know, you don't have to be an economist to know that 13 from 13 gives you 0. So this government ended up with 0 balance at the time that they needed it most, because a year later there was a recession. And so this government was unable to deal with this. And so we see the snowballing consequences of what this government does. And so I just want to say that it is important that this government, if it really means to do well by Canadians, will pay attention. We're not asking to take all the credit for it. We're saying, if you do it, we'll back you up. We'll support you on this. Because in this House, Mr. Speaker, I just want to put one more position here. This is not about playing politics. Sometimes, yes, we do play politics. We're in politics, after all. But it's most important at a difficult time in our history for us to come together, all political parties, to do the best thing based on evidence, based on what the outcomes are going to show us we will achieve, and that is by working together to do the right thing to create jobs in this particular time when people are losing jobs and suffering as much as we know they are. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech. Certainly hearing the 1990s recast in a completely different light was quite enlightening to me. But I do think that, as the member has mentioned, that evidence-based policy, should be the goal of all parties, and I agree with that. And let's start with some evidence of the 1990s. They cut transfers to provinces. At the same time, the economy was rising, and so there was more revenues coming into government coffers. And if you contrast that with the way the government has acted, we've increased and held all our obligations to the provinces and transfers. We also have seen less revenues to government because of the recession, the Great Recession. And at the same token, we've kept taxes low, and actually we've been able to replenish the EI fund that took such a toll, going into a negative balance, making sure that people that needed the supports, Mr. Speaker, of EI during the Great Recession were there. And so to see that fund replenished and to now to be able to offer some money back, I think is a good thing. Now, I'd like to ask the member a question. Does she really believe that a small business owner is going to look at firing someone and by then creating costs in severance and letting go of a skilled worker just so that they can claim $2,500? To me, that seems backwards.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the honourable member really understands anything about how policies have consequences on people. If you have small and medium-sized businesses who, as we well know, create about 70% of the jobs in this country, if we are using a policy to create new jobs, surely to goodness we want to ensure that these small and medium-sized businesses hire people. And if, as a member says, they will not fire people, at least they won't hire anyone because they will have increased their threshold by over $15,000. So this is a disincentive. I don't know if the member completely understands this. This is not about what you write on a piece of paper. It's what actually happens in terms of people getting jobs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that member needs to get a calculator because the Liberal proposal could be expected to cost as much as $700 million. And let's see what Jerry Diaz, the president of Unifor, has to say. He's slamming the Liberal plan to misuse EI funds, saying it is, quote, as scandalous as recent CPC changes to make it even more difficult for people to qualify. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that in White River, Ontario right now, they are looking for workers, full-time workers. But the problem is between the 10 years under the Conservatives and the 13 years under the Liberals, they have made it more and more difficult for people to be able to be trained, for people to go out there and search for jobs, and for people to be out there to make a living. So I'm wondering if she can answer one simple question, is why should the Canadians rely on them when they're the ones that were responsible in the sponsorship scandal and the raiding of the EI fund in the first place?
Yes. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as a physician, I have to tell you, when you treat a patient or you intervene on a patient, what you look at is what did the outcomes show. When the Liberal government came in 1993, there was a $43 billion deficit. We had a 14% unemployment rate, with that reaching 18% for youth between the ages of 18 and 24. Mr. Speaker, shall I sit down or shall I answer? Will the honourable member allow me to answer? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I'm asked a question, I want to answer it. Now, what we saw was that we actually got rid of that deficit in 3 years and started to post 10 years of balanced budgets with surpluses. We put in the largest amount of money ever put in to healthcare, with a $41.2 billion by Paul Martin in 2004 for the 2004 Health Accord. Money was being spent, innovation was moving, jobs were being created. Canada was #1 in 2000, according to The Economist, #1 in the world in its economic growth.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to address the points raised by the Honourable Member opposite with respect to the employment insurance credit the government is offering small and medium-sized enterprises, and more generally, what this government has done to create more and better jobs for Canadians in addition to the small business job credit. But let's start with the obvious one. Canada has had a remarkable job creation record in recent years. Our prudent management of the nation's finances and careful targeting of incentives to spur our economy's job creators, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, are in large part the drivers behind this success. La force fondamentale du marché du travail.
The workforce is clearly evident since the end of the recession. The Canadian economy has now posted one of the best records in the G7, both in terms of economic growth and production. More than 11 million new jobs have been created since the start of the recovery in July 2009. Today, there have been more than 600,000 jobs created since the peak of the recession.
All jobs created in Canada since July 2009 have been in full-time positions. Nearly 80% are in the private sector, and over 2/3 are in high-wage industries. However, while we're extremely proud of our job creation record, as long as there are still Canadians looking for jobs, our work isn't done. Since the end of the Great Recession, Canada's employment growth has been second only to that of the United States among the G7, at 6.6% compared with 7.3% south of the border. Dans ce contexte, j'ai le plaisir.
In this context, I have the pleasure to inform the House that the government will do better because there are still too many Canadians unemployed or unable to find a job for which they have been trained. At a time when there are shortages in the labor market that are being felt in certain sectors. This need for better and more jobs is the reason why the government produced a report on employment earlier this year. Mr. Speaker, the results show the importance of the mobility of workers in this country. Because of the problems, it's more difficult to hire certain workers. There is an imbalance between unemployment and vacant positions, and this problem will continue to exist because of mobility issues.
Mobile, flexible, and highly skilled labor force to keep up with rapidly advancing technology and increased worldwide competition. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say that I forgot to mention earlier that I will be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development. The solution also requires putting small and medium-sized businesses in the best position to create new jobs for Canadians. These businesses play a key role in the economy and our government recognizes that one way to create jobs is to limit the barriers preventing small businesses from flourishing and becoming more effective job creators. Which brings us to the motion today, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals will suggest to you that our recent small business job credit will not create jobs and growth, but will instead provide a financial incentive for employers to lay off workers. Let me begin by saying how absurd this assertion is. It is only our government that clearly recognizes the fundamental importance of small businesses in fueling the Canadian economy. Notre gouvernement prend des
Our government is taking ongoing measures to support growth, more specifically for small businesses. We have frozen EI contributions in order to provide certainty and flexibility to small businesses. We have reduced formalities for administrative purposes by eliminating some 8,000 rather at-source deductions for thousands of small businesses. We have also increased the revenue threshold to $500,000, and we've reduced the tax rate from 12 to 11%.
Small businesses have in total seen their taxes reduced by 34% since 2006. But there's more, Mr. Speaker. Our recent small business job credit will lower EI payroll taxes by 15% and save small businesses over $550 million over 2 years. In addition, we have made certain that beginning in 2017, premiums will be set according to a 7-year break-even rate, ensuring that premiums are no higher than they need to be. It's estimated that this measure alone will create 25,000 person-years of employment. So I'm a bit confused why the Liberals would accuse us of not creating jobs when the facts speak quite the opposite. It reminds all members here today how they just don't understand small businesses. To suggest that small businesses would cut jobs to receive this credit is frankly insulting to small business owners across Canada. I'd like to share 2 quotes that reiterate how out of touch the Liberals are with small businesses and their needs. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business had this to say about the Liberal accusation, and I quote, "Some have suggested companies will lay off staff or hold off hiring just to stay under the threshold to receive the credit. I've got news for them. A small business owner doesn't have the time to research the eligibility requirements and then carefully manage their payroll to receive a few $100s over 2 years. But $550 million in the hands of Canada's entrepreneurs instead of the federal government just can't be a bad thing." End of quote. Or if you're the Liberals and you don't feel like listening to the CFIB, listen to Canada's largest trade and industry association, and I quote, "The cost of labour is one of the top 5 challenges hurting Canadian companies. The small business job credit will help a powerhouse the thousands of small businesses of the Canadian economy becoming more competitive." End of quote. Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, our government is saying that this is the only thing that we are doing to match Canadians to good-paying jobs. But it is a huge step in the right direction, and I'm proud that our government is taking concrete steps to help employers and employees in Canada. We are listening to the experts and will ensure that we have no lessons to learn from the Liberals.
That raided the EI account of nearly $60 billion when they were in power. Premiums paid by hard-working employees and businesses they used as a political slush fund. And it's these same Liberals and NDP, both attacking job creators with massive tax hikes and ideas like a 45-day work year that would drastically increase EI premiums by 35% at a cost of over $4 billion. Today, as Minister Oliver noted at the recent G20 meeting, many challenges remain, and they are no less important than the recent global downturn. With a fragile global economy, we must stay the course with our low-tax plan for jobs and growth. Canada's labour market has succeeded in meeting recent challenges, and it performs extremely well compared to most other nations in job creation. Yet we can continue to do better for Canadians, and we will continue to do better for Canadians. The small business job credit is part of our economic efforts. But as I've described, it's only one part, one very important part. Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated yet again how we're lowering payroll taxes for 90% of businesses, which is why our government will remain focused on the policies we put in place to create an environment conducive to new investment, economic growth, and most importantly, job creation. Merci beaucoup.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you can see, this is a very passionate issue for me. I can tell you that in White River, Ontario right now, the service industry, the retail industry, the mill, the construction industry are all looking for workers. And I was just at the Canadian Cattlemen's Association fall picnic here in East Block, and they talked about the fact that they have labour shortage as well. So when we look at what my colleague here has mentioned, I just don't see the fact of the matter is that the Liberals took over $50 billion out of the EI fund, and these guys here helped them. So I'm just wondering, where does the member find the nerve to boast about giving small businesses a $550 million credit on their employment insurance premiums after wiping out a $57 billion surplus that was already in this account? This is workers' money. That should be used to ensure that they have access to it when they need it the most. Why is it that they're taking that money and putting it elsewhere?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, our government recognizes the fundamental importance of small businesses in fueling the Canadian economy. In fact, small businesses are the largest employer in our economy, and they create the most jobs in our economy. And that's why we've been focusing on helping small businesses. The introduction of this credit builds upon our government's strong support of small businesses since 2006. And let me just name a few of the things that we've done for small businesses. We froze EI premiums to provide certainty and flexibility for small businesses. We've cut red tape by eliminating over 800,000 payroll deduction remittances to the CRA. We reduced the small business tax rate from 12% to 11%, Mr. Speaker. The results are clear. In total, small businesses have seen their taxes reduced by over 34% since 2006. This is good for small businesses, it's good for the economy, and it's good for job creation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This debate that we're having with respect to EI premiums hits home for me, being from Prince Edward Island. There are more than 20,000 people that rely on the EI program in Prince Edward Island, and this government on the benefit side of the equation has gutted EI, and that has drastically affected small business operators, particularly in the tourism sector in my province. But my question for the member, I did hear him speak glowingly about the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and this would be the same Canadian Federation of Independent Business that this morning said, love the Liberal Party plan to exempt small business from EI premiums for new hires over 2 years. Lots of job potential. Does he still align with the position of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and will he be supporting the motion?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite galling that the member opposite, a member of the Liberal Party, would get up and talk about the EI fund after they were the ones that basically gutted the fund of nearly $60 billion when they were in office. They used it as a political slush fund for their own purposes, Mr. Speaker. So he doesn't have the certitude to stand up and to criticize us for what we've done for small businesses. That's also the party, Mr. Speaker, that supports a 45-day work year. That would drastically increase EI premiums by 35% and cost over $4 billion to implement, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I should thank my colleague from North Vancouver. I remember clearly one of the Conservative administration's big efforts at job creation. In fact, the then Minister of Finance referred to the Canadian corporate sector as the job creators and made the leap of believing that if we were to cut corporate taxes to far lower than any other country in the OECD, in fact, to half the corporate tax rate of the United States, the job creators, the large corporations, would plow that money back into job creation. We then had the former president of the Bank of Canada, the governor of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, call it dead money. $600 billion piled up in the coffers of these corporations, not working for Canadians, not creating jobs, a staggering 32% of GDP, not creating jobs. And I wonder if the Conservative administration is now rethinking the idea that shoveling money towards corporate Canada will automatically result in jobs. It hasn't. They're sitting on it. It's dead money. Isn't it time to get it to stand up and walk?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And I want to just explain to her some of the benefits that has happened for Canada and the Canadian economy as a result of lower taxes for small businesses. For example, let's take Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons moved their head office back to Canada from the United States after years of being away, specifically because the taxes in Canada are lower than those in the United States. But let's hear what others are saying. Bloomberg, for example, says that Canada is the second best place in the earth to do business, second only to Hong Kong. Why is that? It's because of our low tax regime for small businesses.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be clear from the beginning, Mr. Speaker. I don't think Canadian businesses are so selfish that they would fire employees just so they can continue to be eligible to receive the small business tax credit. And my family's been in small business for over 100 years in Toronto, Nova Scotia. And to say that small businessmen like my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather would lay people off just to stay underneath a limit to get this credit, that's absolutely ludicrous. They're more interested in hiring good employees, training those employees, keeping those good employees in place so they can be more productive and the business can run better. That's what small businesses do. They grow the economy. They hire people. They build the employment structure in this country. That's what the small business people are all about, not firing people and laying people off to get underneath some limit to get a credit. That's not what small businesses typically do. All businesses would rather put their efforts into making their enterprises grow and hire new workers, expand their business. I don't understand why our colleagues across the way are opposed to this small business tax credit, which the Canadian Federation of Independent Business said will create over 25,000 new jobs for Canadians. The measure is the next step in the government's economic action plan, which has made Canada the envy of the world. Job creation and economic growth are the top priorities for our government, unlike the Liberal Party, who would tax businesses, treat the EI fund like a slush fund to pay for reckless investment schemes. Now let's start with EI changes that were introduced under the Connecting Canadians with Available Jobs initiative. This helps Canadians get back to work more quickly. The changes were not about restricting access and benefits, but they were about giving unemployed Canadians the information and tools they need to get back to work. We've heard success stories from employers who have said those changes have helped them find available workers. We've also heard success stories from workers who have been able to connect themselves to jobs that are available. This was the case, for instance, in a company in Quebec which included 1,500 employees. Now, this company, Regroupement des Employés du Secteur Bioalimentaire, was able to connect and hire new Canadians because of the Connecting Canadians to Available Jobs program. As part of the EI changes, we've enhanced our jobs alert system, which has sent out 165 million job alerts to over 354,000 subscribers since January of last year. Now, these changes are just a part of the government's broader agenda to equip Canadians with the skills and the training they need to help create jobs. Now, while this country has weathered the global recession better than most, the recovery has varied across regions and across different parts of our economy. By connecting Canadians with jobs that are available and putting a priority on skills and training, we are ensuring that continued economic growth, job creation, and long-term prosperity remain the priority of this government. The measures we are taking fit into Canada's economic picture right now. We've recently completed free trade deals with the European Economic Union and South Korea, giving us access to over 550 million consumers Over half of the global GDP is now available to Canadian businesses to export their goods to. Now, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, Canada enjoys free trade with a total of 44 countries. This will have a tremendous impact on the economy and create tens of thousands of new jobs. It's a win-win, Mr. Speaker. It means growth opportunities for Canadian firms and also more jobs for Canadian workers with the right skills. This is especially true in the extraction and resource industry, where hundreds of major projects are scheduled to come to stream over the next decade. Now, for these sectors, projects like this hold much opportunity for prosperity, but also carry real challenges. As Canada's population ages, so does our workforce. The pipe fitters, engineers, draftsmen, technicians will soon be in short supply because of the retiring baby boomer generation. This is particularly the case in the construction sector, the mining industry, and the petroleum sector. At the same time, there will be 550,000 unskilled workers who won't be able to find work by 2016, according to the Chamber of Commerce. That number could be over 1 million by 2021. So how are we going to meet these challenges? We're going to meet them by moving towards a better way to match skills and training with in-demand and about-to-be-in-demand jobs. One of the elements of our plan is the Canada Job Grant, an innovative, employer-driven approach to help Canadians gain the skills and training to fill new and available jobs. Agreements have now been signed with all the provinces and territories to implement this grant. It's a critical step to ensuring that Canadians are equipped and prepared for the jobs that are going to be out there. At the same time, we are providing incentives for young people to consider studying a career in the in-demand skilled trades. Since 2007, we provided Canadians with nearly $700 million in apprenticeship grants. Now, through the Economic Action Plan 2014, we are creating the Canada Apprenticeship Loan to give apprenticeships interest-free loans of up to $4,000 during their training. It's estimated that starting in January 2015, at least 26,000 apprentices a year will benefit from this loan. The government is also working to ensure the well-being of underrepresented groups such as Canadians with disabilities, Aboriginal people, and new Canadians. In fact, the late Finance Minister had a special eye in helping those who are less fortunate by creating the Registered Disabilities Saving Plan. These qualified people are too often sitting on the sidelines without jobs to go to every morning when they're perfectly able to go to work. For example, there are currently 800,000 working-age Canadians with disabilities who are not working, but whose disability will not prevent them from doing a job. Almost half of these, 340,000, have a post-secondary education. That situation needs to change. To this end, we are providing $220 million each year through our labour market development agreements for programs and services helping Canadians with disabilities to join the labour force. And recently, our government also reformed the Temporary Foreign Worker Program to ensure that Canadians will always come first when it comes to hiring of new Canadians in available jobs. We introduced tough measures so the program remains a last and limited resort when employers can't find Canadians to do these jobs. For our government recognizes the fundamental importance of small business in fueling this Canadian economy, and that's why our government has announced the introduction of the Small Business Tax Credit. It's estimated that this will result in savings of approximately $550 million for small businesses over the next 2 years. The introduction of this credit builds on our government's strong support of small businesses since 2006. We froze EI premiums to provide certainty and flexibility for small businesses. We reduced the small business tax rate from 12% to 11%, and we increased the small business limit to $500,000. And the results are clear, Mr. Speaker. A typical small business with $500,000 of taxable income is seeing a savings of approximately $28,600. In total, small businesses have seen their tax rate reduced by 34% since 2006, and the list goes on. But I think I've made the point, Mr. Speaker. Our government is wholly committed to helping Canadians find good jobs, and Canadian small businesses are creating these jobs to support our families and our communities. And therefore, there is no need for the measure the Liberals are now promoting, and for that reason I urge my fellow members to join us and say no to this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question about the very first thing that my honourable colleague mentioned, which essentially was that the incentive in the Liberal plan would not make small businesses behave differently. But, Mr. Speaker, if one makes a graph of the number of small businesses as a function of their taxable income reported to the government when they file their tax returns, one can see historically that there has been a spike in the number of businesses just under the small business tax deduction income limit. And then when that limit has been moved in the past by governments, that miraculously the spike in the number of businesses just below the limit has also moved. Now, I think it's a good thing that businesses are trying to manage their taxes and trying to be tax efficient. But I think what that goes to show is that incentives do matter. And the incentive that is being proposed in the Liberal plan will matter. It makes a difference at the margins. And as we know, people make economic decisions at the margins.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we encourage small businessmen across the country and businesswomen across the country to hire new Canadians. And we expect them to, of course, take a look at their own business to see what their tax thresholds are and do what's appropriate for their business. And that's why we are making it, we're giving them an incentive to hire more Canadians with the small business tax credit. That's what this is all about. It's about hiring that one additional or two additional people so that we can continue to get young Canadians in particular to work in the small business, which is the economic driver of our economy. I mean, since the pit of the economic recession in July 2009, 1.1 million Canadians got a telephone call from an employer, many of them small businessmen and women, and they said, yes, you've got that job. We want to continue to support small businesses with incentives to hire more people. And that's what this is all about, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it is the Liberals who actually raided the EI fund by $50 billion. And actually, it's this government who legalized it. And now we're seeing them wanting to raid the EI fund even more. So my question, well, what I want to also say is that, you know, it's only if Canadians really want someone who can do EI reforms, it's really the NDP leader and us here as the NDP who can actually do that, because we will sit down with the stakeholders and we will sit down with workers and employers to make sure that it's done right. Now, my question to my colleague is that the NDP has tabled actually a bill that would ensure that never again could the Conservatives or the Liberals raid the employment insurance coffers. So will the members support the NDP's bill and protect his constituents' premiums as opposed to raiding the pot?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Imagine the NDP was in government and in charge of the EI fund, what they would do with it. This is the creator of a 45-day work year. So how would that help small businesses? How would that help larger corporations in Canada find the employees they need to the jobs? As I said, over the next decade, there's hundreds of thousands of jobs going to be available in the skilled trades, in these natural resource industries. There's many projects going to be started up across Canada. A 45-day work year that's promoted by the NDP, that would be devastating to the overall labour force. Those companies would not be able to find the employees they need. And quite frankly, if they don't have the trained labour force in place, they're not going to engage in those operations. They're not going to start those new mines. They're not going to start the new hydroelectric projects. They're not going to be able to build these pipelines to get our natural resource projects to the international market. This is what we want, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure that we have an employment insurance system that is there for people when they truly need it, but also removes any incentives for people not to go to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start just by, on the tail end of that conversation that was just had, and there's something that's really starting to annoy myself as a representative of many constituents who are in this situation, as well as others, and that is the concept that they put out there of this disincentive created by this 45-day work year. Just keep in mind here, if the 45-day work year is a proposed, in other words, putting benefits into the employment insurance system that allows people, such as in seasonal work, allows them to bridge into the next season, because essentially that's what they're saying, is that the 45-day work year is a disincentive. You have to make the basic assumption that these people are absolutely lazy. All of them are. All of them are. And essentially, what that does is make a very broad sweeping generalization that really isn't true. Of all the seasonal people in my riding, the vast majority of them would want to work more than 45 days per year, given the fact that the rest of the year they're only making 55% of their total wages. Certainly, many of them do, and they want to put themselves in a position to make the full salary, to enjoy a standard of living for both them and their families, certainly young children. So, that aside for just a moment, I just want to get into the motion of what is today. And just to take an excerpt from it, I do believe that what this does, it creates the incentive by which we are able to hire new people, and certainly it creates the incentive to hire young people. Many of the people in my riding, they get of the age of employment, whether educated or not. Many of them drift farther west to seek higher wages. Many of them go around the world seeking higher wages. Many of them who receive higher wages actually do not have skilled trades. But because that incentive is there to make the big buck, as it were, very quickly, then they go about doing that. What that does is that drains the pool of employees available for small businesses in my area. Even though, and the perverse thing about that is, even though the demand for their goods in small business in the riding is high, the disincentive is there. So what we need to do is, most of these small businesses, let's be honest, cannot compete with the wages that are being supplied by the industries that exist in Western Canada. Specifically, I don't mean to isolate just that one area of Canada, but what I'm isolating here is the oil and gas sector. And I'll use that as an example. And the wage rates of these places are incredibly high. You cannot compete. But for those who want to receive an education, to have a lifelong journey through high wages because of the talents that they possess, not because they managed to fill a gap here, fill a gap there, and so on and so forth. These people want to have work in their own areas. So to do that, what we have to do is we have to create incentives, albeit they may be small, but at least they create some incentive to allow people to get to hire, especially the young ones, and hire people into areas where they can reduce their premiums such that it makes it far more feasible. In addition to premiums, I have people complaining about, we've had a discussion last week about minimum wage. Well, of course, we have to talk about minimum wage in the sense that it's a provincial jurisdiction, I know, but it has an effect. Higher minimum wages, we'd love to pay people higher minimum wage, but it has an effect on small business. I'd like to point out at this, and I'm honored to do so, I'd like to share my time with a prestigious member from Winnipeg North, as he will be able to provide us with some great explanations of why we should be voting yes for this today. I, like yourself and all other members, are eagerly awaiting the words by which he brings to us today and his experiences through his riding of Winnipeg North. Now, back to the situation at hand. I want to talk about the incentive that we're providing here. And one of the things I like about this is we're not just saying that we're downgrading a particular measure that was brought forward by the government. What we're doing is we're actually providing an answer and another part of a suite of programs that allows us to create incentives for smaller business. Now, the Conservatives recently announced the creation of the Small Business Job Credit, which many economists have called a disincentive for companies to grow. This counter-proposal that we're bringing today provides this holiday that provides what we believe is a far more flexible situation for small businesses to put themselves in. And over the years, we have seen evidence of this. When we did this as government back in the 90s, the New Hires Program serves as a good example. But the Conservative Small Business Tax Credit has a design flaw that discourages job creation and economic growth. Under the Conservatives, only businesses with EI payroll taxes below $15,000 get any money back. So this creates a perverse incentive for businesses to fire workers in order to get below the $15,000 threshold. Now, I know my honourable colleague from Nova Scotia pointed out that really small businesses would not do that just to take advantage of a small credit. But if you're a marginal small business, there are certain things you're going to do to look after your bottom line. It may seem small, but they certainly will take advantage of that. And I believe that this could provide a disincentive.
it may start out with the greatest of intentions, but certainly it has morphed into something that may create a disincentive that we need to address, which is why I think what we're proposing today is certainly a greater alternative. It was endorsed earlier by the CFIB, saying, as was tweeted earlier, if I may, this is from Dan Kelly, President of CFIB, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, quoted, love the Liberal Party of Canada plan to exempt small businesses from EI premiums for new hires over 2 years. Lots of job potential. Indeed, there is lots of job potential. But under the Conservative plan, what it does, the Conservative plan offers up to $2,234 for firing a worker and only up to $190 for hiring a worker, which causes really, again, it may start out with the best of intentions, but unfortunately you see the discrepancy in dollars will tell you that certainly a plan for the holiday we're proposing today would be a better spearhead towards creating more employment, especially when it comes to new hires. Over the past year, Canada's experienced little job growth from August 2013 to August 2014. The entire country created net jobs of 81,300, 15,000 of them just over full-time. By contrast, the United Kingdom, 775,000 jobs over 12 months. United States, 2.2 million. On September 11th, now the current finance minister announced the creation of this plan. And for small businesses, well, we're looking at an estimated cost of $550 million over the next 2 years, or $225 per year. And his quote was, "We believe it will encourage growth and employment opportunities." Well, any business that pays less than $15,000 in EI premiums in 2015 or even 2016 will receive a refund when it files tax returns for those years. Now, $15,000 in premiums represent a total payroll of about $567,000, assuming no employee makes more than the EI contribution maximum, which in 2015 will be the salary of $49,500 per year. So the employer EI premium rate is $2.63 per $100 of paid salary. The rate for companies that qualify for the credit will be $2.24. That means the rebate is essentially 14.9% of the EI premiums that businesses paid. So the maximum benefit for a company which pays just under $15,000 in EI premiums will be $2,234. However, a company that pays $1 more than that would receive zero. And economists have pointed out that this could result in companies holding back on pay increases, reducing hours, or in the worst case scenario, actually laying people off. So if I may, I have a quote here, this is from the University of Laval, Stephen Gordon. Reducing payroll taxes is usually a clear win-win situation, resulting in increased employment and higher wages. The Conservatives have passed up this opportunity by creating yet another targeted boutique tax credit. This is from Mike Moffat, economics professor at the Ivy Business School. And he says, it is clear that firms under $15,000 EI threshold have a big incentive to keep wage increases to a minimum so they do not lose their tax credit. Conversely, firms that are just over $15,000 threshold have an incentive to cut the pay of their staff in order to gain that particular tax credit. What we are talking about here, the Liberal plan could reward companies up to $1,280 for each new job they create. Now that, Mr. Speaker, is a decent incentive. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The L'Honorable Député de Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata.
Yeah, member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Etobicoke North accused me of playing politics, but I'm playing mathematics here.
Olympic this morning, and I'm certainly hoping to get an answer this time. The Liberal proposal is to actually give an exemption in EI premiums for businesses for each new hiring. But each new hiring, they are expecting that this measure will actually create 176,000 net new jobs. You certainly know, Mr. Speaker, that when you're talking about net jobs, you have to look into the total number of jobs created, and obviously there are some job losses in this. So it's estimated that to get the number of 176,000 net new jobs, you need to actually create 1,500,000 jobs. And if we're looking at an average of $1,000 in EI exemption for each of these new hires, the plan would actually cost over $1.5 billion. So I'd like to know how this proposal of the Liberals, estimated at only $220 million, could actually cost over five times more than what they are saying. Doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I'm not quite sure which voodoo economic world this is a part of. I actually believe the numbers state for themselves what they exactly are. As a matter of fact, I'm getting the feeling that the member doesn't like this program whatsoever. So I want to address his point, and also I see the member from Manitoulin Island also wants to get up on this, so I hope she will address this as well. And it goes like this. We will introduce a job creation tax credit that will provide up to $4,500 per new hire. Employers will receive a one-year rebate on the employer contributions for employment insurance premiums for each new employee hired. Where do I get that? That is from the 2011 election platform of the New Democratic Party of Canada. Do they like it or do they not?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to see if I understand exactly right the contrast between the Liberal plan and the Conservative plan. If a small business is just below the $15,000 threshold, and let's say they want to maybe open the store for a couple more hours, wouldn't there be a disincentive to keep the employees working for a couple more hours and go over the $15,000 limit?
The member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, it would be because, and I want to thank the member for the Kingston Islands, because what ends up happening is you start playing with that because all of a sudden you find yourself in a couple $1,000 savings just by doing that one thing. Now, hopefully people would not think that they would lay off people in order to get around this, but certainly you have to look at a reduction of hours. You certainly have to look at the potential of cutting down on people and their income, which means that they could lose that employee very quickly because they need to save that money. When you're in a marginal business like this, you have to do these things in order to survive. Let's assume around that time, put it in context with provincial rules and regulations. Let's say there's an increase in the minimum wage. Now you got to get around that too. In addition to all that, this may seem small to them, but to someone who is in small business, these are the types of measures that you do. Now, granted, as I said earlier, I don't have experience in small business, but I certainly do listen to the people in my area and other members in this House who are also got a lot of experience in small business. And they say the same things about how small business has to adapt. This, what we're proposing today, provides a measure that's easily adapted to and far more flexible for them to create employment and to get young people hired.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise today to speak on what I believe is a very important issue, an issue that affects all Canadians. It doesn't matter where you live in Canada, and I believe ultimately it's an issue in which Canadians can really relate to. Because for the first time, what they're seeing taking place here in Ottawa is a political party that actually has an idea that is going to create jobs. Now, the NDP can try to wish all they want in terms of where they might want to find themselves on this position. The Conservatives might want to reflect, and I would encourage them to reflect in terms of their idea. And I will provide some comments on their idea and how that could be improved upon, Mr. Speaker. Let's start it off by saying that the Liberal Party, the Liberal caucus, and our leader are very much focused on the middle class, in recognizing that if we want to assist the middle class, what we really need to do is start working on creating jobs. Jobs are very important, Mr. Speaker. We get that message here in the Liberal caucus. What we don't understand is why it is that the Conservative government has missed the mark so badly. Give you an example. I believe in the last, virtually since about May 2013, there have been a net loss. I emphasize or I underline the word, a net loss of full-time jobs to the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which everyone here should be concerned about. I can tell you at least there is one party that wants to see direct action taken by the government that's going to have a positive impact on the creation of full-time jobs, Mr. Speaker, and that's what the debate here is all about. And, Mr. Speaker, we come to the table with experience on the issue. You know, it was already pointed out back in 1993. The unemployment rate in Canada was at 14%. I remember the commercials, and I remember former Prime Minister Kim Campbell saying, well, we're going to have to settle for double-digit unemployment rates into the future. Jean Chrétien and the Liberal Party back then said, no, we do not have to settle for that. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada was able to bring down that 14 double-digit unemployment rate of 14% under the Progressive Conservatives to 6.5%, Mr. Speaker, when Paul Martin had left office in 2006. Not only did we bring down the unemployment rate to 6.5% nationwide, Mr. Speaker, we handed the Conservative government a multi-billion-dollar surplus. We handed them a multi-billion-dollar trade surplus also, Mr. Speaker. The government had a wonderful opportunity to really develop our economy, to provide the jobs that are important to Canadians, to ensure that there's full-time jobs, Mr. Speaker, for those individual Canadians that want to have full-time work. And they blew that opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And what we see in the last couple of weeks is a great example of government incompetence, the inability of government to recognize that they made a mistake. And all they have to do, Mr. Speaker, is take a look at this program they call the Small Business Jobs Credit. The program is flawed. In honourable government, a strong leader in the Prime Minister's office would recognize that he blew it, and it's time that they actually change the program, Mr. Speaker, and I have an idea for them.
The Honourable Minister is rising on a point of order.
I just thought I'd give everybody's ears a break.
Order. The chair would remind all honourable members, including ministers,
not a point of order,
that points of order are to be taken seriously and not abused, and that I would encourage all members of the House on both sides to refrain from yelling at one another so that we can all hear the debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I trust and hope I'll get an additional 2 minutes added to my time because of that particular point of order. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I am very passionate about this issue. I recognize what it is that Canadians want this House to be talking about. They want us to be talking about full-time jobs. They want their members of Parliament to be talking about ideas that are going to have a positive impact on that particular front, an issue in which Canadians believe is, in fact, the #1 issue. Because if we can create the jobs that are necessary, we'll be able to improve the circumstances of the middle class and, in fact, all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, no matter where they live in our country, whatever part, coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. I want to get back to that small jobs, business job credit program that this government introduced earlier this month. This flawed program, Mr. Speaker, is something in which one would think that if the Prime Minister had the political courage to recognize that his ministers have actually made a mistake here, and in fact we could create and improve this program so that we could actually allow for more full-time jobs actually being created. You know, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, some of the quotes that I received that are in our media outlets. You know, in the Globe, or I should say in Maclean's.ca, I thought it was interesting on September the 11th, referring to the government's program. The government has set up a tax credit that can only be claimed by small businesses whose EI contributions are less than $15,000 a year. As Kevin Milligan noted on Twitter, this sets up another kink. In a tax schedule, small businesses will lose this tax credit if they grow too large. Mr. Speaker, it goes on. For firms that are just under the $15,000 threshold, hiring a new worker would mean crossing the line and losing a tax credit entirely. For firms that are just over the threshold, the incentives are even more perverse. Firms may choose to actually reduce employment in order to be eligible for a tax credit. That means losing jobs, jobs being lost because of this federal program, Mr. Speaker. It is not creating the jobs that it could be creating, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're saying that you are losing an opportunity here to really do something good. The Liberal Party has brought forward, Mr. Speaker, what I believe is a reasonable Opposition Day motion that will do something in which this current government has not been able to do with regards to the EI premiums, Mr. Speaker, and that is to clearly demonstrate that it will generate and create full-time jobs across our country, Mr. Speaker. And this is something in which we believe that the government, if it opened its mind somewhat and recognized the value of providing an EI premium exemption for every worker hired, for every new hire, Mr. Speaker, to fill a new job in 2015 and 2016. Mr. Speaker, that particular program has been cited as being able to generate in excess of 150,000 jobs. Compare that to what the Conservatives are creating, Mr. Speaker, where there will even be some loss of jobs in certain employment or employer establishments. It's night and day. And we call and challenge the government to recognize that, Mr. Speaker. Because those 150,000 jobs that I just finished making reference to is not going to cost any more than what the government is proposing in its plan, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't know where, and my colleague made reference to NDP voodoo economics. I don't know where they get their numbers from, Mr. Speaker. What we do know is that the Liberal proposal will cost no more than the Conservative proposal, yet, Mr. Speaker, it will exceed 100,000 new jobs more than what it is that the Conservatives have on the table today. So the question that I put to the government is, why not? Why not allow for the Liberal plan to become a part of the government policy? There is no additional cost to it, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, we're going to have 150,000 plus Canadians having full-time or part-time employment, Mr. Speaker. In the last 12 plus months, we have seen a net loss of full-time jobs. We have before us a resolution, Mr. Speaker, that will create jobs. This is an opportunity for the government of the day to recognize that it has, in fact, made a mistake, adopt an idea that has actually, Mr. Speaker, been well spoken of even outside of the Liberal caucus. It's time, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to move forward and look towards the future where we can actually generate the types of jobs that are important to Canadians. It's full-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. It's ensuring that those opportunities are going to be there well into the future, Mr. Speaker. That's what we in the Liberal Party...
Order. 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 The time for government orders has expired. The questions and comments for the honourable member for Winnipeg North will take place after question period. Déclaration de député, statements by members. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, last week Canadians celebrated the opening of the first Canadian National Museum built outside of Ottawa in the centre of Canada in Winnipeg, Manitoba. It's a tribute to all who suffered in the Holocaust, the Holodomor, and other unspeakable atrocities down through history. It is a tribute to the survivors who lived to tell the world what happened to them and to demand it never happens again. It is a symbol of hope to those suffering today in the modern-day slave trade known as human trafficking, right here in Canada and worldwide. The museum stands tall for all to see, for all to experience, for all to learn, and for all to be inspired to build a better world. Many thanks to our Prime Minister for his vision to have a national museum outside Ottawa to make our history more accessible to all Canadians. Our thanks to Izzy Asper for his vision, and to the Asper family and friends of the museum for making Izzy's vision become a reality. Mr. Speaker, this is the Canadian way.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Père-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to a great comedian, humorist, and theatre producer who passed away today. Gilles Latulippe loved to make people laugh. He was responsible for making many people laugh for generations and generations. This person sculpted the golden age of humor in Quebec, and he's one of the last past masters of burlesque. Respected by all, the comedian behind Saint-Florien Lapelle worked with the greatest Quebec actors. He had a unique sense of humor, and we recognize his jokes and his respect for the profession, but also the special place that his projects granted to the next generation of humor. He, to the end, received a tribute from his peers when the Just for Laughs Festival paid tribute to him for his 55 years of career. And the Theatre Variété is now known as La Tulipe Theatre. In his honor, I would like to close by saying, once upon a time, there was a guy, and we can thank this guy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Mr. Speaker, recently I had the pleasure of attending the grand opening of the new CN Rail National Training Centre located in my riding of Elmwood Transcona. Winnipeg is the hub of CN Rail's transcontinental network, and this major investment is great news for jobs and our local economy in Winnipeg. The state-of-the-art training centre features a revamped company-wide training program for both its current and future employees. The 100-square-foot training centre is located at the well-known Transcona Shops and will be able to accommodate more than 350 CN students from across Canada every week. Significant investments such as these create opportunity for greater innovation, skills, productivity, and global competitiveness, all of which are vital to our long-term economic growth here in Canada. CN has been at the heart of Transcona for over 100 years, and this investment celebrates that long-standing and proud connection. I wish to thank CN Rail for the remarkable investments in our community, and I look forward to many more years of CN innovation and achievement in Elmwood Transcona. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Clarenville High Robotics team on its outstanding achievements at the Remotely Operated Vehicle International Competition held in Michigan. Clarenville High was one of 60 teams chosen from 600 entries worldwide to compete in this prestigious event. The team was entered in the Ranger category, in which it was named the overall champion, placed first in the intermediate category, and won the award for innovative design. Mackenzie Dove, a member of the team, was recognized with the Engineering Evaluation MVP Award. Under the guidance of dedicated mentors, Michael Spurl, Bert Roberts, Chris Clark, Stephen Butt, and Nolan Porter, the 12-member team, Christopher Barnes, Michaela Barnes, Gregory Brockerville, Courtney Clark, Kyle Clark, Mackenzie Dove, Patrick Dove, Kyle Evans, Ian King, Claire Swaller, Amy Short, and Brooke Snow, competed against high school and university teams from 18 states and 13 countries. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating the remarkable youth and mentors of Clarenville High Robotics team.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I recently had the pleasure of attending my first working meeting with Marie-France Lalonde, the new MPP for Ottawa-Orleans, and her executive assistant, Annick Tremblay, and mine, Brian Michaud. Madame Lalonde,
Ms. Lalonde, a political newcomer, was elected by the people of Orleans last June.
Ms. Lalonde's election to Queen's Park is welcome and marks the start of a new era in federal, provincial, municipal relations in Ottawa-Orleans. Bien sûr, ce n'est pas le travail qui manque.
Of course, there's no shortage of work to be done when it comes to ensuring that Orleans continues to be a good place to live, work, and play. One of our joint priorities is cleaning up the Ottawa River so that the people of Orleans and the entire region can enjoy our jewel, Petrie Island, to the fullest.
I assured Marie-France Lalonde that my door is always open, and she made the same pledge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, for months now, we have been calling on the government to revisit its position concerning job cuts and the elimination of door-to-door mail delivery at Canada Post. To date, we have collected over 1,000 signatures against the reduction of these services in Saint-Bruno and Saint-Hubert alone, Mr. Speaker. The government claims that it is listening, and today, municipal elected officials have gotten involved. I would like to commend the municipal elected officials of Saint-Bruno de Montarville for having taken a clear and firm stance by adopting a resolution calling on Canada Post to abandon its plan to unilaterally impose the end of home mail delivery. Mr. Speaker, what is the government waiting for to finally listen to citizens and to listen to municipal elected officials? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, on September 4th, I hosted a roundtable with local mental health service providers in Chilliwack to discuss suicide prevention and mental illness as part of the Mental Health Commission of Canada's 308 Conversations initiative. We talked about innovative programs that were working and talked about gaps in the system of care. We identified the importance of mental health first aid training, not only for frontline emergency services personnel, but for the general public. We talked about problems in getting patients the mental health care they need when they need it, especially in emergency situations, and we discussed the challenges of treating concurrent disorders in mental health patients. I'd like to thank all of the participants for their contribution and for their work in our community. Mental illness has an enormous impact on our society. We need to talk about this issue and educate ourselves on the factors that contribute to it. Absolutely. Together, we must continue to share the message that help is available if you are suffering. Together, we must continue to fight the stigma surrounding mental illness.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, we will soon be celebrating Franco-Ontarian Day in order to honour the presence of Francophones in Ontario and to pay tribute to their contribution to Ontario's rich history and culture. The Francophones in my riding, who live mainly in La Fontaine, Penetanguishene, Perkinsfield, and Tiny and Tay townships, are glowing examples of investment and expertise in agriculture, education, business, and the arts that have been handed down from generation to generation since the end of the 18th century in Upper Canada. Mr. Speaker, I raise my hat to Franco-Ontarians of Simcoe County and across the province for their contribution to our history and our society.
Yes. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great sadness that I rise today to pay tribute to Jim Diva, who died unexpectedly in Vancouver on September 21st. Jim was so much a part of Vancouver that it's hard to verbalize the full impact of his life on our city and its people. He is a legend in the LGBTQ community. He successfully fought Canada Customs censors for decades for freedom of expression for Little Sisters Bookstore. Jim was a leading advocate against hate crimes and pioneered Better Police Liaison and community action. He inspired us, made us laugh, showed us courage and selflessness, and never shied away from challenging bigotry and injustice. He held the door open for many to come out. This dear man will be hugely missed, and it's hard to imagine our city without Jim. Our love and support goes out to his partner, Bruce Smith, and his family and friends as we grieve this terrible loss of a great advocate, champion, friend, mentor, and leader in our community.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Tomorrow evening at sundown, Jews here in Canada and around the world will mark the start of the high holidays, beginning with Rosh Hashanah and concluding 10 days later with the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. This Rosh Hashanah will mark the beginning of the year 5775. It is a time to reflect through prayer and self-examination and to perform tshuva, or repentance, when we take the time to apologize to those we have wronged and commit to bettering ourselves. During the 10 days, the Jewish community will come together to pray and fulfill the mitzvah of hearing the blowing of the shofar, the ram's horn, as a reminder to repent, to look within ourselves, to recommit ourselves to prayer, and remember the blessings that come from helping those in need. Most importantly, to believe in the power of humility and compassion to deepen our faith and to repair our world. During this time of repentance and renewal, let us recommit ourselves to a more hopeful future, a future filled with sweetness, health, and prosperity for all. Shana Tova Tiketevu. May we all be inscribed in the book of eternal life for a good year.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, each day on September 21st, the International Day of Peace is celebrated across the world. The UN General Assembly has dedicated this day to strengthening the ideals of peace within nations and within peoples. 2014 is the 30th anniversary of the UN General Assembly Declaration on the Rights of People to Peace, and that is the theme of this day.
Think about the many peoples of the world who long for peace. In the Central African Republic, in South Sudan, in Syria, in Iraq, in Israel and Palestine, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in Mali, in Ukraine, in too many places, Mr. President. On behalf of New Democrats, I would like to thank the many peace builders and humanitarian workers who risk their lives every day with the aim of bringing peace to their communities.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday we learned that Afghanistan's leaders were able to put their differences aside to form a government of national unity. We congratulate President-designate Dr. Ashraf Ghani Ahmadzai, who yesterday moved decisively to confront Afghan corruption. We also congratulate his former rival, Abdullah, who will assume the role as newly created chief executive. This agreement will bring about additional stability and prosperity to Afghanistan by ensuring that the new government will represent all Afghan citizens. Our government welcomes and congratulates the people of Afghanistan in this historic transfer of power from one president to the next. Afghanistan still faces many challenges, and the new government must be united in its efforts to address them. Mr. Speaker, our government stands ready to assist the new government in tackling these challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today the Canadian Medical Association called on the federal government to engage the provinces in creating a pan-Canadian dementia plan. Canada is the only G7 country without a comprehensive national strategy. The most common form of dementia is Alzheimer's disease. Currently, 500,000 Canadians live with this degenerative disease, and that number will double in the next 20 years. While research into cause and treatment is important, the most vital missing element is building health systems' capacity to deliver care to the increasing number of Alzheimer's patients. While the Federal Minister of Health may shrug off this responsibility to the provinces, she's wrong. In every country with a national plan, the national government led the way, integrating dementia care into their health systems, which include best practices in management and prevention of chronic disease, ensuring community, social services, housing and caregiving are integral parts of the system. While there's currently no cure for Alzheimer's, research shows that by early identification and proper management, we can delay its onset to a point of near elimination of the disease.
The Honourable Member for Le Biniam-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, during his September visit, our Quebec Lieutenant and member for Roberval at Lac-Saint-Jean crossed the province and noticed that Quebec's values are closer to conservative values than those of other parties. Quebecers' priorities are lower taxes for families, a balanced budget, and job creation. They also want safer streets for our young people. They want the end of easy sentences for criminals and the recognition of victims' rights. In the meantime, what is the priority of the Liberal leader? What does he think is the most important thing for our country? Legalizing marijuana. Mr. Speaker, while the member for Papineau is trying to build a credible party platform, our Conservative government is already working for what is really important for Canadians and Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. If we want substantive change and not just change on the surface, we can't continue to alternate between blue and red. Whether we're talking about EI, transparency, Kakuna, or the Senat, it's all the same. The two old parties are so similar now that they're running after the same candidates. We learned this week that both Liberals and Conservatives tried to recruit Nathalie Normando for the next election, and that the former Liberal organizer, Burl Wiseman, is trying to receive the Conservative position in Mount Royal. She was the one who was fired after Paul Martin testified before the Montgomery Commission, and Nathalie Normando had a rough time before the Charbonneau Commission because of the goodies she gave to construction entrepreneurs. It is difficult to believe that Liberals and Conservatives want to clean up their house when they're looking to inquiry commissions for their candidates and when they're plundering the EI fund. Canadians who want real change will have a simple choice: voting for old, tired, corrupt, and crony parties, or voting for the NDP, the only party that can bring real change.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, no reasonable person could disagree that Omar Ahmed Khadr is a heinous criminal. His murderous terrorist actions left one American Army medic dead and another soldier blind. We have learned today that he has not responded to the legal action put forward by his victims and therefore owes them in excess of $100 million. Our Conservative government supports the efforts of his victims to receive compensation for their horrible loss. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, the Liberals are opposed to this principled stand. In fact, the Liberal leader actually refused to rule out giving special payments to this convicted terrorist, but was silent on whether his victims should receive any compensation at all. He further went on to say that revoking passports from radical Islamic terrorists was an affront to Canadian values. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know: when will the Liberal leader stop running from important matters of national security and start standing up for the rights of victims?
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has failed to answer clear questions about his ill-defined military deployment in Iraq. Yesterday, Conservatives refused once again to answer in this House, but the member for Selkirk-Interlake stated on CPAC that the mission will end on October 4th. Will the Conservative government confirm that the 30-day Canadian commitment in Iraq will indeed end on October 4th?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal of confusion with respect to the NDP position on Israel. I wonder if the Leader of the Opposition could confirm for me whether Alex Anderson, who identifies himself as a fundraiser at the New Democratic Party, if he speaks for the NDP when he says, "F the IDF and all who supports them. I'm sick and tired of the media BS trying to sell lies and hide a effing genocide." Does Alex Anderson speak for the NDP when he says these shameful things?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I can understand the confusion. We are in the Middle East and we are under the eyes, but we're talking about Iraq. It took over a week for the Prime Minister to answer a simple question about the number of troops involved in the Iraqi deployment. It now appears that Canadian soldiers may require visas approved by the Iraqi government. Since this military deployment is still ongoing, and since it's set to conclude in 12 days, precisely how many Canadian soldiers are on the ground in Iraq today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what does the Leader of the Opposition not understand? That our friends in Israel are on the front lines combating terrorism, Mr. Speaker. So when people who work for the NDP, like Alex Anderson, who identifies himself as a fundraiser at Canada's NDP, calls that what the Israeli Defense Forces are doing a effing genocide, and calls the media BS for not supporting the fact that they call it a effing genocide, what does he not understand? Israel is on the front lines. Canada will continue to support our friends in Israel. We'll stand up for peace and security around the world. And unlike them, we're not confused by our position.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there are rules in the book about question period. You are our arbiter we ask you to enforce the rules on relevant and on questions. When asked at Foreign Affairs Committee just a couple of weeks ago, the minister said that a status of forces agreement with Iraq outlining operating rules for Canadian forces had not yet been completed. Has that agreement now been completed? And if so, when can Canadians see it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, clearly the leader of the NDP does not identify or understand the fact that our friends in Israel are on the front lines combating terrorism in the region, Mr. Speaker. That's why on this side of the House we support our friends in Israel, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the NDP, whose position is all over the place, Canada will stand up for Israel, will stand up for freedom around the world, Mr. Speaker. The NDP their supporter calls the NDP an effing IDF, and all those who support it, Mr. Speaker, they claim that the media are ignoring it, call it BS. We'll stand up for Israel. We'll stand up for our...
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that does not speak very favourably about your neutrality in this House.
Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Conference Board of Canada confirmed what Canadians have been long telling us. Today's young people are perhaps the first generation of Canadians to be worse off than their parents. The Conference Board says this is a serious economic problem. We agree. So will the government please tell us what is their plan to address this problem?
You're here. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, under our Conservative government, we will continue to have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the G7. Since coming to office, we've helped 2.1 million youth obtain skills, obtain training and jobs. However, we recognize more can be done, and that's why our Economic Action Plan 2014 will help young Canadians get the skills they need for in-demand jobs, help young entrepreneurs start more businesses, and support more paid internships for graduates.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, there's no question we're also going to be leaving our children an environment that is ever more threatened. This Prime Minister has shown no leadership on climate change and indeed can't even be bothered to show up. He uses a megaphone on the world stage when it suits his purpose. Why is the Prime Minister completely missing on climate change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about missing on climate change, I think the Liberal leader should know I'm actually in a difficult position right now because I agree with the Liberal leader's statement on the Liberal leadership, but not this leader. Remember Mr. Ignatieff who said we didn't get it done? Under their watch, Mr. Speaker, greenhouse gases actually went up 130 megatons, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing is we're taking a sector-by-sector regulatory approach that's working, and that's leadership. We're the first major coal user to ban construction of traditional coal-fired electrical generating units. That's leadership, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, the Minister of Environment announced 3 new regulatory initiatives that will lower air pollution.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, whereas this Prime Minister is absent from the UN Climate Summit, Prime Ministers Premiers Clark and Prentice approved of an agreement between 73 countries and 1,000 businesses to establish a carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister finally agree that action must be taken to protect the environment and accept to participate in this agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking a leadership role. We're taking solid action. All the Liberals did is talk about it. They signed on to Kyoto with absolutely no plan to get to where we need to be. Thanks to our actions, Mr. Speaker, we've seen reductions in greenhouse gases since 2005 without imposing a job-killing carbon tax, which the Liberals support. Our government's record is clear. Per capita carbon emissions have fallen to their lowest level since tracking began. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a fact. In 2012, greenhouse gases were more than 5% lower than at 2005 levels, while the economy grew by more than 10% during the same period. Mr. Speaker, and that...
The honourable member for Halifax.
Today, the Prime Minister will not be present in the biggest meeting of heads of state on climate change in New York. Even if others are, people like President Barack Obama and Prime Minister Cameron. Today, the path will be set for the Paris 2015 conference. And what is the Conservative contribution, other than recycled announcements? It's just things that won't even be in effect until 2018. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's ridiculous. We're taking a leadership role. The Minister of Environment is in New York City this week representing Canada at a number of climate change meetings. Canada has and is taking significant efforts to curb climate change through a number of avenues, both domestic and international. Mr. Speaker, through our investments in clean energy and our sector-by-sector regulatory approach, we have seen our economy grow while emissions have gone down, unlike the Liberals and the NDP, who want a job-killing carbon tax.
The honourable member for Halifax.
The only environmental measure that the Conservatives are prepared to follow is recycling of prepared statements. Meanwhile, the entire world is pulling together. A coalition of 73 states and 1,000 businesses led by the president of the World Bank is proposing to put a price on carbon. And where is the Prime Minister? Once again, absent. Why are the Conservatives ignoring the business community, which is demanding action on the issue of climate change?
Mr. Speaker, the NDP have been telling people for years that it has to be one or the other. In other words, they'll have to shut down the economy in order to help the environment. And the reason they're so mad, Mr. Speaker, is we've proven their whole ideology wrong. We, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and our Environment Minister, has seen the Canadian economy grow 10%, while greenhouse gases have actually decreased 5%, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we on this side are correct in our approach, and they on that side are stuck in an ideology that has been proven wrong.
Should listen to the speeches of the UN, because the simple fact is this: by failing utterly and completely to come to grips with the climate crisis and make real reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, the Conservatives are setting Canada up to fail in the green energy economy of tomorrow. Report after report, the latest on Monday from Clean Energy Canada, shows that Canada will be left behind in the clean energy revolution if the federal government doesn't wake up. Why are the Conservatives asking Canadians to miss out on what could be a $3 trillion market?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, our party is the only party that is committed to protecting the environment while keeping the Canadian economy strong. We believe that you can do both at the same time. This is why we've made significant investments to begin Canada's transition to a clean energy economy and advance our climate change objectives. Mr. Speaker, Canada already has one of the cleanest electricity systems in the world, and it's the world's third largest producer of hydroelectricity. Mr. Speaker, over 3/4 of Canada's power comes from emission-free sources, and that's something Canadians need to know.
Honourable member for Halifax.
Let's be clear, this is the same government that's essentially given up on oil and gas regulations. Canada's going to New York empty-handed on the global fight against climate change. Our allies and our closest trading partner, they get the urgency, and they're taking real action to reduce emissions and boost clean energy. So what kind of climate impacts do we have to see here at home before the Conservatives get it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government gets it. We realize that you can both grow the economy and protect the economy at the same protect the environment at the same time. Our government is taking important steps to help Canadians adapt to the changing climate. We have made significant investments to help Canadians understand and plan for climate impacts, including Canada's north. This helps our government to produce, Mr. Speaker, credible, science-based information to support planning and decisions making. This is something that the NDP is against. All they want is a $20 billion carbon tax that will increase the price of everything.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When they talk about EI, the Liberals and the Conservatives forget about workers. They only have eyes for surpluses in the fund. Over the years, by reducing eligibility and benefits, they've managed to worm out $57 billion from workers. And today, we're seeing history repeated with the $3.5 billion surplus that is projected for 2015. The Conservatives plan to use it to balance their budget, and the Liberals would like to use it to finance a poorly designed tax credit. Mr. Speaker, when will the government stop using the workers' money for purposes other than EI? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have frozen the premiums for EI for a 3-year period, which has allowed job creators and workers to save $650 million for 2014 alone. Our new job credit for small businesses that will decrease premiums will do so by 15%, which will allow small businesses to save more than $550 million. As of 2017, the premiums will be established.
Dartmouth.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Liberals and Conservatives teamed up to take more than $57 billion from the EI fund, money that was meant to pay for workers' benefits. Atlantic Canada is still reeling from the cuts to employment insurance, and access is at an all-time low. Now they both have new plans to raid the fund for their own political advantage. This has got to stop. Will the minister support my bill to protect the EI account and finally put an end to Liberal and Conservative stealing money from workers and employers?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, both the NDP and the Liberals have supported a 45-day work year that would drastically increase premiums by 35% at a cost of $4 billion. Unlike the opposition, we will not attack job creators with massive tax cuts. In fact, we're introducing a credit for small businesses that will save them over $500 million, which will generate employment and which is fair to the biggest creators of employment in this country.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
One moment, the minister accuses the Liberals of raiding the EI fund, and the next, he's doing the exact same thing. And neither plan helps the 60% of unemployed Canadians who can't access EI at all. Instead of raiding EI and shoveling that money to their corporate friends, why won't the minister admit it's not their money and allow the hundreds of thousands of unemployed Canadians to access the benefits they paid for?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our small business tax credit will lower EI payroll taxes by 15% and save businesses over $550 million. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business says the credit will create 25,000 new jobs. Wow. And while we're lowering these payroll taxes for 90% of businesses, 780,000 of them, the Liberals and NDP are supporting a 45-day work year that would cost $40 billion. We will not attack job creators with massive tax cuts.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
People who support a 45-day work year all over in the Senate. Speaking of which, the Mike Duffy trial has been announced. He's going up on 31 charges, including bribery. Now, Canadians are hoping they're going to finally find out how key people in the Prime Minister's office were involved in setting up the bribe, but the only person charged is Mike Duffy so far. So to get back to the issue at hand, if the Prime Minister is asked to testify, will he hide behind parliamentary privilege, or will he help Canadians get to the bottom of this thing and come clean in court?
Very good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already answered that question. As you know, this case is before the courts, so we'll let the courts make a decision on their own.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we know now what the trial date is for the former Senator Mike Duffy. We hope that this trial, which will start in April, will finally allow us to shed some light on the role of the Prime Minister's office in this story. At the heart of this is a check, and the man who received it has been charged. But we're wondering very much how it is that the man who signed the check, the former Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, has not been charged, along with the others who orchestrated this situation. Will the minister make sure that the Canadians go to the polls in the full knowledge of what actually happened?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I just said, this case is before the courts, so we'll allow the courts to make a decision. At the same time, of course, Mr. Speaker, we know that the NDP itself have an outstanding bill of about $1.5 million that they owe to Canadian taxpayers for illegal use of taxpayer funds to support offices in provinces where they have actually no members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I hope the NDP will, for once, do the right thing, repay taxpayers the money that they took from them, Mr. Speaker, and not follow the example of the Liberals who took $40 million and have never returned it to the Canadian taxpayer.
Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada lost a staggering 112,000 private sector jobs in August. Over the past year, our working-age population has grown by 375,000, but only 15,000 new full-time jobs were created. The Conservative small business tax credit will make this dire situation worse by giving employers a perverse incentive to actually cut jobs. The Liberal plan would foster growth and help create as many as 176,000 new jobs. Why won't the government adopt our plan?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the last group to talk about EI should be the Liberal Party, which raided EI to the tune of some $60 billion. So they're hardly in a position to talk about what we are going to achieve, which is a balance in the EI account. As to their ill-conceived back-of-the-envelope policy, basically it would encourage firing temporary and seasonal workers.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, economists from Jack Mintz to Mike Moffat have slammed the Conservative plan, saying that it will discourage job creation and economic growth. Liberals have a better idea, an EI break for firms that actually create jobs. Today, the CFIB endorsed our plan, saying, and I quote, "Love the Liberal Party plan to exempt small businesses from EI premiums for new hires. Lots of jobs potential." Will the Conservatives listen to reason and adopt the Liberal plan for jobs and growth?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, our plan, which will put $550 million in the hands of small businesses, will create 25,000 new jobs. It will be affordable, and it will work. We have created 1.1 million jobs since the depths of the recession, and we're going to continue to work for hardworking Canadians, and we're going to achieve a surplus which will enable us to do more.
The Honourable Member for Roscanna.
Speaker, the CFIB and economists like Mintz, Moffat and Gordon all support the jobs approach of my colleague, the member for Papineau. At a time when there are 230,000 more unemployed Canadians than before the recession and 240,000 fewer jobs for young people, the country needs a relentless focus on new and incremental jobs. The government's plan does not do that. It caps employment and it even incents layoffs. But for that exact same money, such failings can be fixed. So why not?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our plan will work, unlike the Liberal plan. The CFIB has supported the plan because they understand it will create 25,000 new jobs. It will alleviate the tax burden for the great employers in this country. Small business, some 780,000 businesses will benefit from this. 90% of all businesses. We're proud of the plan. We know it's going to work, and it's supported by small business and the CFIB.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thousands of Canadians are waiting years for a hearing at the Social Security Tribunal. And now, with the lowest ever access, Conservatives revealed that this was part of their plan all along. Instead of helping, Conservatives decided tribunals would simply hear 25% fewer cases. Seniors, the unemployed, people with disabilities are left years without income, waiting for an appeal. Why are Conservatives making it almost impossible for vulnerable Canadians to exercise their right to appeal?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, as is often the case, Mr. Speaker, that member gives new meaning to hyperbole. And one thing she doesn't recognize is the very significant progress made by my department in reducing by some 90%, that's 90%, the number of employment insurance appeals, because the department is now actually handling reconsiderations internally, resolving these cases without people having to make an appeal. This has reduced by 90% the number of EI appeals and has increased from 6 months under the former Board of Referees to 2 months now. The processing time for EI appeals, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to getting benefits to unemployed Canadians, we're getting the job done faster.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, since the new Social Security Tribunal was set up, thousands of Canadians have been waiting for appeals. Several of them are waiting for an EI or pension check. But the Conservatives have slashed the Tribunal's operating budget and set a target of 25% fewer appeals heard. In short, the Conservatives hope the Tribunal's backlog will save them some money. It's outrageous, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government trying to save money at the expense of the least fortunate in our society? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, at least the NDP is consistent linguistically. They ask the same questions in French and in English. Luckily, we've reduced the number of appeals by 90% for EI claimants because my department is doing a review of people who've been rejected, refused, and that has led to a 90% drop in appeals, and we've increased accelerated processing times by months. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. A study published this morning shows that 47% of Canadians are unhappy with healthcare wait times. In 2014, the Conservative government axed the $250 million transfer to the provinces to cut wait times. Wait times, unfortunately, are the time needed wasted time in curing illness. Will the Conservative government try to show some leadership and improve wait times? The Honourable Minister of Health.
The government has shown leadership on wait times by providing $1 billion for the provinces and territories to establish the guarantees in wait time priority areas. And we have seen some very good progress with the provinces. They have met almost 80% of their time targets, including radiation therapy, hip replacements, and hip fracture repair. We'll continue to work with them, Mr. Speaker, but this is an area that they are focused on, and I would remind the members well that we know from the recent report of the Canadian Institute of Health Information that we have the highest levels of physicians now working in Canada. So this is a tough challenge for the provinces and territories, but we stand ready to support them.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is ignoring the fact that her government actually cut the money to the wait times in this country.
Hear, hear.
As we can see today from the new report from the Wait Time Alliance, Canadians are becoming increasingly frustrated with this government's inaction. In fact, 94% of Canadians are concerned about waiting too long to see specialists, and a majority of Canadians, according to a poll, believe things have gotten worse, not better, under this government. So when will this government finally provide leadership that the Canadians are looking for and work with provinces to reduce wait times?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've done exactly that. And, of course, we have given all the tools necessary to the provinces, territories, in terms of funding them up to $40 billion annually, year in, year out, by the end of the decade. Also providing funding above and beyond that to help them reach their priority areas of wait times. They are seeing some results in the areas where they've set priorities for wait time guarantees. We're working with them on that. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a complex area. As I've mentioned, we have more physicians now working in Canada than ever before, so it's more than just availability of doctors. Provinces are working on better models of care, and we'll support them to do more.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we learned that the United States and its allies have carried out airstrikes against ISIL in Syria. As you're aware, ISIL has been using Syria as its launching pad for its operations in Iraq. These airstrikes were aimed at key ISIL areas, including ISIL's stronghold Raqqa. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs please comment on this latest development? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is united with our allies in recognizing the need to address this barbaric terrorist threat. We will not stand idly by while ISIL continues its murder of innocent civilians and religious minorities. Inaction is not an option. That's why Canada has deployed Canadian Armed Forces members to provide strategic and tactical advice. We have provided funding to support regional efforts to limit the movement of foreign fighters into Iraq and Syria, and we support the U.S. efforts to conduct airstrikes against ISIL in Syria.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the recent conflict in Gaza took a tragic toll on civilians, especially on children. Yesterday, the Canadian Medical Association Journal published an editorial in support of Dr. Abilash's initiative to bring injured Palestinian children to Canada for treatment. Health professionals are willing and able to help. Canadians want to help. Will the Minister of Immigration do the right thing and then immediately grant visas for these children and their caregivers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we applaud the humanitarian instincts of those who want to assist victims of Hamas. We recognize the importance of ensuring innocent victims receive the medical support they need close to their families and their loved ones, and that includes avoiding the medical risks and dangers of being transported overseas. Our government is exploring options with international partners and stakeholders on how best to deploy Canadian medical expertise, financing and material to support victims of Hamas and create sustainable medical solutions in the region. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with our allies on it.
The honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Mr. Speaker, what we need in the Middle East is a balanced approach that puts the priority on protecting civilians, and only the leader of the official opposition is in a position to do that, and the government is just saying anything and everything. The fact is that children in Gaza are not getting the expert care they need. In an unprecedented editorial, the Canadian Medical Association Journal called on the Conservatives to stop blocking efforts by doctors, nurses, and the Ontario government to bring 100 wounded kids from the Gaza Strip to Canada for treatment. Why is the health of kids in the Gaza Strip so unimportant to the Minister, the Honourable Minister?
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we are exploring ways in which we can deploy Canadian medical expertise over to Gaza because we want to eliminate the risk of these little ones who have been injured by Hamas, of the situation of overseas travel. We know that they need their parents and their loved ones close to them during these very difficult times. But, Mr. Speaker, what we want to do is to ensure that medical support in the Gaza Strip has greater capacity in the hospitals, and that they will be able to treat the wounded and providing ways for doctors.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of this minister's lack of leadership, Canada is missing the boat once again and missing an opportunity to do a good deed on the international scene. The civil war in Syria has been raging for 4 years. 43% of the population has been displaced, and we've taken in Canada only 150 refugees. It's simple. Canada is not measuring up to the expectations of the international community. Since we have the expertise and the resources to take in more refugees, why is the minister dragging his feet? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's pitiful to see a former Foreign Service officer leading a misinformation campaign against the Canadian public. In the House, we have repeatedly said that there are over 200 government-sponsored refugees that have come to Canada and over 1,500 refugees, Syrian refugees, already in Canada receiving Canada's protection. Let's be serious about a serious issue. That's what we're doing on this side of the House.
It's really pitiful as a Minister of Immigration who won't do his job when the world community is asking for Canada to do its job. He's sitting behind words and throwing mud at us. Mr. Speaker, the Syrian conflict is serious. The UNHCR has asked Canada to do more. They've asked us to take 10,000 refugees. And what do we hear from this minister? Nothing, except, oh, we've brought in 200. That's not enough, Mr. Speaker. What Canada should and must do is do our job. It's the Canadian way. It's the right thing to do. Why won't this minister do his job and accept more Syrian refugees?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we've not only done our job in Syria, 1,500 refugees and growing. We've not only done our job in Iraq, 18,000 plus refugees, more than any other country in the world. We've not only done our job as a donor to Syria, over $600 million of support in all fields to meet the needs of people affected by that crisis. We've also done our job, Mr. Speaker, on the security front. This is a Prime Minister, this is a government that will revoke citizenship of dual nationals who commit terrorist acts, that will revoke the passports of those who go there. Why won't the NDP support us on these simple...
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, Mike Duffy's trial on 31 criminal charges represents the chance of a lifetime for the Prime Minister. He now has an opportunity to demonstrate from the witness box that he really is tough on crime. The Prime Minister now knows the dates of the trial and that he's a material witness. So as he said when authorizing the $90,000 payment, is the Prime Minister good to go?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Prime Minister has already answered that question. This is a case that's before the courts and will allow the courts to do their job. Thank you.
Here. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, part of my responsibility as Liberal defence critic is to speak with serving members and see firsthand the conditions on bases right across the country. While previous governments always promoted this, I and my colleagues have been repeatedly blocked and denied permission to visit military bases. This is shocking partisanship because Conservative members have been invited onto bases inside and outside of their ridings and even attended photo ops and check presentations on bases. Why is there one set of rules for Conservative MPs and another set of rules for everyone else?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member has it wrong. Members from all parties routinely visit bases outside their home, whether it's with a parliamentary committee to attend an important event or to otherwise participate in government work. Also, if any member has a base within their riding, a visit can certainly be arranged. At all times, we want to ensure that the resources of the Canadian Armed Forces are used effectively, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, people on the south shore of Montreal are concerned. There is more and more crude oil traveling by rail on the south shore, and the government refuses to make reports public about the inspection of that stretch of rail. We've seen tragic accidents on our railways. Why is the minister refusing to publish reports on the Sorel-Saint-Lambert section of rail? What's she trying to hide? The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
The honourable member will know this government has done a lot and very much with respect to rail safety in the country. We have made sure to communicate with municipalities. We've made sure to communicate with industry on the issues. And indeed, we're the government that has brought in more transparency when it comes to the goods being transported through communities. We issued a protective disclosure order last year to ensure that communities were being kept up to date with what's going on. And we continue to facilitate the relationship between the rail, the condition of the rail, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative approach to rail transportation is to give the rail companies a blank check or carte blanche. We saw this in the reports following the Lac Mégantic tragedy. The current infrastructure minister was, when that minister was at the helm of transport, gave out treats, special exemptions like Halloween treats, full fistfuls. We expect them to have learned lessons from Lac Mégantic. What's been done to make the inspection system safer?
We take rail safety very seriously. We don't make jokes about it on this side of the House whatsoever. It's a very serious matter. We want to ensure that the resources are in place, that we have the inspectors in place, and that's why we've been acting on this file continuously since 2006. We'll continue to roll out measures on rail safety as well, Mr. Speaker, in consultation with HoC.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government created the Rouge National Urban Park Act, which will result in the first urban national park in this country. Last year, Ontario's Liberal government signed an agreement with our government to transfer lands to Parks Canada to help establish the Rouge National Urban Park, but Ontario is now backtracking on its commitment. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister please inform this House on the status of that agreement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Liberals both here and at Queen's Park have turned their back on the Rouge Valley, Mr. Speaker, by supporting a proposal that would evict our local farmers and plant trees across 2,000 acres of Class 1 farmland. They are doing just that, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we brought forward legislation that would protect the Rouge Valley, give it the highest level of protection it has ever had. We provided $140 million to make Canada's first national urban park, Mr. Speaker. But by attacking our farmers and by not supporting the Rouge, these Liberals have shown that they're just like the Trudeau Liberals of the 1970s, who initially evicted the same farmers from these lands, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
During International Year of Cooperatives, the government axed the Cooperative Development Initiative, a national program to support co-ops. 5 organizations complained because the decision undermines the development of official language minority communities. The Commissioner of Official Languages found that the government had not kept its commitments under Part 7 of the Official Languages Act. One of the recommendations calls on the government to take immediate steps to ensure that all employees taking part in the decision-making process should understand their obligations under the Official Languages Act. Has this been done? And if not, what is the government going to do about this? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about our country and government responsibilities for both official languages, we have 2 national languages. We take this seriously. We have 15 departments that run their own files in connection with this responsibility. And I would encourage the colleague who just spoke to speak to the minister responsible for that file. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, the Bazuma family were human rights activists in Hungary, and they've now been living in a Toronto church for the last 32 months. If any of them steps out of the church, they risk being arrested and deported. But they've been subpoenaed to testify at a hearing into problems with their former lawyer, and their daughter Lulu needs to go to kindergarten. Will the minister listen to the 43,000 people who have already signed their petition? Will the Conservatives let the Bazuma family stay in Canada?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, Canada's fair and generous immigration and asylum systems are second to none. There are numerous avenues of appeal open to all of those whose cases fail at the first instance. Once those avenues of appeal have been exhausted, we expect claimants to leave this country. And I would call upon all of those who care about this family to deliver that very clear message to the Bazuma family.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is committed to protecting and strengthening the long-term financial security of hard-working Canadians. Yesterday, we witnessed the Minister of International Trade, along with his Korean counterpart, sign the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. This agreement, Canada's first in Asia, will create thousands of jobs for Canadians. Can the Minister of International Trade please inform the House about the next steps to implement this agreement?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the hard-working member from Sarnia-Lambton for that excellent question. And today our government did in fact table in this House the Canada-Korea Economic Growth and Prosperity Act. Stakeholders from across Canada are openly calling on Parliament to pass this bill without delay so that Canadians can reap the benefits of this agreement. We know the NDP's anti-trade ideology, and we know the Liberal Party's mediocre record on concluding trade agreements. Only this Conservative government understands how critical freer and more open trade is to the long-term prosperity of our country.
The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, the fall food fishery off Newfoundland and Labrador has been officially underway since Saturday, but there hasn't been much activity on the water because of poor weather. The food fishery is only 8 days long, forcing people to either risk their lives in dangerous conditions to catch what they can before it closes, or else go without. People have died, Mr. Speaker. Will the Conservatives take poor weather and people's safety into account? Will they agree to extend the fall food fishery?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize the importance of the recreational cod fishery to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and that's why we reopened the fishery in 2007. I do understand that poor weather has impacted the start-fall period of this year's fishery. And after having spoken to several people from Newfoundland and Labrador and out of concern for the safety of others, I have directed DFO to extend the season until October 1st.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
La breveté de Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Speaker, in its report of August 19th, the Transportation Safety Board stated that the role of government was to provide checks and balances, oversight over railway companies transporting dangerous goods. The industry is in full expansion mode. Trains are carrying more and more crude oil in eastern Quebec, and the public and municipalities are concerned about this. They want the government to protect them. Has the Transport Minister altered her approach since the TSB report so as to oversee the railway companies' safety management systems? The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the safety and security of Canadians. We've taken many steps and many actions with respect to rail safety in this country since 2006. Most notably, we have increased the funding for safety management system audits. We've increased the number of inspectors, and we make sure that the information flows to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities so they understand what goods are going through their communities for the purposes of response. We'll continue to work on this file, Mr. Speaker, mindful of the work that the TSB has done, and I look forward to working with my counterpart as well on these matters because they are of mutual concern for all of us.
That concludes question period for today. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Business is at 5, resuming debate on the motion standing in the name of Mr. Bryson.
Order. À l'ordre. The member for Winnipeg North still has 5 minutes of questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Perhaps if people would take their socializing outside of the House, I could identify whether anybody's standing to ask a question. The honourable member for Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, yes, for the honourable member from Winnipeg North. Regarding the two plans at play here, which of course is the Conservative one and one we're putting forth today, talks about the EI holiday and just how substantial that is, more substantial than what is being brought forward to Canadians by the current government. Certainly when you get over that threshold of $15,000, less than that obviously becomes a benefit. Anything over that becomes not only less beneficial, but certainly serves as a disincentive for marginal businesses, which will certainly take advantage of that. So I would like to ask him about that particular situation and how this would be a great benefit to him and to his constituents in Winnipeg North. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Again, I repeat, if you want to carry on conversations, will you please take it out of the chamber? Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there is a huge difference as the Liberals try to focus on creating new jobs and hiring more Canadians. This is one of the ways in which we can grow the middle class and expand opportunities for Canadian families by adopting what the Liberal Party is proposing. That, of course, Mr. Speaker, is to recognize the need for an EI premium exemption for every new worker hired, Mr. Speaker, to fill a new job in 2015 and 2016. That will create in excess, Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated, of over 150,000 jobs all over Canada, compared to what it is that the Conservative plan will do. And that is best said, Mr. Speaker, in one of the media outlets that I got off of the Internet, where it states, and I quote from it, for firms that are just under the $15,000 threshold, and this is referring, Mr. Speaker, to the Conservative plan, hiring a new worker would mean crossing the line and losing the tax credit entirely. For firms that are just over the threshold, the incentives are even more perverse. Firms may choose to actually reduce employment in order to be eligible for the tax credit. Mr. Speaker, they're night and day. The Liberal plan creates jobs. The Conservative plan has a huge question mark over it, so we're calling upon the government to support the Liberal opposition motion today. By doing that, they are supporting more jobs for more Canadians, Mr. Speaker, which will enrich and assist our middle class from coast to coast to coast here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been in this House all morning and this afternoon listening to this debate, and I'm really disturbed by one common theme that I keep on hearing from the Liberal side. And it came up again in the question. It also came up in the member's speech before question period here. And that's this challenging of the integrity of the small business owners and entrepreneurs across Canada. They continually stand up and say that small businesses, for the sake of a few $100s, are going to shut down one employee in their business. They're going to cut people. They're going to stop growth in their businesses. I find that really shameful, Mr. Speaker. And I know I was with the honourable member from Winnipeg North at a small business opening right next to his constituency office this summer. And I really want to ask the member, does he really sincerely believe that that small business owner, who he spoke of so highly at that opening, would go and lay off an employee, put his business in jeopardy for the sake of a few $100s over the course of a few years? I find that really appalling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, we need to recognize that there are hundreds of thousands of small businesses all across our great land. And there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever in my mind and in the minds of many individuals, Mr. Speaker, even academics, that would say that this government's position on their small business job credit is somewhat perverse in the sense that in certain situations you will find that there will be job losses, Mr. Speaker. This isn't just something that the Liberal Party is saying. This is even outside sources that are saying this, Mr. Speaker. It's silly for us to jump to the conclusion that it will not be a problem. It is, And the government and the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister in particular should recognize that their program is flawed. There is a flaw that's in there. Even by the government's own admission, they're talking maybe 25,000 jobs. That's their own admission. What we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, is in excess of 100,000 more jobs than the 25,000 that they're hoping to be able to achieve, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal proposal is a better idea, and it doesn't cost a dime more than what the Conservatives are proposing, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be splitting my time with my learned colleague from Elmwood, Transcona. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to address this motion raised by my Liberal colleague across the way, and I want to focus my time on the subject of tax relief and other support for small business. I do so because long before our government introduced the small business job credit, we continually acted to leave more money in the pockets of our nation's businesses and with the Canadians who work for them. As the member opposite is aware, our government has introduced 180 tax relief measures to keep our economy strong and growing, and we've been committed to using Canadians' tax dollars in the most prudent and effective way possible. Let's talk about broad-based tax relief for a moment, Mr. Speaker. This responsible and disciplined use of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars is expected to get us back to balanced budget in 2015. That is a remarkable achievement given that what we were confronted with just a few short years ago. Now, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the only person in Canada who would disagree with that would be the leader of the Liberal Party. He criticized our action to balance the budget, Mr. Speaker, because according to him, a balanced budget happens all by itself. That is some business sense, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, our government understands the importance of sound economic management. And as most of you know, when disaster struck the world economy, we took immediate and precise action. In the middle of the world's worst global recession since the Great Depression, we introduced the Economic Action Plan to protect Canadian business and protect Canadian jobs. In fact, even before the global crisis, our government was focused directly on the economic fundamentals, in particular, paying down debt and delivering broad-based tax relief to Canadian job creators and families alike. As a result of our low-tax plan, Mr. Speaker, the average family of four is saving about $3,400 a year in taxes in the year 2014. We also cut the GST from 7% to 5%. We introduced the tax-free savings account to allow Canadians to save tax-free. And, Mr. Speaker, since then, more than 10 million Canadians have opened a tax-free savings account. We've cut taxes in every way that the government collects them: personal taxes, consumption taxes, excise taxes, and business taxes. Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on small business tax relief now. Allow me to highlight a key driver of growth in our economy, and that is, of course, Canada's small businesses. Let's be clear. The small business job credit is fantastic news for the small businesses right across this country. Our small business tax job credit will lower EI payroll taxes by 15% and save small businesses over $550 million. In addition, we've made certain that beginning in 2017, premiums will be set according to a 7-year break-even rate, ensuring that premiums are no higher ever than they need to be. Unfortunately, the Liberals Party's EI proposal, that is full of bad math and encourages business to lay off workers, again demonstrates that the Liberal leader has yet to understand small business. But let me quote someone who does understand small business. Jay Myers of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters said the small business job credit will help
a powerhouse. He was referring to the thousands of small businesses in the Canadian economy to become even more competitive. He makes a good point, Mr. Speaker. With important matters such as these, I would kindly encourage the members of the Liberal Party to listen to experienced business professionals rather than their less experienced leader. Small business are an absolute vital component of job creation, and we're committed to supporting them. That's why we introduced the Small Business Job Credit in the first place. But it's just the latest step in a long line of actions by our government. Indeed, support for small business has been and continues to be a critical pillar of our economic action plan. We reduced the small business tax rate to 11% and increased the amount of income eligible for this lower rate to $500,000 from $300,000. And as a result, we've lowered the tax bill for small businesses with $500,000 of taxable income by over $28,000. That's a 34% decrease in their taxes, Mr. Speaker, and they appreciate it. We also increased the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 in 2014 and indexed the new limit to inflation going forward. By doing so, we are increasing the potential rewards of investing in small business and making it easier for owners of small business to transfer their family business to their next generation. Our government has also reduced the red tape burden for small and medium-sized businesses to help them navigate the tax system. They now face fewer regulations, and the cost of red tape has been reduced by nearly $20 million annually. We've also committed to enshrining a one-for-one rule into law. For every new regulation added that imposes a burden on businesses, one must be eliminated. One for one, Mr. Speaker. Though we've lowered taxes, taxes still continue to absorb dollars that would otherwise be used by business owners to seize opportunities for growth and create jobs. Accordingly, and as indicated in our Economic Action Plan 2014, further tax relief for small businesses will be a priority for our government following the return to balanced budgets in 2015. Mr. Speaker, these steps are just a few of the many ways our Conservative government has demonstrated its commitment to the Canadian economy and to small business in particular. The result of that commitment is clear, and I think everyone in the House will agree, even those across the way, Mr. Speaker, should they choose to admit it, that the results that we've obtained are somewhat remarkable. Few countries in the world have emerged from the global economic crisis as strong and as resilient as Canada has, led by our Conservative government. Indeed, the Canadian economy continues to be envied all around the world. After 8 consecutive years of making the right economic choices, Canada remains strong and will be stronger going forward. As the Small Business Job Credit makes clear, we are not done yet. Small and medium-sized businesses are crucial to Canada's long-term prosperity. Canadians depend on the jobs that they create and the services they provide. Our government supports these businesses and Canadians by keeping taxes low and cutting red tape. Indeed, we've received international recognition, Mr. Speaker, for our world-class business tax system. Together with our government's commitment to return to a balanced budget in 2015, these measures will further strengthen Canada's business climate and economy. Mr. Speaker, by laying a solid foundation for jobs and growth through tax relief, our government is helping to ensure that our country is well positioned to face future challenges and that all Canadians have the opportunity to fully participate and share in a strong and prosperous Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is that as I listen to him speak, and I'm sure he's heard and has a fairly decent understanding of what it is that the Conservative government is proposing, and some of the drawbacks to that particular program. It's expected at best to generate, let's say, between 25 to 30,000 potential jobs, and that's at best. On the other hand, the Liberal proposal that we're debating here today would be much more universal in its application, and we have heard numbers in the way of potentially in excess of 150,000 jobs that could be created. I'm wondering if he can provide comment in terms of why it is the government wouldn't be in favor of having a reform or a change to a program that would allow for greater opportunity and prosperity for our country.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Liberals, who have come up with some pretty outlandish schemes to say they support business, our small business jobs plan was created with the help of small business organizations, and we've received great support from them, and we've had great comments that this is what small business was looking for. And Mr. Speaker, we have proved that when a government can lower taxes to small business, it creates more jobs and benefits the economy. And Mr. Speaker, we don't have to take any lessons from the Liberal Party to understand what to do to help small business. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And a good government always takes lessons to try to achieve the best results for Canadians. So my question is to my friend across the way. The Conservatives came out with this EI rating plan. So they're going to raid the EI fund again. Canadians have seen this fund that workers and employers pay into, not the government, to use it for their scheme, which gives a $200 incentive to hire somebody and a $2,200 incentive to fire somebody. Now, if that's the Conservatives' math on how to create jobs, that's interesting. Then the Liberals popped up with the motion we have today, which they cost out at $225 million, follow the math here. But if the plan actually does what the Liberals hope it does and create the number of jobs they claim, would actually end up costing $1.5 billion. And we've seen this before. Math is difficult. We know it. You got to go through this very slowly. But here's my question for my friend, that there was a proposal in the last election to create a small business hiring tax credit. We made this in conjunction, as he says, with the small business community, very much liked it, and it tied a tax relief to the creation of a job. I know that may be a radical proposal for some in this place, but New Democrats believe that if you're going to get something, you should give something. And the giving is the creating of that job, which we all want. Now, this was something that Conservatives actually picked up, adopted, and put into budgets for 2 years consecutively. And the Canadian Federation of Independent Business loved the idea. Small businesses loved the idea. I imagine in his riding in Prince George they did as well. Now, why, for heaven's sakes, will the government take a program that works, creates jobs, particularly jobs for younger Canadians, with the implicit connection to this tax break, and instead cut it? They killed the program entirely, and then create a program that dips into the EI fund yet again, after billions have been raided, to create a program that doesn't have any link at all to creating a job that's going to cost some hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayer. Why, for heaven's sakes, will the government take a program that works, kill it, and instead replace it with a program that at best is a wish and a prayer to create the kind of economy we want? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, in the some 20 years that I've been in the House, I've heard one message from small business all across this country, that they consider the EI premiums a payroll tax. And we promised them at every step that we would seek ways to reduce that payroll tax, the EI premiums, and we've done that, Mr. Speaker. And we've received high praise from coast to coast to coast from small business owners saying, thank you. You've looked after our thresholds for business tax. You've lowered our business rate to 11% from 15%. You've raised the capital gains threshold. And, Mr. Speaker, now they're thanking us, and they've thanked us for the stable economy that we've been able to keep through this recession when other nations were suffering in pretty desperate times. They're thanking us for this latest move. We've reduced the payroll taxes. We've given them a plan to lower their payroll taxes, and that, Mr. Speaker, is what they've been looking for, and there's going to be new jobs as a result of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to outline how our Conservative government is putting more money in the hands of our job creators, the small business entrepreneurs who drive our economy. Sadly, this motion we are debating today clearly illustrates the Liberals' complete misunderstanding of how economies grow and prosper in the real world. Mr. Speaker, this motion would suggest somehow that lower payroll costs and taxes for small businesses will result in job losses. The reality is entirely the opposite. Small business owners are focused on growing their business and look further down the line than the narrow-sighted approach the Liberals accuse them of. They will not damage their long-term growth for the sake of a few $100s in the short term. The reality is that lower payroll taxes actually create jobs. They empower Canadian entrepreneurs, leaving more of their own hard-earned money for them to invest and grow their businesses, supporting the families and communities that depend on them. Our government's recent small business job credit is just the latest in a range of measures that will cut costs and support small businesses in creating jobs and growth. The small business job credit will effectively cut EI payroll taxes by 15% and save small businesses over $550 million. And in keeping with our efforts to minimize the paper burden and cut red tape for small businesses, this credit will require no new paperwork. The Canada Revenue Agency will automatically determine eligibility and calculate the amount of the credit. Indeed, the small business job credit is good news for small business and good news for jobs and growth. But the Liberals need not take my word for it. They can hear this, should they choose to listen, from the people who would know best, small business themselves. Dan Kelly, President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, has concluded that the credit will make it easier for small employers to hire that extra worker, increase employee wages, or pay for workplace training. He concludes that across Canada, we estimate the $550 million left in the hands of small business will lead to 25,000 person years of employment. And he adds that it couldn't come at a better time. CFIB's most recent business barometer found that the economy is trending up, and more small businesses are looking to expand than shrink. Measures like this reassure job creators, which can make the difference when deciding whether to hire. Perhaps most importantly, Mr. Kelly also had words for those espousing the sort of ridiculous claim at the core of today's opposition motion. He has stated, and I quote, "Some suggested companies will lay off staff or hold off hiring to stay under the threshold to receive the credit. I've got news for them. Small business owners don't have time to research the eligibility requirements, then carefully manage their payroll to receive a few $100s over 2 years." Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals, we understand small business owners are focused and busy with creating jobs and the growth of their businesses. They discredit these entrepreneurs by making allegations they will spend time trying to game the tax system for the short term at the expense of their own future ability to grow. We have more confidence in their long-term planning. We believe they want to grow their businesses the Canadian way, through hard work and innovation. And moreover, we appreciate the contribution they make to the Canadian economy. Small businesses employ half of the working men and women in Canada's private sector. They account for a third of our country's GDP. Small businesses drive our prosperity and give back to the community. That is why the Small Business Job Credit is just the latest of our government's effective actions to support their efforts. We have cut their red tape. We implemented the one-for-one rule. For every new regulation imposed by government, a regulation must be removed. By the end of 2013, that rule had reduced the administrative burden by $20 million. Then we cut their taxes. We cut the small business tax rate to 11% and increased the amount of income eligible for this lower rate. Together, these changes are providing small businesses with an estimated $2.2 billion in tax relief in 2014 alone. Last year, we froze EI premiums for 3 years, providing total savings of $660 million in 2014 alone. And we instituted the 7-year break-even rate starting in 2017 to ensure that any surplus in the EI account will be used for EI expenses. With these and other measures introduced by our Conservative government, Canada is a more attractive place to invest and do business. In fact, Canada leapt from 6th to 2nd place in Bloomberg's ranking of the most attractive destinations for business. According to KPMG, Canada's total business tax costs are the lowest in the G7, 46% lower than those in the United States. But we won't be satisfied with this success. We live in difficult economic times and cannot be complacent. This job credit represents yet more action by our government to lower taxes for all Canadians. An average family of 4 now pays $3,400 less in taxes as a result of actions taken since our government took office. Under our government, the amount of income tax paid by a small business with a $500,000 of taxable income has declined by over 34%, a tax saving of over $28,000 that can be reinvested in the business to create jobs. Let's not kid ourselves. Small businesses will reinvest in their growth and in their employees as they are able to. These measures will support them in being able to do this. And once we return to balanced budgets next year, our top priority will be to lower taxes for Canadians even more. We will do so on the understanding that lower taxes and payroll costs support jobs and growth. I will therefore, in conclusion, encourage the honourable members to support us in our efforts and to reject today's motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, what I would like to ask the members in regards to just recognizing that the program that the Liberal Party is suggesting here today will, in fact, assist a great number of Canadians from all over our great nation in terms of having an opportunity to gain employment. What we're doing is we're suggesting that there be a break for those companies or small businesses that hire a new staff person, Mr. Speaker, and it's much more universal in its application than what the Conservatives have proposed through their program. Our program has the potential to see in excess of 150,000 Canadians employed. And I'm wondering if my friend and colleague might want to provide some comment in regards to that fact. Same amount of money, same sort of a financial commitment, our plan versus the government plan, yet our plan has the potential to generate literally 6 times as many full-time or jobs here in Canada.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from Winnipeg North for his question. You know, the thing is that the math doesn't work, for starters, on the Liberal plan. You know, they claim it's at the same cost, and yet anybody who's done the math realizes it's much higher than the cost that they're bringing forward and trying to claim that they're going to bring forward. The other question that rises from their proposal is in regards to their cynical outlook, and I don't share their cynical outlook, but their cynical outlook on entrepreneurs and employers, that they would let people go in order to stay under a certain threshold. Well, in their plan, they actually open it up to everybody, because if they're that cynical, then why wouldn't employers let people go and then rehire them in a month in order to get this credit? I mean, that's what they believe employers are going to do. So why would they bring forward a plan that actually opens it up to everybody across the board to do this? So, you know, it seems really strange that they think they have this great plan, they have a cynical outlook on employers and on entrepreneurs, and yet their plan actually would open it up to much more abuse than anything that we have put forward at this point in time. So I find their whole idea and strategy and their questioning today very strange. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with a great deal of interest to the speeches coming from the government side, and particularly speaking to their so-called commitment to small businesses. As the critic for cooperatives, I'd like to remind the Conservatives that cooperatives are also businesses, and I wonder what the Conservatives have against those kinds of businesses, because they're always causing problems for them. So since we are lauding small businesses and that cooperatives are small businesses indeed, how is it that the Conservative government always manages to make things difficult for cooperatives?
For Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the other side for her question. And it again comes back to we're looking at this as an opportunity for growth for Canadian companies, for small businesses to grow and to be able to grow our economy and to help them create jobs and opportunities for Canadians across this country. And it's been shown, Mr. Speaker, we know that over 50% of jobs in Canada are created by these individuals, by these entrepreneurs. And we're here to support them. And we're here to support them going forward, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we continue to create the jobs and opportunities for Canadians that need to be created. And I asked my honourable colleague why she would be opposed to a measure that creates jobs and creates opportunities for Canadians. I think we need to look at this in the light of the proposal that's been brought forward. The Liberals have a motion today that is a very cynical motion and looks at entrepreneurs and employers in a very cynical manner, and I don't share that viewpoint. I was a small businessman myself, and I also know many, many small businessmen across this country and businesswomen across this country, and I know for a fact they would never look at this in a way that they can work through a tax system to try and make a few $100s that's going to cost the future growth and development of their business. That's just a complete myth they're trying to perpetuate, and I find it shameful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to add my comments onto this important debate today. I will be splitting my time with a member for Random Viewer and St. George's, who will follow me shortly. So as I rise today as the representative for York West, what I call the best riding in Canada, but I guess we all try to say that. I certainly believe it, and we have the best constituents around. But in as much as my riding is a wonderful place to live, work, and play, but like many communities, York West has been hit hard by the recession and the subsequent global economic slowdown. People are asking for help, and unfortunately the current government has again turned its back on my riding and others. On September the 1st, the 11th, the government announced its so-called plan to create jobs, a plan that doesn't even begin, of course, for several months. But then after my constituents and others will wait until January 2015 for help, they'll be handed a strategy that has no hope of creating any jobs. Quite to the contrary, the Conservative Small Business Job Credit has been panned by most economists. In fact, credible economists have called this plan exactly the opposite, a disincentive for companies to grow. In contrast, the Liberal counter-proposal would actually reward companies that are growing and creating new jobs for my constituents and for workers across Canada. And that's the choice, Mr. Speaker, a government that keeps looking backwards and trying the same failed and tired plans over and over and over again, or a Liberal plan that is forward-thinking and very practical.
Hear, hear.
Time and time again, this government has proven an ingrained ineptitude when it comes to financial management. Prime Minister fancies himself as an economist, but his ideas, which are growing more and more outlandish, are constantly out of step with industry, labour, and the financial community. So I now understand why the Conservatives spent $1 billion taxpayer dollars on advertising to boast about their so-called fiscal plan, because it takes $1 billion to create an ad campaign that tries to weave the words conservative and success into a single commercial. But it certainly is not supported by facts. For 8 years, this Prime Minister has been telling Canadians, with a wink, to trust him. He says his plan will put a chicken in every pot. But after all this time, Canada's employment numbers still trail our major trading partners. Over the past year, Canada has experienced very little job growth, From August 2013 to August 14, the entire country created a net 81,000 new jobs, with only a fraction of those being full-time. Sadly, a part-time job serving coffee, flipping burgers, or mending clothes is often not enough to raise a family on. These jobs are important, but they rarely offer pension security, growth opportunities, or wages over and above the poverty line. In contrast to Canada's dismal job creation performance, the UK created 775,000 jobs over the last 12 months, and the United States have created 2.2 million. This means that the percentage growth in total employment in the UK was up 2.6%. The US was up 1.5%, and unfortunately Canada was up a bleak 0.5%. The Prime Minister may like to crow about this record, but Canadians know that a flimsy crow is certainly not a chicken in every pot. This government has dumped hundreds of millions of dollars onto boardroom tables throughout Canada and then justified that giveaway by promising that the payoff would protect Canadian jobs. Well, as we watched last week, the Stelco meltdown, killing hundreds of good manufacturing jobs, Canadians are growing weary of empty Conservative promises. The Minister of Finance wonders why Canadians are carrying more household debt than ever before. Well, this is why. The Minister of Finance wonders why Canadians are carrying more credit card debt than ever before. Well, this is why. People are not putting new yachts, cars, and summer homes on their credit cards. People are not extending their lines of credit to finance new capital ventures or exotic vacations. People are accumulating debt to pay for food, rent, daycare, education, medicine, and the other essentials of life. But the fact that this government would see all of this and still table a strategy like this EI plan clearly shows that they are out of touch. Of course, I understand why the need for intelligent policy will vex this particular Prime Minister and his front bench, so let me frame it another way. The Liberals have a real solution, an EI premium exemption for new jobs created in 15 and 16. This represents a benefit of up to $1.279.15 for each newly created job. For the same price as the Conservative scheme, our proposed EI premium exemption could help create over 175,000 new jobs. We must create the right conditions for jobs and growth that benefit the middle class. In effect, we want success around the kitchen tables, not just the boardroom tables. This requires investments in infrastructure, training, innovation, and expanding trade, as well as competitive tax rates. Under the Conservative scheme, only businesses with EI payroll taxes below $15,000 get any money back, a move that creates a perverse incentive for businesses to actually fire workers in order to get below the $15,000 threshold. In fact, Conservatives are proposing that the maximum benefit for a company which pays just under $15,000 in EI premiums would be $2,234. However, a company that pays $1 more would receive nothing at all. Economists, save for the one across the way, have pointed out that this could result in companies holding back on pay increases, reducing hours, or in the worst-case scenario, laying employees off. Now, as strange and as confounding as this may seem, the Conservative scheme to create job offers up to $2,200 for firing a worker and only $190 for hiring a worker. Now, I suppose this reverse logic will be covered in the next round of commercials and ads the government will be commissioning at taxpayers' expense.
Of course.
But I hope so, because when presented with these numbers and when given the actual facts, Canadians will make their own determination. And I know my constituents will see through this deception. Now, Mr. Speaker, the NDP have spoken very critically today of this motion, but I fear that their opposition stems from partisanship rather than the facts.
I think you're right.
So first, let's look at the NDP costing of our proposal. The NDP claims that our plan would create at least 1 million, but probably closer to 1.5 million net new jobs next year. Well, that's great, but given that there are 1.3 million unemployed Canadians, that would be quite a feat. Although, if it did create 1.5 million new jobs, the income tax generated alone by those new employees would more than pay for the cost of the credit.
That's right.
So just to be clear, on the one hand, the NDP is arguing that under our Canadian plan for the workers, Canadian businesses and governments would all be big winners. But on the other hand, they say they can't support it. Second point, the NDP's last platform had this commitment. They specifically promised to establish a job creation tax credit that would have provided funding on a per-hire basis. Specifically, they promised to give employers a one-year rebate on CPP contributions for each new hire.
Oh, wow.
So, according, though, to the NDP rhetoric today, they are accusing Jack Layton of having wanted to raid the CPP for his pet projects. Imagine.
I can't believe that.
So, Mr. Speaker, instead of trying to sow divisions in the House, I think the NDP should really take a second look at this motion and reconsider it. Possibly they didn't fully understand it.
Vote with us and Jack.
So, Mr. Speaker, in 2008, the Prime Minister said the recession and the global economic slowdown would never happen. When Liberals disagreed, Conservatives accused us of fear-mongering. So starting in 2009, the Prime Minister raided the cupboard and spent nearly $100 billion on gazebos and other stimulus measures to end the recession that he said would never happen.
Oh, yes.
When Liberals disagreed, again Conservatives accused us of not being up to the task. Today we're faced by another fly-by-night Conservative plan to fix an economy that they said was not broken. And again, they are dismissing Liberal objections out of hand. So for 8 years, we've been listening to a Prime Minister with a legacy of being wrong on issues involving the nation's finances. Perhaps it's time for a fresh arm. Perhaps it's time to take a look at the Liberal plan, plan that will create the right conditions for jobs and growth for Canadians and for Canada.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member for York West about the concept of a disincentive. She mentioned in her speech that certain economists have called the Conservative plan for reducing EI premiums a disincentive. I'm wondering if she's aware that we're not the ones dismissing Liberal suggestions out of hand, that it's actually very respected organizations with, I think, folks who know a little something about the economy, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. They're the ones dismissing Liberal ideas out of hand when they say things like small business, I quote, small businesses in Canada should be thrilled with this announcement because they told us time and time again that payroll taxes are like EI are the biggest disincentive to hiring. So any relief the government can provide will encourage them to be hiring more Canadians. I'm wondering, and she also mentions that the finance minister is inept, I believe is the word that she used, which is surprising that you would call someone inept in the economy who has an MBA from Harvard, that as opposed to the Liberal leader who thinks budgets balance themselves. So maybe she could tell us which economists it is that like her idea.
The honourable member for York West.
I want to thank my colleague for her question, and it's nice to see her on her feet today. I think, when you talk about Mike Moffat, you talk about Jack Mins, you talk about an organization that certainly I have worked a lot with, and the Conservatives are constantly pointing that out when it comes to small businesses, and CFIB are all flagging the very issue that this is not a good plan. The Liberal plan is far more effective, provides far more opportunities for them. You can go in the Maclean's magazine, you can go in a variety of different magazines that are out there. One quote is that in relation to the Conservative plan is that firms that are just under the threshold hiring a new worker would mean crossing the line and losing the tax credit entirely. I think if you go through the Gazette and the Journal, you'll see that there's a variety of quotes from different economists and professionals that are clearly pointing out that the Conservative plan is putting forward is flawed.
Yep.
So why don't we just put partisanship away? Because I believe we all have one goal here, and that is for job growth and job creation. And why don't we just adopt the Liberal plan unanimously and move Canada forward together?
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's fantastic. It's as if the Liberals have finally decided to come up with a new plan, because I think everyone here knew the past Liberal plan, which was to use EI funds to pay off their debts. So her speech was full of figures, but one thing she didn't mention was what they're going to do with the $57 billion, which Liberal governments have taken from workers, stolen from workers. You wouldn't need to do this type of thing if the Liberals had respected their commitments as a government and hadn't stolen $57 billion from the EI fund. So my question is straightforward. Are the Liberals finally going to decide to protect the EI fund by passing the NDP bill C-605, which would prevent the government from dipping into the EI fund? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for York West, and you have less than a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the reason that the NDP are resisting supporting our motion is that they're probably jealous because we put it forward as our opposition day rather than they show some leadership in doing it. I would really hope that, as I said earlier, in the interest that we all share of job creation and moving Canada forward, that everybody would just put partisanship aside. Let's just vote unanimously for this motion and show Canadians that we do put them first, at least once in a while.
Jack Layton would vote in favour of.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Random-Burn St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand today to speak in support of our Opposition Day motion. And I want to repeat it for those who may be listening in, that in the opinion of the House, the employment insurance plan announced by the government on September the 11th, 2014, and which will begin on January the 1st, 2015, will not create jobs and growth, but will instead provide a financial incentive for employers to lay off workers, and therefore the House urges the government to redirect those resources by providing employers an EI premium exemption on newly created jobs in 2015 and 2016. This is yet another example of a hopelessly misguided Conservative policy. The Conservative small business job credit is so flawed that it actually discourages job creation and economic growth. Quite simply, the Conservative proposal is bad for employers, bad for workers, and bad for the Canadian economy. The Conservatives' EI credit plan encourages businesses to stay small and punishes them if they grow and are successful. Under the Conservative scheme, only businesses with EI payroll taxes below $15,000 get any money back.
Terrible.
Moreover, despite being billed as a job credit, there is no requirement that companies actually hire new workers in order to qualify. And that in itself is mind-boggling, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative proposal lowers a business's EI rate from $2.63 to $2.24 per $100 of salary paid for any employer paying less than the threshold with no requirement for job creation. Regardless of whether a small business hires new workers, remains the same size, or even fires workers, so long as they remain below the $15,000 threshold, they qualify. This creates a perverse incentive for businesses to fire workers in order to get below the $15,000 threshold. Mike Moffat, professor of economics at the Ivey School of Business, expressed his concerns about the effect of this policy on wages, quoting, "It is clear that firms under the $15,000 EI threshold have a big incentive to keep wage increases to a minimum so they do not lose their tax credits. Conversely, firms that are just over the $15,000 EI threshold have an incentive to cut the pay of their staff in order to gain the tax credit." End of quote. But wages are not the only thing in danger under this plan, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Conservative scheme offers up to $2,234.04 for firing a worker and only up to $190.52 for hiring a worker. This approach sets a dangerous precedent, especially in provinces like Newfoundland and Labrador, where over 5,000 Newfoundlanders and Labradorians who had a job this time last year are now out of work. My constituents in Random Bureau St. George's and their fellow Newfoundlanders and Labradorians face unemployment rates well above the national average. On the Avalon Peninsula, unemployment is 8%. In Notre Dame Central Bonavista, the rate is 16.4%. And in the South Coast Burin Peninsula region, the unemployment rate is 17.3%. More and more of my constituents are telling me they are struggling to make ends meet, and many of my constituents have had to look for work elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, what we need in Newfoundland and Labrador and in other parts of our country is more jobs, not less.
That's right.
The Harper government must do more to help create jobs instead of helping to drive high unemployment. For young workers, job creation is even more important. The situation faced by youth across Newfoundland and Labrador is even more troubling. Unemployment among youth ages 20 to 24 is 15.3%, higher than the average in Newfoundland and Labrador, and higher than their peers across the country. More and more young people graduating from college and university programs have high debt loads and absolutely no guarantee of finding a job. They are forced to move back home with their parents, and in many cases their parents, some of whom are also having trouble making ends meet, try to assume their debt load and living costs for their children, which jeopardizes the future for all involved. The best way to combat youth unemployment and to help create secure financial futures for all is with new jobs. And there's nowhere more important will this come up than in Newfoundland and Labrador, where we are finding such a high unemployment rate than the need for steady employment. At a time when youth employment is high and many students and recent graduates are struggling to find jobs or co-op placements, this government is continuing to compound the problem through its actions. Instead of providing incentives for businesses for eliminating jobs, Liberals believe in providing businesses with incentives to create jobs.
Hear, hear.
We have a solution, an EI premium exemption for new jobs created in 2015 and 2016. This represents a benefit of up to $1,279.15 for each newly created job. Now that's incentive. That's an encouragement to a business. The Liberal plan would represent a benefit of up to $1,279.15 for every new person hired by a company, which for the same price as the proposed EI premium exemption could produce over 175,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is a plan we know works. Under a previous Liberal government, similar incentives were offered through the New Hires program as part of Budget 1997 and Budget 1998. That program, unlike the current Conservative plan, provided an incentive to create jobs rather than an incentive to eliminate them. And experts agree. Today, Professor Moffat concluded his latest piece writing, and I quote, "The New Hires program provides a great framework for a new small business job credit. I hope the government will take the Liberals' suggestion seriously and correct the flaws in their current proposal." I too hope that the government will realize their error and admit that there is another way of making sure that we respond to the needs of Canadians, to the need for employment, especially among our young people. I hope the government would listen to the experts and vote in favour of the motion before us today.
Right on.
What Canadians from coast to coast to coast need the government to do is encourage job creation and growth, not stagnation. Businesses should be encouraged to create more jobs, whether the company pays $14,999 or $15,001 in EI payroll taxes. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is that small businesses agree. Just this afternoon, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, whom the government members quote all the time, endorsed our proposed EI holiday for job creators, saying that it had, and I quote, lots of job potential. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, to note that EI is a fund paid into by employees and employers, not the government. According to a report out of the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions Canada, in 2015, the government is expected to collect $3.5 billion more in employment insurance premiums than needed. Even with the estimated $225 million proposed tax credit, which still means the Conservative government will be taking in $3.25 billion more than necessary. What this serves to do, Mr. Speaker, is to create the illusion of a larger surplus going into 2015. And we know that. We know what is happening with the cuts that are taking place under this government in terms of trying to create that surplus so they can do things leading up to the next election. As my colleague, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants, has said, they're patting their books on the backs of workers and employers to fund a pre-election spending spree at a time when employment numbers are soft and growth has stalled. It's irresponsible for the governments to Conservatives to maintain high job-killing payroll taxes just to fund their pre-election budget. Canadians believe, and rightly so, the government has a responsibility to not only create the right conditions for economic growth, but also ensure that growth is sustainable. We need to create the right conditions for jobs and growth to benefit all Canadians. And what we have here, Mr. Speaker, is a tale of two policies: a Liberal proposal designed to create stable, long-term job creation and to spur economic growth, and a Conservative policy that creates incentives to fire workers and discourages growth. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. Honorable député de Saint-Bruno.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to this speech from my Liberal colleague. I would like things to be clear here, Mr. Speaker, in this House. Her party took $57 billion out of the Employment Insurance Fund, and that came from premiums paid by employers and employees. And the Conservatives legalized this type of plundering, and they're doing the same thing to balance their budget. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party does not seem to be too embarrassed about this, and they have put forth a flawed motion. The insurance fund has been in deficit for a number of years, among other things because the Liberal government took out $57 billion. So how can we accept having annual surpluses, whereas 63% of the unemployed do not receive their benefits, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Brandon, Random, Burn, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the question from my colleague in the NDP. And, I too would like for things to be clear here. I'm not sure why the NDP is choosing not to be supportive of the Liberal plan. Sure. In fact, under the NDP platform for 2011, they wanted to establish a job creation tax credit. It said we will introduce a job creation tax credit that will provide up to $4,500 per new hire. That's interesting. And it said employers will receive a one-year rebate on the employer contributions for the Canada Pension Plan and employment insurance premiums for each new employee hired. Yet here we are with a proposal, a motion that is keeping in mind the needs of Canadians, doing what we need to do to ensure that there are jobs for Canadians, using the same amount of money that the Conservative plan is proposing to put in place, and doing much more in terms of the number of jobs that will be created. So I guess I'm seeking clarification, too, from the member who asked the question that how can they, on the one hand, in their platform in 2011, cite a similar type of program that we're putting forward now, but stand up and find fault with this motion today?
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I have to smile to my colleague shouldn't be surprised at the NDP position because they're out there now talking about early learning and childcare, and they're the party most responsible for killing the program that we had in place in 1995 budget. It was actually implemented. So don't be surprised. My colleague, Mr. Speaker, talked about the employment insurance and workers' situation in Newfoundland and Labrador. And we're certainly facing the same thing in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. The loss of the 5-week pilot program, the 50% clawback on the dollar. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker, what happened in my riding. I had a producer, a potato producer, who was paying $16 an hour to an employee that had been with him 17 years. The 50 cents clawback on the dollar really means that farmer now, the employee only gets about $6 an hour for that day and a half a week he works every year from November to April. He's no longer there for the farmer in the seasonal industry in the summertime. Is that the situation that's happening in Newfoundland and Labrador in the members' ridings, where the programs, the changes that the government has made to employment insurance have actually became a disincentive to work and actually take a lot of money out of people's pockets?
The honourable member for Random, Durham, St. George's. You're almost out of time, so a short answer, please.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and he's absolutely right. I think we're hearing that. Anyone who will be honest and open and upfront would have to admit that that's what they're facing in all of their ridings in terms of representation from people who are being hit hard by the new changes to the EI program.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to indicate, first of all, that I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament from Parkdale High Park. Boy, I can't tell you anything that could be more clear than this debate right here, right now. We've got, the Liberals have introduced this motion about how to further use workers' and employers' money. Just the same way the Conservatives have done, right? And the Liberals were on their feet a second ago talking about how this is all about creating jobs, and surely the NDP are in favour of that. Yes, we are. But out of general revenues, Mr. Speaker, out of general revenues that every taxpayer pays into. This fund, and I know the Liberals don't understand this, nor do the Conservatives, this fund is for unemployed workers. It's for paying benefits, and it's for supporting people through training and education. That's what it's for. Now, in the 90s and the early 2000s, the Liberal absconded with $54 billion, almost said 57, because that's the total, $54 billion of worker and employers' money and put it into general revenue. So I can understand they're a little confused now. Let's continue to do what we've done forever. Not only did they do that, Mr. Speaker, but they cut away at the eligibility requirements for EI, and the Conservatives kept doing the same thing, to the point now where not only have they taken off the two of them with $57 billion worth of worker and employers' money, but now 36.8% of people who are unemployed are eligible. 67% of unemployed Canadians get denied. The fund is not there for them. So what's the answer? What's the answer? The answer by the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, is to cut premiums. To employers and to workers? No, just to employers. Because they've continued to run a surplus now. It's estimated to be another $3.5 billion. Have they thought about the fact that the people that are unemployed, the families that are unemployed in Atlantic Canada, or in downtown Toronto, or throughout this country, need the support, Mr. Speaker, because they're unemployed through no fault of their own? They don't think of that. Think about how can we make political hay out of the fact that we've allowed the surplus to accumulate. That's what they're doing. And what have the Liberals done? What have the MPs from Prince Edward Island done? Have they stood up and they said, don't touch that money, that's for workers, that's for employers, that's money they've paid into to make sure that when people are unemployed, they've got some support, because in Prince Edward Island, we have a high level of unemployment in our seasonal industries, and those people deserve some support. No, they don't do that. It's the same thing as the MPs and Liberal MPs in Nova Scotia and across the country. They think we can do better than what the Conservatives have done. The Conservatives are estimating to take $550 million out of the EI fund as a result of the scheme that they've come up with. Now, the Liberals, with their proposal, of course, they've suggested it's only going to be $275 million. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? They screwed that up, too. They messed up with their calculations. You know, nobody's surprised at that whatsoever. You know what it's going to cost? You know what they forgot to do? They based their calculation on net employment rather than gross employment, Mr. Speaker. And what's the difference? $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion. The members over here, Mr. Speaker, are making a proposal that is going to take $1.5 billion more out of the EI fund, and they say, why wouldn't we support that? Well, let me tell you something. In 2011, we came up with the Small Business Hiring Tax Credit proposal. In other words, if small businesses created jobs and they could prove that they created new jobs, then they would get a tax credit. They would get money back from that, straight up, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives, the people of Canada thought this was a good idea. Businesses thought this was a good idea. And so the Conservatives decided to take it on, and they introduced it. But they only kept it going for 2 years. I don't understand why they did that. And I would suggest to you that they've been under some fire. So instead of messing around with their supposed balanced budget that they've talked about as a result of cutting hundreds of millions of dollars out of services to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, including seniors and scientists and people on disability, veterans. What they've decided to do is they've decided to come up with a new tax credit. And where are they getting the money? They're digging into the pockets of working people. That's what they're doing, Mr. Speaker. They're digging. They got their hand right down in, and they're ripping out that money. Because not only is it unfair, and there's no tie, there's no links whatsoever to job creation. They just hope. They just hope. They're going to sprinkle a little bit of dust down here, and they just hope that some jobs pop out of that. They have no way of control. There's no linkage whatsoever. Not only is that the case, but increasingly they're shifting responsibility for paying for this. The responsibility for paying for this is not employers. It's not on other people, other businesses or whatever. It's on working people who pay into the EI fund, Mr. Speaker. How can that be fair? How can that be fair, Mr. Speaker, in this day and age? If the government was committed to the idea, and they should be, they saw it worked, providing a tax credit to businesses for creating jobs, then they should come forward with that kind of a proposal. We'd support it. We came up with the idea in the first place. Of course we'd support it. We thought it was a good idea when they brought it in before. We thought it was a bad idea when they took it away. We think this is the wrong way to go. Mr. Speaker, this is the wrong way to go. Doesn't help the unemployed. You know what we're talking about in terms of those people, those 37% of unemployed Canadians that do get unemployment insurance or employment insurance benefits, Mr. Speaker. What are we talking about? What kind of money are we talking about? We're talking about $395 a week. That's what we're talking about. That's the average payout under EI. And under this government, Mr. Speaker, not only are the number of people that are receiving that money going down, but that amount is increasingly going down. And what makes me so upset, I got to tell you this, what makes me so upset is that Atlantic Canada, where the seasonal industries play an important role in our economy. This government brought about changes to eligibility requirements that has affected communities throughout Atlantic Canada. And when they did that, I was upset about it, and my colleagues in Atlantic Canada and Quebec talked about how this was a problem. Members of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, spoke to their constituents and others in Atlantic Canada about what a problem that was. And now here's an opportunity to speak clearly about the fact that what the government is doing is wrong. It doesn't deal with an EI fund. It doesn't deal with criteria. It doesn't deal with eligibility. It doesn't deal with the amount that unemployed workers are going to receive. It doesn't deal with the problems that small businesses and seasonal industries are experiencing as a result of people not being there and they have to keep training them. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't deal with that whatsoever. What they've done with this proposal is they've tried to out-conservative the Conservative Party. Take the bad math out of it. They tried to out-conservative the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, abandoning unemployed workers, abandoning workers in this country. And that is shameful, and it's something that I'm certainly going to spend some time talking to people about from one end of this country to the other. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I get this sense that when this motion ultimately comes to a vote, that there should be a number of New Democratic members of Parliament that should be somewhat embarrassed. Let's put it very simple for all members to really get appreciation in terms of what was said back in 2011. This is when we had Jack Layton as the leader of the New Democratic Party. Just so that members are aware of this. Employers will receive a one-year rebate on the employer contributions for the Canada Pension Plan and employment insurance premiums for each new employee hired.
It's a different party now.
Mr. Speaker, this is a different New Democratic Party that we're hearing here today. It's not the Jack Layton Party of 2011.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, I believe, and I challenge the member to be straightforward and tell us what has changed since 2011, other than the leadership, to cause the New Democrats not to support what is a good idea that is going to generate tens of thousands of jobs from coast to coast here in Canada. We know that this is a job creation proposal that's before us today. At one time, the New Democrats used to support this idea. What has changed?
This may be an opportune time to remind all members of the House that questions are supposed to be about a minute long, no longer, and they consistently have been running a minute and a half to 2 minutes. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? I appreciate the question. I appreciate the member from Winnipeg North, you know, who himself is in a situation where his party continues to change with the prevailing winds. You know, that's it, right? It's like the Liberal Party, they campaign on the left and they govern on the right. They always have, they always will. So therefore, they never really know what they stand for, because it changes. It changes at any given time. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that what the NDP stands for is it stands for supporting working people in this province, in this country, stands for supporting small business people and making sure that the EI fund is used for what it's supposed to be used for. And that is providing unemployment insurance benefits, and that's making sure that workers are there when they're needed by employers, and it makes sure that people are supported between their opportunities of having employment. That's what the New Democratic Party stands for and always will stand for.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague very carefully. I just happened to be looking on a website here for Dartmouth Coal Harbour for some of the job listings. I see they're wanting a receptionist, there's a customer service specialist, a shipper, receiver, a dispatch coordinator, Dartmouth Crossing customer service representative, a member care coordinator. So there are jobs that are being created in Dartmouth Coal Harbour. In fact, this website says there's about 4,000 jobs. But would he not want to see the opportunity for more small businesses in his constituency be able to offer more jobs to young people to get experience, to people who are looking for work to come back into the workforce?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Coal Harbour. You have about a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's nothing more than we want is for people to have an opportunity to work if they are able, to be able to find jobs and family-sustaining jobs, Mr. Speaker. This government, of course, has got a terrible record in terms of creating jobs. They've worked with Canada Post to make sure that another 8,000 family-sustaining jobs are going to be lost in this country. And let me tell you, the small, medium, and large businesses in Dartmouth Coal Harbour don't need this. They're creating jobs and creating opportunities, creating economic development, Mr. Speaker, despite this government. Despite this government. We're working closely with them to make sure that they continue to do that. But I'll tell you this. The number of people that come into my office, they're unemployed through no fault of their own, and they have to wait 40 days, upwards of 40 days, to even get an answer from Service Canada about their claims. That's wrong, Mr. Speaker, and this government should be ashamed of treating unemployed workers that way.
Order. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Superior North on justice. Deuxièmement.
Secondly, the Honourable Member for Quebec on privacy.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Dartmouth Coal Harbour for his excellent speech and for his passionate work on the EI issue. He is such a great MP for the constituents of Dartmouth Coal Harbour. Thank you. We're having a very important debate today, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of employment insurance. And our economy has been through so many ups and downs over the last number of years. We've seen booms and busts. We've seen rapid technological change. We've seen globalization. We've seen the complete undermining of our manufacturing sector and so many hundreds of thousands of jobs in manufacturing that have been lost in this country. Certainly in my province of Ontario, we still see communities that are on very, very hard times because of the loss of those good manufacturing jobs. And when people do manage to find other work, sometimes after many months of looking, it's usually at a much lower rate of pay. And this has sent many families struggling to adapt. People have lost homes, they've had to move communities, it's broken up families. It's been a very difficult number of years, Mr. Speaker, and in most modern developed countries, there are adjustment programs to help working people and businesses adapt to a changing economy. What do I mean by adjust? Well, adjustment programs will help with income support. It will help with training. It can help with job search. A whole range of supports can often be available, because while we see the economy shifting and changes taking place, it seems as though so much of the risk of this change is borne by working people, whereas so much of the benefits go to employers who are doing very well. Companies now are sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of cash that they're not investing in the broader economy. They're doing very well, but we see so many Canadian families struggling. Workers are taking on so much of the risk, and employment insurance was designed to help working people adapt so that we would not be in a situation that my grandparents were in the Great Depression, where if you were out of work, you had literally nothing. My mother tells me that when she was a child, her father, who was unemployed, had to go out and hunt for rabbits, and her mom would skin and clean the rabbits, and my mom would go door to door selling these rabbits to try to get money for them to live because they were practically destitute. We don't want people in this country to be destitute because we are a wealthy country. Employment insurance was designed to help our economy and the people in it adapt to change. However, during the years of the Liberal governments, majority Liberal governments, during those 12 years, what did we see? We saw the rules for employment insurance. It stopped being unemployment insurance. It became employment insurance. And the rules changed. And suddenly, where you used to have more than 80% of unemployed workers would receive benefits if they were unemployed, suddenly what happened? Fewer and fewer people were qualifying. And the number went down to around 45%. And also during that period, because it was a period when the economy had been growing during that part of the economic cycle, the economy was putting more money into the EI fund, and there was a big surplus. And what should happen is, during the good times, we have a surplus, and when the economy goes down, we use that surplus to pay out benefits to protect working people, which is what it was designed for. Instead, the Liberals used that surplus, $54 billion worth, to balance the budget. And what did they do when they balanced the budget? They gave corporations a great big fat corporate tax break. That's what they did. And those corporations put that money in their back pocket and said, thank you very much. There was not even a requirement for them to create new jobs. And then the Conservatives came in, and they did the same thing. They took another $3 billion out of the fund, and they gave it back to, they put it back into general revenues, and then they gave more corporate tax cuts, and companies said, thank you very much, and they took that money, and now they're sitting on over $600 billion of corporate revenues. And guess what? Today, less than 40% of working people who are unemployed get access to EI benefits. In Toronto, the number is 17%, our largest city, one of the most expensive cities in this country. So what do the Conservatives want to do today, now that they and their predecessors, the Liberals, have stolen this money from EI, and now that they have denied so many people access to EI benefits? What do they want to do? Well, they want to give employers, small businesses, another EI tax break. So that means employees, workers will continue paying the same amount, and employers will get a break. And that doesn't help any unemployed workers, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't give one more unemployed worker any more benefits. It takes more money out of the EI fund. And so what do their cousins, who have a very similar approach to the economy, what do their cousins in the Liberal Party want to do? They want to expand that and give that to everybody. You don't have to prove if you've created a new job. We'll give everybody, all the businesses, a break on their EI premiums. Workers still have to pay the same amount. And their math is wrong in their proposal, which I suppose is not shocking. I suppose we should have expected that from the Liberals. But it's not going to help the working people who actually need to access EI, Mr. Speaker. If they wanted to do what the Conservatives, the idea the Conservatives had borrowed from us earlier, which is to give a tax credit to small businesses who create jobs. We supported that. It was our idea. The Conservatives took it. We supported that idea. We thought it was a good idea. We disagreed when they cancelled that plan. That was a job creator. But this idea to further plunder the EI fund, to give that money back to employers, when it ought to be going to unemployed workers who desperately need that money now. I can tell you there are people living in my riding who have to make a decision every month about whether they buy food or keep a roof over their heads. They have to walk miles because they can't afford the TTC. There are people who are truly struggling, not just in my town but across this country. And I think it's a disgrace that some in this House are trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, that they're saying they're trying to do something for unemployed workers, when this government is overseeing a stagnating economy, and their handmaidens in the Liberal Party are just basically helping them pull the wool over people's eyes. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't have a choice between the bad economics of the Conservative Party and the bad math of the Liberal Party. They can actually choose a party that will defend working people, that actually has really good, strong, progressive ideas for growing this economy, and that's the New Democratic Party, Mr. Speaker. I want to make it very clear, we don't support this idea that they're proposing here. What we do support is protecting the EI account so that the money in that account cannot be plundered, but that it's used for the purpose it was designed. That is an adjustment program to help working people adjust during a period of calamity for them, which is when they lose their job. We do support a hiring tax credit. We think that's not a panacea, but a positive thing to do. And we do support restoring benefits, higher benefits, so that when people do lose their job, they get benefits to protect them during that time of turmoil. We also have a lot of good ideas about how to create jobs in this country, Mr. Speaker. It calls on government to play a leadership role and to set a path that will give business confidence that there's going to be a strong, stable, New Democrat government at the helm that will encourage them to invest and create jobs. But it's not this plan that we're being offered today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I always take some exception when New Democrats want to take shots at my party. You know, they often refer to corporate income tax. And I should let her know that when I was in the Manitoba legislature, that the NDP government took great pride in reducing corporate income tax from, I think it was 19% to 12%, and that was even at a time in which there was a recession going on. So we don't have to take any lessons from the NDP on taxation policies. What I would ask the member is to provide clarification why it is that when Mr. Layton was the leader of the New Democratic Party, and he seemed to support what it is that we are proposing today, why would she oppose something that Jack Layton and yesterday's NDP would have actually supported? Why would she vote against this motion that is going to generate potentially in excess of 150,000 jobs across our land?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, could potentially, who knows? It's all wisp and smoke. Who knows? Let me just say, what is very clear and indisputable, that the Liberal Party, when it was in power, took over $50 billion from the EI fund, money that belonged to the working people of Canada. That money went, it was used to balance the books, and then they gave corporations a massive corporate tax cut. That, Mr. Speaker, is indisputable. That is fact. That is history. They're embarrassed about that now, and I think they're trying to kind of buffer themselves going into an election next year, to not be accused of having abandoned unemployed workers. But the facts are the facts, Mr. Speaker, and if people think that they can trust that party when it comes to managing the EI fund, then they might as well trust the Conservatives across the aisle, because they're about both the same in that regard.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member from Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to listen to the member for Parkdale High Park, and I'd like her to clarify a few of the positions of the NDP so they're on record in this House. Is it still the position of the NDP, and I know she's the former finance critic of her party, is it still the position of the NDP that people should only have to work 45 days out of a year to be entitled to collect full EI? We certainly know that's the position of the Liberal Party, so I'd like her to clarify the position on that. And second is, could she explain why her and her party voted 3 times, 3 budgets, against the new hiring tax credit brought in by our government in 3 successive budgets? Can she explain why her and her members voted against that tax credit 3 years in a row?
The honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, 45 days, that sounds like their buddies in the Senate that they're talking about. The NDP doesn't have any members there, so, but I will, with pleasure, say why we voted against their budget. We supported the reduction of small business taxes, a small business tax credit for hiring. It was our idea. We were glad to see them take it. However, they had it buried in one of their many omnibus budget bills, their undemocratic omnibus budget bills that included gutting our environmental protections, attacking First Nations benefits, laying off scientists. Their undemocratic budget bill, supposed budget bill, which is transforming the way government is run in Canada, most of it very undemocratically, and yes, we are proud as New Democrats. We voted against those omnibus budget bills, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. A quick question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, and very obviously, the Liberals are not right today. They give the same answer all the time, and when they talk, when we look back to when they raided the EI case, they're doing the same thing here. What I'd like to ask my colleague is that, yes, we believe in a solution that we've put forward that the Conservatives took up, which is to say to give a job credit for hiring to businesses. And this is a viable solution, and at least it would really allow for some respect of our workers and to ensure that the EI fund will be there for the purposes for which it was created. The honourable member for Parkdale Hyde Park. A very brief answer, please. Thank you very much. And yes, obviously, this is really a contrast. We do not want to raid the EI fund, as the other political parties have done, but we support tax credits for small and medium-sized businesses, and particularly indeed in the province of Manitoba. It's the only province in which there are not taxes on small businesses, and it's because there's an NDP government there. And this is a party that understands the value of small and medium businesses in Canada because they create jobs. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this debate on employment insurance, Mr. Speaker. And first off, I would like to say, I'd like to read the text of the motion that says the following, that in the opinion of the House, the employment insurance plan announced by the government on September 11th, 2014, and which will begin on January 1st, 2015, will not create jobs and growth, but will instead provide a financial incentive for employers to lay off workers, and therefore the House urges the government to redirect those resources by providing employers an EI premium exemption on newly created jobs in 2015-16.
I'd like to let you know right away, Mr. Speaker, that we are in favor of the motion. But you know, Mr. Speaker, there are policies that are fact-based, but there are also populist policies. The government's response to this situation is a political or populist response. Here are the facts that led to the government's announcement. The hiring situation in Canada is lamentable because over the first year, Canada posted very weak job growth. All across the country, there were 81 net new jobs, whereas in the UK, there were 775,000 new jobs created and 2.2 million net new jobs in the US. But let's look at this in terms of percentages instead of absolute figures. In the UK, it was 2.6% growth, 1.5% in the US, and only 0.5% in Canada. And what about the private sector? 57,000 jobs have been lost this year, net. So what has been the government's response to this disastrous situation? Well, they came forward with something that says that companies with a payroll below a certain amount will get a maximum exemption of $15,000. So, for $15,000, companies will get a maximum credit of $2,200. That's no way to create jobs. Many economists have said this, and I will quote from them, but in concrete terms, what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that a company with a contribution approaching $15,000, say $14,700, they'll be entitled to $2,200. Does that actually act as an incentive to hire? No, because as soon as they pass the $15,000 threshold, that company will no longer be entitled to anything. Nothing. Secondly, if, Mr. Speaker, the premium or contribution is more than $15,000, say it was $15,150, well then that company would get no credit whatsoever. No $2,200, zero. So once again, that company would hardly be inclined to hire. Quite the contrary, and that's the unintended effect of this measure. A company might be encouraged to fire people in order to become eligible for the $2,200 credit. So that hardly encourages job creation here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we've just come back to the House. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Trinity Spadina for this speech. So we've just come back to Parliament, and like everyone else here, we've worked in our ridings. And, Mr. Speaker, I thought my riding office had become virtually a local job search center. Every day, constituents were coming and asking us to help them find a job because the market is so disastrous. But this measure put forward by the government does nothing to improve the situation. And economists have been very critical of the situation and very open with their criticism. So much so that I hope the Conservatives will not attack them for speaking out. If you take Mike Moffat, who's an economist at the Ivy School at Western University, who he himself is a small business owner, because this tax measure targets small businesses. The idea is to keep companies small, because as soon as the payroll is more than $567,000, the company no longer is eligible for any credit. And Mike Moffat said that it's clear that businesses that pay into EI to the tune of under $15,000, those businesses will be encouraged to grant the smallest possible pay raises. And for companies whose pay-in to EI is slightly over $15,000, they will be inclined to reduce wages for their employees in order to qualify for the tax credit. And it goes on. There's also Stephen Gordon from Laval University, who says that reducing premiums is generally advantageous for all and does stimulate job creation and higher wages. The Conservatives have not seized this opportunity when they created another very targeted tax credit. That's the situation, Mr. Speaker, and we in the Liberal Party, we've done our homework. We've taken a very clear position, and that position is that for each job that a company creates, the company should not pay any EI premiums for the next 2 years. It's very simple. It's very clear. You create a job, and as a result, you pay no EI premiums for the next 2 years. And that, Mr. Speaker, will make it possible for companies to get up to $1,279 per job created, and we expect that that will lead to the creation of 175,000 new jobs. It's a simple measure, and since our leader, the member for Papineau, announced it, economists have taken a stand, and once again, Mr. Moffat said that he hoped the government would accept the member for Papineau's proposal and fix the mistakes they made with their first proposal. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business said they liked the Liberal plan because it has a higher potential to create more jobs, more new jobs. This is what economists are recommending, what employers are calling for, and what Canadians need, not just in my riding, but all across Canada. That's what people want to see for job creation here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the member's speech, and he mentioned something that surprised me a bit. He said that CLDs in Quebec were like local job search centers. Actually, they're local development centers, but I'll say no more about that. I'd like to know, I'd like him to explain in more detail how it is that he thinks the Liberals' proposal is going to create jobs in the way they expect, because it seems to me that their calculations are a bit deficient. So in concrete terms, could he give me a local example from his riding of how this motion, how it's presented, how's that really going to encourage job creation, especially in his riding of Bourassa? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for the correction. It's true that a CLD is a local development center, not a CLE. That's a local job search center, so that was my mistake. Secondly, we said that our proposal was very clear. For each new job created, the company will be entitled to a credit, an exemption, if you will, a premium holiday for EI. That's all there is to it. We're not choosing small businesses. We're not choosing businesses with a payroll of under a certain amount. We're saying any company, any and all companies. So it's an incentive for all companies to say, yes, I need staff. I'm going to create a job, create a position, because I know immediately I will be entitled to this credit or this exemption. In my riding, in Bourassa, which I'm so proud to represent, this is precisely what people would like to see. This would help create new jobs for the residents of Bourassa. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words from my colleague, and wanted to pick up on the point in terms of the purpose of this resolution, or this idea, is to focus attention on creating jobs. And that's jobs for all regions of our country. It has been estimated that if this Liberal motion were to pass and get adopted and become a part of government policy, that it could potentially generate somewhere between 150,000 to 175,000 new jobs. And I'm wondering if my colleague would just want to pick up on the benefits in terms of all regions of Canada by having an all-inclusive program that the Liberal Party is in fact suggesting here this afternoon.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that here in Canada, as I said in my speech, just in terms of the private sector, 50,000 jobs have been lost. So imagine, with this measure, we're talking 150 to 175,000 new jobs that would be created. That, Mr. Speaker, is from coast to coast to coast for all businesses. And economists agree, they all agree, that this is what the country's been asking for, this is what employers have been asking for, and the people who come to our riding offices asking for help finding work, well, this would make it much easier for them. And that's why the government must accept and implement this measure put forward by the member for Papineau, leader of the Liberal Party of Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many members in this House who may remember me as a city councillor and may also have memories of me being a journalist here in the foyer outside the House of Commons. What you may not know about me is that I also have run small businesses in the riding that I represent. In fact, I ran a small restaurant. And I know the fear and the danger and the trouble and the opportunities around meeting a payroll that are part of every business decision. And I think what the reason the party that I represent is putting this motion forward in the way it is because it's about job creation and about helping small businesses create those jobs, but making sure there's a guarantee that those jobs arrive. And what confuses many of us who have run small businesses, what confuses us about the Conservative government approach is it creates an artificial threshold. This $15,000 seems to be pulled right out of the air and dropped in front of us as if it's some sort of magic threshold that is good or bad for small business and will or will not create jobs. And the truth is that the employment dynamics of small businesses are much more fluid than simply just that hard calculation of $15,000. And what it does do is places a cap. When you hit that amount, you are in a position of having to make a very tough choice, and you will or will not hire based on whether or not that threshold is met or not met. The if you've ever run a small business, you know exactly what $200 means. And to belittle that is to belittle the hard decisions made by small business owners right across this country day in and day out. It's quite often the difference between whether or not they feed their families or not. And so the issue in front of us is, and in the proposition we've placed in front of the House, is one to make it a situation where all jobs are met with this benefit, where when you create new jobs in all businesses, small, medium, or large, the benefit kicks in and the inducement kicks in the creation of a job, not the way the government bills and proposition stands, where you actually are induced to cut jobs. I can also say, though, that when I hear the official opposition describe the proposition here, they make it sound like this whole program would be voluntary. And let me assure the House, all businesses would qualify, not some. And second to that, they must create a job to receive the benefit. And that's where we differ from our colleagues across the aisle. All businesses qualify, and you must create a job in order to get this break in the fee you pay into the employment insurance program. And so small businesses under our proposal have the opportunity to grow, but it doesn't preclude medium-sized businesses or larger businesses from growing and creating jobs too. And that's the difference in the position we've taken. I can also say that it puzzles me to hear New Democrats talk about a program as being bad when what it does is it uses funds that workers have created to create more work for more workers. I don't understand philosophically what the problem with that concept is. And yes, you can be an economic sort of literalist and say that only $1 paid into employment insurance, it only should be paid out as a benefit. And I understand that philosophy, and I've heard that philosophy espoused today. The trouble with that is that at some point the benefits run out. At some point, the ability for the country and for the economy to generate the funds to pay employment insurance have a hard limit. And what our proposal seeks to do is simply grow the pie, and in growing the pie, create the opportunities and the possibilities for better future and more secure futures for Canadians. And I don't think that that is fundamentally at odds, I thought, with the philosophy of the party that sits on this side of the House with us. Apparently it is now. The other issue that I think separates the approaches that we're put in front of the House is that we believe, as a party, that it's not simply the market that's going to provide a solution, and not simply government that's going to provide a solution, but a partnership that provides the opportunities and the solutions. And I've heard the party, the official opposition, speak to us through the chair. I've heard them speak to us and say that when we were in power, we took these surpluses and we simply balanced our books. We did balance the books. We did actually put the government in this country into a surplus. But the investments we made through those budgets while we balanced the books created work. The gas tax was made possible by the balancing of the books and the use of the EI surpluses, and that put people to work building and providing public transit in this country. The budgets that were balanced also provided the foundation for the kickstart and the rebirth of a housing program. The money was also there for daycare, and daycare also created work. It didn't just provide care for children. And so when we talk about these partnerships, and when we talk about the opportunity to work with all sectors of the economy and include the government as part of that program, we talk about solving problems, not simply describing them. And that's why I'll be supporting our party's motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Salle.
The honourable member for La Salle et Marne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Trinity Spadina for his speech, which was relatively interesting. There were a number of proposals, but I'd like him to elaborate specifically on his party's proposal, the Liberal proposal, because it's not clear to my mind how, in concrete terms, the motion put forward by the Liberals, how is it going to play out in reality? I'd like him to refer specifically to his riding in Toronto, in the Toronto area, Trinity Spadina, and I'd also like him to explain how he thinks this motion might create permanent, well-paid, long-term jobs, because it seems to me that this Liberal opposition motion is kind of a Band-Aid for the problem. It wouldn't really create permanent, well-paid jobs in industries of the future. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
One of the fastest growing and most successful sectors of the economy in the riding that I represent is the high-tech sector. And when you take a look at the opportunities for the high-tech sector to create jobs, they have a choice not just to create them inside Trinity Spadina, but they have the choice to create them outside the riding, in fact, outside the country. And so in order to create a favorable business climate, to create a new job, a high-paying job in a strong sector, you need to create the economic conditions that induce that decision to be made locally. EI premiums alone are not going to necessarily create that circumstance. No single purpose bill in this House will ever do that. But when you take a look at the structure of that business, and you take a look at the cost of employment, when you can find a way to reduce the cost of employment, you induce the creation of a job. And the good news about this motion is the tax cut doesn't just roll through because someone wants to hope to create a job. Only if the job is actually created does the EI benefit be reduced. And so you're not spending money in the hope of creating a job. You're compensating for the actual creation of a job, and you're creating the environment in which to create a job. And that's why I thought this motion would appeal to your party.
I would advise all members that to address their comments not to individual members of the chamber, but to the chair. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was pleased to hear the new member of this chamber, and actually from Toronto, speaking on an employment insurance program that I believe is so important to the country in terms of the economy, and certainly important in my region in Atlantic Canada. But he mentioned the word partnership, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's a key word, because I imagine that prior to his coming here, that he actually probably thought that if we had a sensible debate on issues in this chamber that's called the House of Commons, and good ideas put forth, criticism and debate, that each member in their own right would be able to, would stand up and vote. And I wonder, does the member see this as an opportunity where the government has a program that clearly is well known now that isn't going to do what's intended to do? The Liberal plan put forward by the finance critic for the Liberal Party will, in fact, and there will only be payments made or reductions made in premium costs if a job is created. So it's a sensible proposal that could help the economy and create jobs. Isn't that an opportunity for this House of Commons and members in this House to show Canadians that this place can actually work by supporting this motion?
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina, you only have about 35 seconds.
Yes, I agree with what he just said, through the chair, through the speaker. Partnership is the solution. And while I've heard criticism that the EI benefits aren't solved by this motion, and I understand the sensitivities that are being raised here, the reality is that job creation and the challenge of creating jobs is addressed by this motion. And the support of this motion will create jobs and will create them in an effective and a responsible way. And it's that partnership we're driving at trying to achieve.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to this Liberal motion, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the proposed Liberal motion, but also to talk about the introduction of the small business tax credit, and the fact that I believe so many small businesses are welcoming this and looking forward to it. I find the Liberal motion, frankly, as another speaker said earlier today, quite cynical. We also heard the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley say earlier in this debate that math is difficult, I believe, is what he said, and there's I'm finding a lot of fear-mongering and misinformation about this issue. And I think it's fairly simple in that I believe, Mr. Speaker, small businesses want lower EI premiums because high premiums are essentially a payroll tax, and we've been hearing from these small businesses that reductions are what they're looking for, and it will make it easier for them to do business. In fact, well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that my first job was working for my father, who owned a small business himself for 40 years, and at varying times, he had anywhere from about 8 employees to a high of 40 over this 40-year period of time. And so I happened to be speaking to him about this initiative when it was first announced by the Minister of Finance a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him as a former small business owner and operator what he would have done with such a tax cut, and his answer was that, to paraphrase, it's not that it would change his entire business model in any way, but that as a small businessman, any kind of reduction in tax or red tape makes it that much easier to do his job. And so I find the misinformation and fear-mongering on the other side of this House with regard to potentially firing employees because employers will take this tax break and somehow it will lead them to think that there's a way that that they can reduce the number of employees. Frankly, I find that's a real stretch. And I'm the person. There's you may have heard that the Federation, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, wrote about that in particular, and he wrote that he said, or he wrote, I'm not quite sure, but he dismissed this as kind of a ridiculous claim, saying, and I quote, "Some have suggested companies will lay off staff or hold off hiring just to stay under the threshold to receive the credit. I've got news for them," he writes. "A small business owner doesn't have time to research the eligibility requirements and then carefully manage their payroll to receive a few $100s over 2 years." And that's essentially what my father said when he answered my question about his thoughts on the Conservative small business job credit. In fact, and let me also mention that Angela McEwen, senior economist with the Canadian Labour Congress, who's probably not our biggest fan most of the time, she points out that that money in the pockets of businesses is generally a good thing, and I'll quote her here. She says also, these businesses will put the money to good use, find other ways that are better to use it, like upgrade equipment or put up a sign or buy a laptop maybe. So, and that's kind of, that was my initial thought when I heard this, is that when you're stimulating business by reducing taxes, it's the same theory as reducing taxes for families and for individuals. It frees up that much income so that the small business owner, the entrepreneur, can then buy another piece of equipment, modernize their business and their operations a little bit. And so that's what this does. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, on the same weekend, I was able to, in my riding, cut the ribbon on 2 brand new businesses, two separate businesses, one called Yoga 7, located in Port Credit, opened up, and they had held their grand opening, and you know, it made me realize that the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well, not only in Mississauga South, but across Canada, and that our government has a responsibility to encourage that entrepreneurial spirit. And with initiatives like this, that's exactly what we're doing. The other business was the Express Yourself Music Academy. And so, again, these are when I attended these two grand openings, I mentioned that our government is friendly to small businesses, and we've done a number. It's not just the small business job credit, but and that's of course lowering the payroll taxes. But we've had a number of other initiatives as well, including freezing EI premiums in general, cutting red tape, and in fact, even CRA is getting in on this reduction of red tape, and helping businesses in that way. We've of course overall reduced the tax rate on small businesses from 12 to 11%, and the average business, in fact, Mr. Speaker, has seen a savings of about $28,000. So since this Conservative government came to office in 2006, that's a reduction of 34%. So I also wanted to, I'm not sure how much time I have left, but I wanted to give an example and also talk a little bit more about red tape, if I could. In terms of an example, I wanted to mention that it's not just small businesses of 2 and 3 employees, but we're talking, for example, of a business that employs 14 employees, each earning $40,000 would pay about just under $15,000 in EI premiums. And so being under the threshold of $15,000, it would be eligible for the small business job credit and eligible for a refund of $2,200. And so which is the difference between employer premiums paid at this rate, the legislative rate, versus the premiums that would be calculated under the new reduced small business rate. And so I also wanted to, about that point in particular, I wanted to mention another chief economist at the Royal Bank. The reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm mentioning the names of a few economists, Canadian Labour Congress, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, as well as now the Royal Bank, is because we did hear earlier from a Liberal member of this House that economists have said that that this is not somehow is not going to stimulate business. This is not a good idea, and that the Liberal idea is a better one. But I wanted to point out that the majority of economists, certainly that I've been reading about in looking at this new job credit, are saying that this is by and away very positive initiative on the part of this government. And so Craig Wright, chief economist at the Royal Bank, said that this may be even enough to push some employers to consider hiring because it lowers the cost of employment, so it's helping out at the margins. I will say that he did qualify it in that way. So while the impact might be modest, the modest changes will add up. And I think when you look at the overall numbers, and the Minister of Finance did talk about those overall numbers, we're talking about savings of $660 million to small businesses in Canada. So, and that's in 1 year alone. So there is no doubt in my mind, Mr. Speaker, that this is a good idea. I'm going to wrap up by just mentioning red tape one more time, if I might, and that is that I want to make the point that businesses need not apply. This is not extra paperwork. It will be calculated automatically by Canada Revenue Agency. And so for all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I think that small businesses in Canada will be very happy to see this job credit, and I'm very proud that, that this government is introducing it. Thank you.
Order à l'ordre. Comme il est 17h15.
Since it is 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Foote, moved that in the opinion of the House, the employment insurance in brackets EI plan announced by the government on September 11, 2014, and which will begin on January 1, 2015, will not create jobs and growth, but will instead provide a financial incentive for employers to lay off workers. Par conséquent, la Chambre exhorte le gouvernement.
Therefore, the government urges, or rather the House urges the government to redirect those resources by providing employers an EI premium exemption on newly created jobs in 2015 and 2016. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. The Honourable Whip for the Liberal Party.
September the 24th, 2014, of expiry of the time provided for government orders.
Ordered. The Honourable Government House Whip, or House Whip of the Government Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think if you request it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
Does the Honourable Government House Whip have the unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Yes, agreed. So ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's ordered paper.
Commencement of consideration of Bill C-585, an act to amend the Federal-Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, standing in the name of Mr. Chizu.
The honourable member for Pickering-Scarborough East is not present to move the order as announced in today's notice paper. Accordingly, the bill will be dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Concurrence in committee reports, number 10. Resuming consideration of motion to concur in the first report of the Special Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour. She has 3.5 minutes to complete her speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think where I left off in this conversation and this very important debate was saying that all parliamentarians cared very, very much about this issue. We're all affected. But what the disagreement was the best way to move forward. But, Mr. Speaker, I didn't really have a lot of time to talk about why I believe we need action, why we need to move forward now. Mr. Speaker, you often hear us talk about the 40-plus reports that have already been done, but you actually probably have not heard a lot of detail around those reports. So, I just want to mention a few. These reports have been done by many parliamentary committees. They've been done by the Assembly of First Nations. They've been done by the province and territories. There is numerous, and again, there is 40, and I looked again at the list today. I'm going to pick up on just a couple of them specifically. The BC Commission of Inquiry, the Missing Women's Commission of Inquiry, it was called Forsaken, and it's a very, very powerful document. It starts with Simply Gone, and it talks about the last contact that many of the people had with their loved ones who went murdered or missing. It's a 1,400-page report. And it really provides a comprehensive view of the myriad of problems facing Aboriginal women in Canada and what made them more likely to be victims. Now, I want to talk specifically about what Mr. Opal said, who was the author of that report and spent a lot of time and energy and passion in this. And in response to the need for the national inquiry, he said, "Inquiries should be held if there is something that can be learned by one. There comes a time when we really need to take action." So that's one of the 40 reports. And I'm going to suggest that of the people in this House who are calling for a national inquiry, have you read every single one of those 40 reports? Because if you read those 40 reports, you are going to see a myriad of recommendations. You're going to see a myriad of reflections, insight. And again, what we would be doing with an inquiry is we would be delaying action. And again, we have a myriad of reports. I want to go to the next one. It was the RCMP Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women, a National Operational Overview. And there they did a fairly significant amount of work, and again, very important work. It's important to note that the solution rate was consistent with non-Aboriginal women, and what's something that people might not recognize also is the time to solve those. So again, Mr. Speaker, I wish I had a lot more time, because what I really want to talk about is the 3 pillars that the Minister has put forward: preventing violence by supporting community-level solutions, supporting Aboriginal victims with appropriate services, protecting Aboriginal women and girls. So those are all very comprehensive measures. They're moving forward with action. And Mr. Speaker, I would really suggest that people in this House take the time, read those 40-plus reports, and again, I think it gives us a really good position to move forward with what would be a really important action plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question come on time. The honourable member for, should know this, London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks. And if I recall correctly, she was a member of the Committee of the Status of Women in 2010, when we heard absolutely heartbreaking testimony from group after group, from woman after woman. And the consistent thread through all of this testimony was the need for the country to come to terms with what had happened in terms of the colonization of First Nations people and the terrible tragedy and the violence faced by women and their children. This member heard all of that. And she also heard the consistent thread through all of this testimony, and the testimony that we heard as recently as this spring, that there must absolutely be an inquiry, a national inquiry into the murder and the disappearance of all of these Aboriginal women. It is the only thing that will help us to understand where we have been and where we have to go. Why is she denying that reality?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was part of the Status of the Women Committee when we did a comprehensive report. And I was also part of the Committee on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women. And again, we did hear the horrific stories. But what I heard out of that is we need to have prevention. We need prevention plans in the community. We need victims to be taken care of. What we need is, we hear about our justice system, and there was a horrific example last week in British Columbia so we heard the many stories, and what our government is doing and what we plan to do is move forward on those very important issues to provide closure, to look at prevention. And so again, I think we're moving in a very, very important way on this issue.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for, I think I'd remember this, Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member about her, in particular about the action plan that this government is undertaking on this very serious subject, and the development of it, and her experience as a member of the Special Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women. If she could tell us about her perspective, what she learned by being on that committee, and how it fits in with the government's action plan.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for that very important question. And our committee had 16 recommendations, which actually form the government's response. And I'll just pick one of the pillars, and that's preventing violence by supporting community-level solutions. One of the things that we heard about was the importance of community safety plan. This plan put forward by the minister is going to directly address that and provide support. I thought it was really interesting to look. The Justice Department has created a compendium of promising practices, for example, and there's a whole list of initiatives that have happened in Aboriginal communities that are showing a whole lot of promise. And an example would be the outreach to sex trade workers, giving hope and empowering women, and that's one that's going in Prince George. So we know that there's things happening across the country. That's what we heard in this committee. And what we really need to do is to share those things that are happening and provide the tools and the resources for communities to implement and adopt them.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. A short question, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague on Friday started her sentence with, "You say we don't care, we do. We just disagree about how to get there." So I'm just wondering how she can claim that they care about the people when they don't actually respect them, because respect requires the government to listen to what they are saying rather than imposing its will on them. So maybe she could tell me why it is that they won't call for a national inquiry on this specific issue. It can't be about money because they just handed out $25 million elsewhere. So what do you have to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we heard from the victims, we heard from those 40-plus reports that have been written, and what we know is that we need to have strategies to move forward. We don't want the lawyers getting rich. We need to move on action plans and move forward in terms of things that are going to make a real difference to the lives of these women and children.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Trinity, Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to commend the party, the opposition, for allowing us to bring this issue forward quickly. I think it is one which Liberals, I know, want action on, and we support the call for a national inquiry. When I was contemplating remarks today, I went for a walk. I have the enormous privilege of having an office that is across the street from the Supreme Court. And as I walked around the grounds of the Supreme Court, I noticed the two statues that adorn the entranceway, Truth and Justice. Two statues of women. And it struck me. It struck me as profoundly important in terms of what that symbolizes and who we entrust with making sure that truth and justice are in fact symbols not just of our country but of our justice system. And I have to say, having listened to the member from Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, as I listened to the story that was presented to us and presented to the House, the story of the women in his life tells us why truth and justice is so critically important, and why, when it eludes us, the need for action is of course paramount. But what puzzles me in the response from the government side is why you can't study an issue and act at the same time. Why it has to be one or the other. Why you have to study first and act afterwards. Why you can't study and act simultaneously, especially with the body of work that's on this. And it scares me, quite frankly, because I would not like to see those two women also go missing in this debate, those notions of truth and justice. We know, and the facts are so abundantly and horrifically clear, that while comprising only 4% of our population, 1 in 4 homicide victims are women from Aboriginal, First Nations, Indigenous communities. And when you turn your attention to what happens when a single child goes missing in this country, and the Amber Alerts, and the news programming, and the panic that is unleashed, and the fear and the commitment that's committed to finding a single child in situations, and you contrast that with the near silence, the uncalculated absence of close to 1,200 women, it breaks your heart. And action is needed. And action, of course, is needed. But we know we don't fully understand the dynamics which have given cause to this issue to rise to the numbers it's risen to. We know that because even as you read all the reports, when the RCMP reports out, suddenly the numbers double. And if that doesn't tell you the action that's being taken is simply not working, nothing else will. I also have to say that as I listened to the member from Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, and EU, as I listened, what I also heard were missing services. And if you go through the reports, it's as glaring as the missing members of people's families in this country. The missing services are remarkable. As part of the research on this, I did read the reports. There are 41 shelters in 600-plus reserve and Aboriginal communities in this country. 41 shelters for 600 different communities spread across the entire geography. How does that work? If a woman seeking safety can't find a safe place, where does she find that safety? These services are missing in hundreds of communities. And yet when we listen to the action plan that's presented, what we see is there is not a new dime, let alone a new dollar, put into the program. I represent a downtown riding in Toronto, Trinity-Spadina. It's another one of those ridings. There are about 60 of those ridings. In fact, there are more ridings in this House of Commons named with words from Indigenous and First Nations communities than there are shelters in First Nations communities. There are 40 shelters, but it's close to 60 ridings that are named, like mine, Spadina, from the Ojibwe word Ishpatina. It just boggles the mind that the government cannot see that there is a shortage of services here. And yes, you can go back and read the studies to find that out, but what you don't see from the government is action on this. So yes, study this problem. And that's what this motion asks and compels us to do. And act. And it's the lack of action that makes this issue so urgent. I also have to say that representing an urban area on Spadina, where the Native Centre is, where we have a library for Indigenous and First Nations language, where we have a seniors residence on Spadina, there is a shelter in my riding that gets virtually no support from this government. In fact, from any government. This shelter has never had year in, year out support to deal with women seeking shelter, Indigenous women seeking shelter, whether it's from a reserve, whether it's from the street, it doesn't matter where it is. And so the challenge you see here is that the program is not being extended into the areas where these women live. And the other issue about this, about the missing services, is that when the announcement is made, it's a cobbling together of existing services, and they pretend like it's new money. And so it tells you they've read the reports and they've done the studying, but their action doesn't produce results. And the status quo is putting people in harm's way, and how can you tolerate that condition? But let me tell you about the images that are striking and the images that are affecting us in ways that are even more profoundly disturbing than I think just the number 1,200. It's the photographs that are now appearing on social media with young women asking, am I next? Am I next? And the fear that creates in all of our hearts and the sadness that creates in the communities where those women come from is more profound than you can possibly describe. We heard a member talk about their personal circumstance, and it compels us to act, and it compels us all to support the motion here today. I remember as a journalist doing a story about a young man who didn't lose his last name through residential school, but lost his family. And for him, the missing woman in his life was not murdered or disappeared. He had disappeared. And I remember the story he told about how he found his mother, traveling west, stopping at a Native Centre, a Friendship Centre in Winnipeg, and passing his name on a slip, asking for a room and board for the night, across to a woman he'd never seen before, or thought he'd never seen before. And when the woman saw the name, she broke into tears. She had found her son. That is also what defines this image, this issue. It's not just the women who have disappeared and have been murdered, and that's a horror in its own. But it's the women who have been taken out of people's lives. And I have yet to find a report anywhere that talks about that whole, that missing woman, and a program that reconnects those people to those individuals. You're not going to get it with the DNA bank looking for victims, because the victims are walking amongst us. And when we talk about And when we think about how we're going to address this issue, what we get repeatedly told, and the clip and the quote that comes up that scares us the most, I think, is the one that the Prime Minister delivered, saying that these are just single acts of crime and this is not a sociological problem. It is entirely a sociological problem. It is entirely present in every corner of our society. And when we don't address it sociologically, when we don't understand that when someone leaves a reserve and heads into town for safety or heads into town for a job and is disconnected from their community and disconnected from their way of life, and when they move and they aren't charted as to where they're moving, they start to disappear even if they haven't met with a violent fate. And our ability to reconnect these families and reconnect these women to their lives and the lives of their families to these women is what we're trying to address here, because it's the connection that will create the safety, not studying it and not responding to it, but acting in this day, in this age, and acting now. But we don't know how to act if we don't talk to the people who are being impacted. And if we don't sit down and study and think and consult simultaneous to our action, we'll be doing what generations before us have done in this country, which is assume we're acting in the best interest of people, but not delivering the results we want, the results other people need, the results our friends and our neighbours and our Aboriginal co-Canadians, our Aboriginal partners are looking to us to deliver a solution on. And so I started this conversation by talking about the women who are on statues outside the Supreme Court. There is another word that we need to deliver, and we can deliver it by supporting that motion, and that's hope. And ironically, hope within the same pantheon of gods in Roman symbolism, hope is also a woman. The goddess of hope is the missing statue in this conversation. We can chart the problem, and we can study the problem, and we can promise to act on the problem. But at the end of the day, if all that we talk about are truth and justice, and we haven't delivered hope to the families, but more importantly, the mothers and the sisters, the daughters and the nieces and the granddaughters, if we have not delivered hope by the actions we take in this Parliament, we will not have solved this problem. And I don't want to be part of a country that allows truth and justice and hope to go missing any more than I want to be part of a country that tolerates and turns a blind eye to the 1,200 missing Indigenous, Aboriginal, and First Nations women. And so that's why I'll be supporting this motion. It's why my party supports this motion, and it's why I implore the government side to please listen to the voices that are being raised around this country now asking, am I next? And to give them the hope that truth and justice will prevail. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Trinity Spadina for his very eloquent remarks this evening. Very much appreciated, and I wonder if he could speak a little more about the issues in his riding, because when we think about First Nations women, Indigenous women, we think often about women in remote communities, but he and I both come from the city of Toronto, and there are many urban Aboriginal women who face serious challenges, cultural challenges, economic challenges, and he talked about the lack of shelters, but lack of jobs, lack of support services. I wonder if he could just elaborate a bit about the issue with urban Aboriginal women.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, I've heard comment made that this is simply a local issue, and the local shelter system should pick up the slack on this. But we know that the circumstances that are challenging us on this issue have a sociological and a cultural formation to them. And we hear, and I constantly hear the focus being placed on First Nations or Aboriginal communities or on the reserve. That's where the problem has to be solved. But we know that far too many of that 1,200 disappear and meet a violent end in urban areas. And so the urban approach is as fundamental to solving this crisis and is fundamental to providing that hope as any action taken on or with the individuals who represent our communities on reserves. And so we need shelters in urban centres that respond directly to the cultural needs that are being expressed. We need employment programs that deal with the training and some of the other conditions that exist. And so to deal with this issue and not talk about urban Aboriginal populations is not going to solve the problem. And so the employment, the shelter system in particular, and the prevention programs need to have an urban lens as well as a lens on reserve.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suppose just in the very brief time that I want to take on this issue is just a personal perspective on this, because I think this is one of those issues where it's very near and dear to everybody's heart. All of us who have come in contact with those who have been challenged by this issue and the tragedy that is all associated with it. In 1998, when I was a journalist in British Columbia and Prince George, I remember covering this issue. This has been around for a very long time. And, you know, and I say this as a way of actually depoliticizing this issue and trying to get to the point where we can move forward and talk about solutions to the great diversity of challenges that affect this issue. You know, the NDP government was in power in the province of British Columbia, and they put great effort into trying to tackle the issue of the Highway of Tears in the province of British Columbia. At the time as well, the federal Liberal government was in office, and they put in great efforts. Our government has been in office as well. This is an issue that actually crosses partisan lines. We have the responsibility as a majority government to move forward, to put in place programs and put in place investments and have a responsible approach to dealing with the challenges right now. And I just want to remind all members that having further studies, further inquiries, without at the same time coming before Parliament and to the Canadian people and being very specific about approaches that can deal with these challenges that we're facing right now is just elongating more and more discussion without having concrete solutions to some of these challenges. So I appreciate what the member opposite said about some of the issues in Toronto and what he would like to see move forward. But let's, if we could, I know it's not always easy, but if we could find a way to move past the immediate partisanship of finger-pointing, because all parties in this country have been in government and have wrestled and tried to tackle this issue and deal with it responsibly, and I think we owe it to the maturity and the substance of this issue and the challenges that it faces to deal with this in a non-partisan and thoughtful way.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why it's a sociological issue, because all of us are the author of this misfortune. It is not a single situation that requires a singular solution. It is not simply a criminal problem as expressed by the Prime Minister. We all have had a role to play in the past injustices, and they must be corrected. But we have now got to act in the present day so that tomorrow another group of parliamentarians are not back here saying they didn't solve the problem either. And so when you look at the fact that there is not one new shelter created out of what the government has announced this month, you look at that and you see the status quo. And the status quo will only protect the past. It will not produce a better future. And so I plead with the members opposite to act, but to also consult and to also make sure their actions are new and dynamic, because the old status quo has put people in graves. And it's time to get past worrying about whether you're being blamed and start worrying about what the solution is and putting real resources, new resources, effective resources in play. And you cannot do that without being in consultation with First Nation and Aboriginal leadership right across this country, whether on reserve or off.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my new colleague for such a moving comments. Clearly, he understands this issue very, very well, as I believe most of us in the House do. And I don't think this is about pointing fingers. This is about solutions. And I think that's what we want to see. But one of the concerns I have, and I have stood outside on the steps here, outside Ottawa in the cold with many of these sisters, mothers, family members on this very issue, and certainly pledged from my party and personally that we can't allow these 1,200 missing women to just disappear and say, well, who knows where they are. We do need to do the work necessary. But that was 1,200 of my constituents or your constituents or anybody else's constituents, I'm sure by now something would have been done. And it's a really sad thing to say, but that's the reality. But I'd like to ask my colleague, when it comes to the National Action Plan that the government has put forward, why is it there's no resources to match that? Because we know that you can do a lot of talking, you can do a lot of studying. If you don't have the resources to make real action, it won't ever happen.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, many of you know, Mr. Speaker, many of you know that housing, to me, is not a problem in this country. It's a solution to so many of our problems. And one of the other facts that you come across as you start to study and look at this issue is that on reserves, where Aboriginal housing is now being built, there's a training program, and the Minister of Industry may be interested in this. There's a skills shortage, for example, of skilled tradespeople right across this country, but in particular out west. When I asked how many Aboriginal youth were being trained to produce housing that may also produce the safe space for women to escape to so that they can solve problems in their lives, there are 125 single individuals hired by this government in training programs to build housing on reserves and First Nations communities across this country. We don't have a robust program on any front dealing with any of the challenges facing us. And so when the government talks about action, we don't see that action matched by spending or programs. And that's the situation that requires a deeper conversation with our partners on reserve and in Aboriginal and First Nations communities to make sure that we solve these problems and we don't simply pay lip service to them and list off prior spending engagements which haven't changed one iota with this month's announcement.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? Honourable Député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Recently, August 24th, a young woman, Tina Fontaine, was found dead. She was 15 years old, Mr. Speaker. The government is proposing an action plan, but nothing can be done for the 1,200 women who are already missing and murdered. There has to be an inquiry into that. If it was another demographic, someone other than Aboriginal people, something more would have been done. Would it have been? That's the question. I accuse the government of inertia on this file, of complacency, of doing nothing. That's my comment, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Look, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I don't think any of us believe that the members opposite want to do nothing. The problem is that they are doing nothing. They think they're accomplishing something with their programs, but clearly the situation, even when they ask the RCMP to report on it, gets bigger. And when they trot out a spending announcement, which effectively was made in 2010 and renewed and renewed and renewed again, it just simply reinforces the status quo. And the status quo in this country, quite frankly, is deadly. And when person after person stands up and asks for more, and the response from young Aboriginal women themselves is, am I next? Surely to goodness, somebody sees that something different needs to be done. And instead we get the same programs repeated over and over again. And repeating them over and over again is putting people in harm's way. It has to change. And the point that is made repeatedly about the contrast between a single missing child in the Amber Alert program, for example, or the other issue that was raised about 1,200 nurses missing and what would be the response, tells you that our response is not scaled to the size of the dynamic and we need to do more.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Honourable Député, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to participate in this important debate on the concurrence motion before the House today. I will be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary for Aboriginal Affairs. We are here, Mr. Speaker, to address the report of the House of Commons Special Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women. I was honoured to chair the Special Committee, and I'd like to thank the other members of the committee from all parties for their dedicated work on this report, as well as the organizations and individuals who made submissions and appeared as witnesses. But most of all, I'd like to thank the families who came to see us to tell us their heart-wrenching stories. They have done a great service to Canadians by bringing even more attention to what is a serious issue and a complex problem. Let me say at the outset that our government has made it very clear that these abhorrent acts of violence against Aboriginal women and girls will not be tolerated in our society. These violent crimes must be strongly denounced by the communities in which they occur and by all Canadians. We are a country where those who break the law are punished, where penalties match the severity of crimes committed, and where the rights of victims are recognized. This is what the committee heard from the families. They want justice, Mr. Speaker. Yet the reality is that far too many Aboriginal families have felt the effects of violent crime and have had to live with the consequences. This is unacceptable. And that's why our government continues to take action to address this problem. This report is about solutions. It's about actions. And that's why I am very proud to support the report and the action plan. So I wanted to tell you, Mr. Speaker, about the Economic Action Plan 2014 to invest an additional $25 million over 5 years to continue efforts to reduce violence against Aboriginal women. And on September the 15th, the Minister of Labour and the Minister for the Status of Women launched the Government of Canada Action Plan to address family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women. And this action plan was developed in response to the 16 recommendations identified in the report of the Special Committee on Violence Against Aboriginal Women. It also builds on lessons learned from the government's previous investments, as well as the many studies and reports on this issue, including the RCMP's National Operation Overview, a thoughtful and thought-provoking report released earlier this year. In developing the action plan, the Minister of Status of Women also met with leaders of several Aboriginal organizations and communities, as well as a number of individual victims and families. The action plan sets out concrete actions in 3 areas: to prevent violence, to support victims, and to protect Aboriginal women and girls from violence. It includes the new funding of $25 million over 5 years, beginning in 2015-2016, as well as renewed and ongoing support in a number of important areas. And so I'd like to tell you about some of those areas. The $25 million specifically includes $8.6 million over 5 years for the development of more community safety plans off and on reserve across Canada, including in vulnerable communities with a high incidence of violent crime perpetrated against women, as identified in that RCMP report that I mentioned earlier. It also includes $2.5 million over 5 years for projects to break intergenerational cycles of violence and abuse by raising awareness and building healthy relationships. This is one example of that resulted, I think, directly from evidence heard at the Special Committee that the cycles of violence would continue if we didn't stop them in their tracks. We heard this over and over again from Aboriginal organizations, Aboriginal leaders. We heard this from the families, that the cycle must stop. And so this government is taking that seriously, and that's how that was worked into the action plan. The funding also includes $5 million over 5 years for projects to engage men and boys and to empower women and girls in efforts to denounce and prevent violence. That was another piece, Mr. Speaker, that was a theme that came up over and over again, was engaging men and boys off and on reserve to understand that that the cycle had to stop and that these behaviors could no longer be tolerated or encouraged. And so there are programs in effect, and we're committed to funding those programs to engage men and boys. $7.5 million, Mr. Speaker, directly to victims and their families for support. $1.4 million to share information and resources among community organizations, and to report regularly on progress made. The 2014 funding commitment is also, I'm also particularly proud that part of it, $1.3 million per year, goes to a DNA-based missing persons index. This is extremely important and something that we heard from many of the witnesses at committee is that we needed a central database of missing persons. This would help law enforcement, RCMP, police, to investigate the crimes and to find the perpetrators more quickly and more efficiently. Also, and I noticed in the speech earlier by the member for Trinity Spadina, he mentioned funding for shelters. And so I'm particularly pleased that there is funding of $158 million over 5 years for shelters and family violence prevention activities. And that's through Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada. The Parliamentary Secretary perhaps will tell us a bit more about that in his comments. One of the other issues that came up a couple of times was economic security for Aboriginal women. And in fact, one of, I think, the most obvious and relevant actions that this government has taken on this front is the passage of Bill S2, Matrimonial Property Rights on Reserve. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I tell women in my riding of Mississauga South that women on reserve, until this House passed this bill, did not have the right, upon dissolution of a relationship, marriage, common law relationship or marriage, did not have the right to own property. They couldn't believe it. And frankly, it doesn't seem right that in a country like Canada, as great as Canada, that this would be the case. And so we identified this, Mr. Speaker, as a problem, because when you don't have a home, you can't have economic security. And so that's all changed, and now women on reserve have the same rights that every other Canadian woman has enjoyed for many decades. Taken all together, these measures outlined by the Minister in the Action Plan represent a total investment of $196.8 million over 5 years. And so it's no surprise that many stakeholders have endorsed this action plan. I think I have a little bit of time left. I will tell you that I would quote Chief Ron Evans of the Norway House Cree Nation, who said, "This comprehensive action plan responds to the needs and recommendations made by stakeholders across the country in developing a concrete and action-oriented plan with significant resources and funding for implementation." I think that's kind of a very fancy way of saying that the committee listened, the committee heard from the witnesses, and made recommendations that were then implemented into the action plan, and we're finding those solutions, taking the necessary action to help women and to solve this very tragic situation in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this very important subject.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her presentation. You know, she began by saying that this is what we heard at the committee. I myself sat on that special committee, and one of the things I heard was that the majority of witnesses talked about the need for a public national inquiry, and they spoke in favor of that. And why she didn't mention that, it really escapes me. So I get the feeling that that part of the evidence we heard on that committee, I get the impression that they're just ignoring those witnesses who talked about the need for an inquiry. My question is quite simple, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives' action plan, I'd like to know, because the basic principle with First Nations is that you always have to act in partnership with them. That's the promise in Section 35 of the Constitution. So I'd like to know whether this plan was drafted in partnership with First Nations, and if so, with whom? And if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, this government believes in taking action and that we do not need yet another report. There have been at least 40 reports on this subject, including an RCMP report that outlines what needs to be done. We understand, Mr. Speaker, this House, all sides of this House, understand the root causes of this problem, and we need to begin acting on it. We have begun, we continue to do that, and we have support from the Aboriginal community. We have consulted, the Minister continues to consult, and there are supporters and stakeholders like Bernadette Smith, for example, whose sister Claudette Osborne has been missing since July of 2008. And she welcomes this government's action plan, Mr. Speaker. She says this is what our families have been waiting for. She thanked the government for their commitment to addressing this issue. And she said specifically, we've had numerous studies on this issue, and the time for action is now.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Here, Claudette Osborne went missing July 24, 2008, from Mountain and McPhillips, the heart of Winnipeg North. Let me throw some other names. Angelica Godin, Cynthia Albena, Amanda Bartlett, Elaine Moore, Cheryl Duke, Felicia Solomon, Vanessa Burr, Tiffany Johnson, Simone Sanderson, Evelyn Stewart, Joan Hopner, Nicole Hans, Trina Marsland, Tata Ohm, and Evelyn Cablo. These are constituents or former constituents of Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker, and either have gone missing or have been murdered. There is a high need for a public inquiry, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the constituents in which I represent want a public inquiry. My question to the member is quite simple. Why deny the opportunity to get a better understanding of the magnitude of the issue that is before us and recognize that we do need to have a public inquiry today?
Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, the tragedy has been going on for many years. That is exactly why we need to act now and why an inquiry is not the solution at all. I understand the concerns of the member from Winnipeg North because everyone in this House shares these concerns. This is completely unacceptable. That is why we're willing to work with other community organizations, Aboriginal groups, the provinces and the territories, because we understand, Mr. Speaker, as a government, we can't tackle this problem alone. We need to make sure that we're all on the same page, and we believe that this action plan gathers all of the solutions together, puts the actions in a comprehensive plan. That's why the Minister is working on this action plan, and that's why we should help her implement it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report prepared by the Special Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women. I'd like to thank all of the committee members from all sides of the House for their attentive study and analysis of these heinous crimes against Aboriginal women and girls in this country. Family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women and girls continues to be a serious problem in Canada, and much work remains to be done to respond to and prevent this violence in the future. Our government believes without question that Aboriginal women deserve respect, dignity, the right to feel safe, and to be protected from harm. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians expect us to act decisively in addressing this very serious issue, and that is why, for many years, we have taken action to prevent these deplorable crimes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure my colleagues, and indeed all Canadians, that our government will continue to take strong and decisive action to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. While this government response, as well as the action plan to address family violence and violent crime against Aboriginal women and girls, is a very important initiative, I would like to take a few minutes to speak about what our government has already accomplished on this front. I remind the House that in 2007, this government announced an investment of $55.6 million over 5 years to support and expand Canada's network of on-reserve shelters. Budget 2010 committed $25 million over 5 years to improve community safety and to ensure that the justice system and law enforcement agencies can better respond to cases of missing and murdered Aboriginal women. RCMP reports now show that cases involving violence against Aboriginal women and girls have solve rates that are nearly identical to the national average. In October 2010, our government announced 7 concrete steps to address the issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and to make our communities safer. These were over and above other important programs, such as the $500,000 investment in the Native Women's Association of Canada from Evidence to Action program and the government's Aboriginal Justice Strategy, which serves approximately 400 communities. Last June, the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act received royal assent. The legislation ensures basic rights and protections to individuals on reserves regarding their family home and other matrimonial interests or rights during a relationship, in the event of a relationship breakdown, and on the death of a spouse or common-law partner. This important piece of legislation finally eliminated a long-standing legislative gap that discriminated against a specific group of Canadians and has led to the suffering of many women, men, and families who live on reserve. Since the Indian Act was silent on the issue of matrimonial rights and real property, and there were no comparable federal laws, the result was a legislative gap. While laws are in place to protect Canadians who live off reserve, there was no equivalent for most Canadians who live on reserves in this country. Women and children living on First Nations lands were already amongst the most vulnerable of Canadians. They had been affected the most by this legislative gap, and their suffering may have continued even further if not for this legislative change. It should be noted that this is not the only legislative gap that we have filled. By repealing Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, we closed a 30-year legislative gap by ensuring that hundreds of thousands of First Nations people living on reserves get the same human rights protections as other Canadians for the first time by including them under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop there. Economic Action Plan 2013 committed $24 million over 2 years for the Family Violence Prevention Program, ensuring that total annual funding remained at $30.4 million for each of the following 2 years. Another component of our government's efforts to address violence against Aboriginal women and girls is the Family Violence Protection Program. There are 2 core elements of the program. The first is operational funding for a network of 41 shelters in the provinces and in Yukon. Shelters are vital to the safety and well-being of women and children in crisis situations. Some 330 First Nation communities, or 55%, are served by this initiative. Since 2006, our government has invested $205.8 million in family violence prevention on reserve. These investments have provided important and, in some cases, life-saving shelter services for over 19,600 children and 22,600 women. The second aspect of the program involves proposal-based prevention activities. Prevention projects can include public outreach and awareness, education campaigns, conferences, seminars, workshops, counseling, support groups, and community needs assessments. Since 2006, the program has financed over 2,100 family violence prevention and awareness activities in First Nations communities across Canada. It is clear that our government understands, and we talked about this at the committee, that a large part of solving this issue involves raising awareness among Aboriginal men, boys, women, and children. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that this government's investments are producing results. We are enhancing the safety and security of on-reserve residents, particularly women and children. There are success stories from across the country. Take the example of the Wapakani Mobile Initiative, which started in Quebec. Mentor filmmakers travel to Aboriginal communities to provide workshops for First Nations youth with the goal of creating short films and musical creations on themes such as abuse and violence. Or look at the Six Nations Annual Community Walk Against Community Violence. This is a significant event involving community members, raising awareness on family violence, sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, bullying, and lateral violence, as well as ending violence against missing and murdered Aboriginal women. Our funding supported the recording of the event to promote awareness and educate the communities on these serious issues. In addition to these encouraging initiatives, the Family Violence Prevention Program also allocates funding to the National Aboriginal Circle Against Family Violence. Its mandate is to support and contribute to the success of women's shelters and transition houses that provide services to Aboriginal women and children across Canada. The Circle initiates, designs, and delivers culturally appropriate programs and services to address family violence and to support shelters and family violence prevention centres. It organizes national annual training forums for frontline workers. As well, it produces publications free of charge, including Ending Violence, Best Practices, and Policies and Procedures Guidelines for Shelters. This is another example of our government's actions to prevent violence against Aboriginal women and girls, but also of our desire to collaborate with willing partners to work towards shared objectives on reserve. Mr. Speaker, some of the initiatives I've highlighted form the foundation of our government's action plan to address family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women and girls. The action plan responds to all 16 recommendations from the Special Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women. It builds on the knowledge gathered through the government's investments I've noted, as well as the RCMP's recent national operational overview. The new plan includes concrete measures under 3 pillars: preventing violence, supporting Aboriginal victims and families, and protecting Aboriginal women and girls. An important part of today's discussion, the Action Plan on Family Violence and Violent Crimes Against Aboriginal Women and Girls, invests an additional $1.34 million in ANSI's Family Violence Prevention Program per year. This brings the total annual funding for this important initiative to $31.74 million. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, our government, and indeed this House, is deeply disturbed about the high incidence of violence against Aboriginal women and girls. However, Mr. Speaker, as I've outlined, we are taking action. While others call for more studies, we call for more action, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I urge all parliamentarians to join our efforts in realizing this worthy goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just spoke with Tanya Capo. Tanya Capo is a First Nation mother and lawyer who is working on residential school settlements. Her observation that she had wanted to share today in the House, and it's a very good one because she's been working with women trying to get action on missing and murdered Aboriginal women for quite some time. She's concerned that the government remains far too focused on domestic violence within First Nation communities. And she shared with me, Mr. Speaker, yes, domestic abuse occurs in First Nation communities like all Canadian communities, but in her view and those of her colleagues, the root causes go far beyond family domestic violence. She has 2 questions that she would like me to put today. The first to the government is, why either an inquiry or action? Why can't they occur simultaneously? And secondly, what are the actual indicators or measurements that the government is using and evaluating on whether or not their action plan is going to reduce the incidence of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and the detection of those lost women?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank that individual for her question. I guess my question back to the opposition is they keep saying, why can't we study more and why can't we take action? But, Mr. Speaker, they always vote against the action. Every time they're presented with an opportunity to improve the lives of First Nations on reserve, they vote against it. Whether it's protecting Aboriginal women on reserve through the family and matrimonial property rights, they vote against that. All of our investments in infrastructure, they vote against that. Mr. Speaker, we are taking action, and they want more studies, more talk. Why won't they support the action part of the action plan instead of voting against it all the time, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, I read Mr. Speaker, I've read the list of recommendations. It's to continue, it's to maintain, it's to continue, it's to continue, it's to encourage, it's to examine, it's to continue, it's to support. The reason we are so troubled is that there is no action beyond the patting themselves on the back. And you know, the only place where there is some concrete action comes from a ministry that perhaps would be better called crime and punishment. Imagine a member of your family disappears, and your member of parliament says, don't worry, if we find the body, we have a really good arrest rate. Why can't this government, and why can't this member recognize that simply reinvesting pre-announcements is not action, it's simply words?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the honourable member here, and certainly he has a way with words. We saw that today, but we want to have a way with actions, and that's what we're taking. Mr. Speaker, I come from British Columbia, where there was an inquiry held into missing, murdered women in the downtown east side. Mr. Speaker, on all sides, from the victims' families to the governments to the service agencies, all were disappointed. No one got what they wanted out of that Opal inquiry, and indeed, Mr. Justice Opal now himself says that another inquiry is not the way to go, that an action plan, that taking action is what is necessary. So I appreciate where the honourable member is coming from. However, we've seen in the past, when this has been done, the results have not been there. Victims' families are not satisfied. And indeed, if he looks at the report which we appended the victims' families' testimony to, he will see that only one family member, as a tack on to her testimony, mentioned a national inquiry. The rest demanded action, and that's what this government will do, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important speech on this issue. I'm very proud of this action plan, and together with other federal support for shelters, family violence prevention, and increasing economic leadership opportunities, it will result in an investment of the Government of Canada of $200 million over 5 years. But not everyone wants a national action plan. The Minister for Status of Women met with organizations and family members across the country. In my riding of London North Centre at LOSA Family Healing wrapped up a week of activities to honor sisters, daughters, and nieces that were taken too soon. Meg Sywink, a sister of Sonia Sywink, who was slain 20 years ago, said, "Forget a national inquiry. That will only create more paperwork." And that's just one example. The previous member, Mr. Speaker, a Liberal member, said something about to the effect of, if a woman can't find a safe place, where will she go? Well, if the Liberals had voted for Bill S2, they'd have a safe place. It's called a home. I would just like to ask my colleague, we were both on the committee together, when we heard from the family members, only one asked for a national inquiry at the end of her speech. Would my colleague not agree that the other family members wanted us to hear their stories, know their pain, and wanted Canadians to know who their loved ones were and how they felt?
Sorry. We are out of time. Let the Parliamentary Secretary respond as briefly as he can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think perhaps I can sum up the response from a Globe and Mail article from Jeffrey Simpson, who said, "What a public inquiry could add to the inquiry, the RCMP one, is hard to fathom, except to provide a platform for those with political agendas. Plenty of more suitable platforms already exist for the expression of these agendas. Canada's premiers and the leaders of the two federal opposition parties who demanded an inquiry are playing to the gallery without any clear idea of what such an inquiry could uncover. The RCMP report gives a full and fair account of what's been going on. It contains no surprises whatsoever. A public inquiry would add hardly anything and therefore would be an exercise in politics and posturing."
Before we resume debate, I noted at the time we started this round of debate, there was some looks of concern or dismay as to what the sequence would have been there. I just explained to honourable members in a debate on a concurrence motion, as we currently have before the House, in the first round of debate, the opening round, if you will, it begins with, in this case, the member for Abitibi Bay, James Nunavut. He commenced the first round of debate. However, once that first round is complete, in the normal course, this type of debate starts the next round in the normal course with the government, followed by the official opposition, followed by the third party, and so on. And so this is the way it normally proceeds, and we're following in the normal sequence that precedent has established. So now we'll go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for clearing that up.
And I'm going to let you know that I'm going to be splitting my time with the remarkable, extremely talented, passionate, and hardworking Member of Parliament for Timmins, James Bay. Well, I'm happy to rise and join in the debate today. I have to say that I am really quite disheartened that this debate even has to take place. I am certain that I am not alone in that opinion, and am trying to be mindful of that as I choose my words today. This is an issue that has been left to percolate on the back burner of Canadian politics for far too long, and in a way that many Canadians are not proud of. But the sad story of Tina Fontaine has brought it to the boiling point, and it is clear that the time has come to treat the pattern of missing and murdered Indigenous women as something more than a string of crimes, which the government bullheadedly insists is at all that we are dealing with. As Canadians were coming to terms with what happened to Tina Fontaine, the family of community of Sonia Sywink were holding a vigil in her memory in her hometown, which is Whitefish River First Nation on Birch Island. And on that same day, they also held a vigil down in London. As MP, I was invited to attend and honored to participate in that emotionally charged event in Whitefish River First Nation. We heard how on August 30th, 1994, Sonia, who was living in London at the time, was found murdered at an historical Aboriginal site in Elgin County. And how nearly 20 years later, Sonia's family, friends, and community still have no answers. As people began to share their stories, others spoke of their experiences with missing friends and relatives, and it became clear that sadly Sonia's case is not unique. Mr. Speaker, we know there are close to 1,200 Indigenous families across this country who share this experience, who have daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, or friends that are missing or have been murdered. If you want to contrast the government's inaction with that of people who are living through this nightmare, consider how, just last week, the residents of Winnipeg have taken to dragging the Red River themselves, Mr. Speaker. This government's response, a big, fat zero. Blame it on crime and leave it at that. How can they claim to be taking any real action to address violence against women in this country when they refuse to conduct an inquiry into the close to 1,200 missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada? The refusal amounts to acceptance, and when we consider that along with the Conservatives' record on equity rights for women, the pattern borders on ideological. In fact, since their election in 2006, the Conservative government has actually made it more difficult for women in this country. One of their first course of action was to remove the word equality from the funding mandate of Status of Women Canada's Women's Program. While the words equality was eventually restored, its essence was lost. Additionally, the funding structure was changed, making it impossible for Status of Women Canada to fund the work of organizations when it relates to advocacy, lobbying, or general research on women's rights. At the time, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women expressed concern about the impact of these changes, particularly on access to services by Aboriginal and rural women. Mr. Speaker, we know that the government will claim they are doing something about this, but as others have mentioned today, it's all smoke and mirrors with this government. While they have some funding for the initial research on missing and murdered Indigenous women, they turned around and cut funding to the second phase of the project, the one dedicated towards action. Organizations are still waiting to hear if projects dedicated towards violence prevention will be funded. How's that for a mixed message? Today, in 2014, Indigenous women in this country are 5 to 7 times, yes, 5 to 7 times more likely to die from violence than any other women. 5 to 7 times, Mr. Speaker. What is wrong with this story? Why isn't there any action from the Conservative government?
Why is the government not listening to the voices of families who've lost their daughters, their mothers, their sisters, their friends? The voices of Aboriginal organizations such as the Native Women's Organization and Nations and the Assembly of First Nations to tell Aboriginals, the chiefs, the national chiefs even, to civil society and Women's Rights Watch
Why is the Conservative government not willing to listen to all of these voices, and why do they refuse to organize a national inquiry on missing and murdered Aboriginal women? Whether we're in Winnipeg, BC, or even in Northern Ontario, these women come from our homes and our streets. They disappeared.
Women is a tragedy that could have been avoided. This is an issue that must be addressed, and the fact that the number of Indigenous women who go missing or are murdered continues to rise is proof that the partial measures taken to date are not sufficient to address a tragedy of this scope of complexity. This past spring, the RCMP reported that between 1980 and 2012, there have been 1,181 homicides and unresolved missing persons cases involving Indigenous women. To put that into perspective, Mr. Speaker, if we were to stand in this House each day and read out the name of a different missing or murdered Indigenous women, we would not get through the entire list until November 2017. While my NDP colleague from Vancouver East began work on this issue almost a decade ago, since 2010, the federal NDP, along with many other civil society groups, have stated that a national inquiry is the crucial next step, and we have been pushing this Conservative government to agree. A national public commission is the necessary next step in addressing this tragedy, and I stand here today with my colleagues committing an NDP government would take immediate action, Mr. Speaker. We commit that on our first day in office, the NDP would begin consulting First Nations, women's group, and other stakeholders on terms of reference for a national inquiry, and that within 100 days in office, an NDP government will establish a public inquiry under Part 1 of the Inquiries Act. Mr. Speaker, while Indigenous women make up only 4.3% of Canada's female population, 16% of all women killed in Canada are Indigenous. Further to that, while murder rates are falling for non-Indigenous women across the country, they have remained virtually unchanged for Indigenous women. Only a full public inquiry that is properly resourced and involves Indigenous peoples at every step will lead to real solutions. We need to understand what happened and determine what we need to do as a country to end violence against Indigenous women and address the systemic issues that have made Indigenous women more susceptible to violence. Yet instead of taking responsibility and being part of the solution, the Conservative government continues to make excuses and evasions. Provinces, territories, First Nations, Indigenous women's groups, communities and experts from all backgrounds agree an inquiry is needed. We have Canadian consensus, but these Conservatives are just too stubborn to listen. We need comprehensive solutions that go beyond the government and police. We need to hear from families, communities, provinces and territories, along with other experts. We need a comprehensive and inclusive national inquiry into the hundreds of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. That is how we finally end this intergenerational tragedy, Mr. Speaker. Enough is enough. The time to act is now. For far too many, this is an issue of life and death. It is up to us to take leadership and to commit to bringing justice to these families, to these women, to these communities, and to this country. We will not give up until a national inquiry is called, and no Indigenous woman lives in fear in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we are very passionate about this because our colleagues are very passionate about this on all sides of the House, except that on that side they choose not to act. Earlier tonight, we had one member of Parliament, the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, who says, well, we don't want to line the lawyers' pockets with dollars. And so, you know, what they feel that they are doing is enough. But when we look at the hundreds of millions of dollars just this past year that they have fought on First Nations issue, on their treaty rights, on the issue with respect to Cindy Blackstock, who's fighting for children, on St. Anne's, on refusing to provide info. I mean, they are wasting money. Instead, they could better be investing them on a national inquiry for Indigenous and for missing and murdered Indigenous women, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed my honourable colleague mentioned the 35-year span of approximately 1,200 murdered and missing Aboriginal women. What wasn't mentioned is that, according to the RCMP reports, 88% of these murders have been solved. So we do know from the report that 30% were murdered by their husbands, 23% by another family member, 30% by an acquaintance. Fully 88% of these have been solved. And we also know through the report that 44% of the murderers are under the influence, 74% of the murderers were unemployed, 71% already had a criminal record, 62% had a history of violence, 62% had a history of violence with a specific murder victim herself. I wonder if the honourable member can tell us what further questions would be answered by a public inquiry that our action plan will not address. What further questions will be answered by a public inquiry? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, that is despicable, and I hope that the members of from the First Nations in his community are actually listening tonight. You know, as I said before, women make up 4.3% of Canadian female population, and 16% of all women killed in Canada are Indigenous. He's trying to make a point that because these people, some of them may have had issues with being unemployed, it's okay for them to have lost their lives. That is shameful. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot believe that they could stoop that.
Order. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing has the floor, and I'm sure that other honourable members may wish to hear her response, and then we'll carry on with other questions and comments. But it's difficult to hear when other honourable members are commenting outside of the time that they're actually recognized to do so. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that says that they're on the side of the victims, and here they are blaming the victims instead.
That's
Shame
right.
on them.
Shame.
What they want in this inquiry is with respect to prevention, it's with respect to justice, and it's with respect to moving forward to prevent a further missing and murdered Aboriginal women, Indigenous women, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
That was an interesting set of statistics that were just produced. I just checked. My recollection is stranger homicide amongst the general population is 0.2 per 100,000, and yet 30% of the women that are missing were killed by a stranger. If that doesn't tell you there's something wrong here, I don't know what does. But the issue that I think I wish to ask the member the question about in particular is this notion that we keep looking at this action plan, and it keeps focusing all the attention on the reserve within the Aboriginal community. We understand that all communities in this country have this challenge, but I guess the issue is this. The 30% who are strangers, the record in urban centres in this country is that it's not an issue of Aboriginal on Aboriginal violence. There is a sociological dimension to this, and I was curious as to what the rate in her community was and how she relates her comments to that observation.
Well, member for Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would certainly like to take the opportunity to welcome that member to the chamber here. I can't tell you what the exact number is in my writing, but I can tell you that there has been people, families that have been impacted. I can tell you as well is that during the vigil that was in Whitefish River First Nation, Marjorie Beaudry actually told her story about Mona Redbreast, a teenage girl with whom she had close ties with, who died at the age of 13 while she was in CAS care. And her comment was, last Sunday, Tina Fontaine, who was only 15, was also found dead in the Red River, Winnipeg. These two Aboriginal girls were stolen from us, both so young. There is no accountability for these children's death. Today, I am going to declare these girls warriors because they both died fighting for their lives. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't sound like the statistics that the member from Sault Ste. Marie explained a while ago. These are girls, they're daughters, some of them were aunts, some of them were mothers. I think that it's just, I can't get that out of my mind how shameful that is for a member of Parliament who represents First Nations to get up in this House and make those statements.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured to stand with my colleagues from the New Democratic Party tonight to talk about the need for this inquiry for the murdered and missing women, and to thank my honourable colleague from Abitibi Bay, James Inuvik, EU, who's been such a passionate speaker on this. I point out, Mr. Speaker, that it took a procedural manoeuvre to get a discussion on the number of murdered and missing Indigenous women in this country from a government that has done everything they can to stonewall this discussion. This is September. It's a time when we talk about going back to school and we think of our young people. And I think of 16-year-old Maisie Ojek and 17-year-old Shannon Alexander 6 years ago, walked out of their home in Kittigan-Zibi and were never seen again. Never seen again. Now, they weren't like the Conservatives who are talking about these people who are unemployed and criminal records and living on the streets. They were top students. They were Army cadets. They walked out of their home. They weren't runaways. They didn't take their wallets with them, and they were never seen again. Now, I ask you to imagine Oshawa, London, Ontario, Kamloops, 2 young white students going missing. Imagine the media. Imagine the articles. Imagine the mass outcry from the Canadian population that 2 young leaders could be stolen right out from their street. But that didn't happen, did it? In fact, I don't ever remember hearing a single story about Maisie or Shannon, and I didn't learn about it till a year later when I saw their family members putting posters up on the streets in little towns in Northern Ontario. And I went up to that poster and I said, so this is what it's like to have justice if you're an Indigenous young woman in this country. That your family has to go out and put up posters to say what happened to our daughters. So what would an inquiry tell us? Well, an inquiry would tell us, how is it possible that 2 top young students were taken away and there was no national plan to make the public aware that it was left to people putting up posters on the streets? We've talked a bit about young Tina Fontaine, whose body was found in the Red River. What hasn't really been pointed out, the police weren't looking for Tina Fontaine. They found her accidentally, wrapped up in a garbage bag. And Sergeant John O'Donovan of the Winnipeg Police said what I think every parent in this country should feel. He said, she's a child. This child has been murdered. Society would be horrified if we found a litter of kittens or pups in the rivers in this condition. She was just a child. And again, we have to ask ourselves, how is it that a police officer would have to point out that if it had been dogs or kittens who had been treated to such abuse, there would be outcry? And yet, it was a young Indigenous woman. And contrary to my friends in the Conservative Party who say, you know, it's family members who do these things, and it's people they know, and it's people with criminal records, Tina Fontaine was taken from her family because the federal government will not pay for support for children who have needs. She was a happy, loving child. That's how they remember her. And when her father died, she was taken away through Children's Aid. And the reason they took her away, Mr. Speaker, is why they take our children from communities across this country, is because this federal government won't pay for the basic supports that any other child, any non-Aboriginal child in this country takes for granted. When we have a child who may be possibly suicidal in our region, they're taken and apprehended because the federal government believes that providing suicide therapy for teenagers is not a justifiable expense for their money. So they'll leave the child to either die in the community, or if the children's welfare become aware of it, often the only choice they have is apprehension. And what we see with apprehension is children are taken from their families, they're taken from their cultures, and all too often they end up on the street. So what would an inquiry tell us? Well, an inquiry would start to unpack this horrific statistics of the young people who end up being trafficked, and the young people who are living on the streets because they were taken from their homes because basic support for counseling and therapy and family at home support is not available. But you know what? It's available to any non-Indigenous child in this country. And we have to ask ourselves, how is it that in a country like Canada, We have a system of systemic discrimination, that if you're a child on reserve, you just make do. And so what would an inquiry tell us? Well, an inquiry would unpack a whole manner of things, because these are very complex issues. We begin to see, okay, perhaps there's vulnerable women who were murdered on the Trail of Tears. And why were they vulnerable? And why was it possible that women were taken without police investigations, finding out who the perpetrators were? So we could unpack that part. And we could unpack the part about the young children who are being taken, the young women who are taken from their homes because the federal government will not allow therapy and in-house support for their families. And so they're put into foster care, and like Tina Fontaine, they end up on the street. We could start to make answers there. We could begin to look, Mr. Speaker, that if you look across every city in this country, the Trail of Tears runs through the downtown of it. From marginalized women who are considered disposable, a disposable class of human beings. I think of this past May, Mother's Day, when the mothers in the Anishinaabe Nation came down on Mother's Day to bang the drum, to beat the drum, to ask why the Justice Minister, Mr. Stand Up for the Victims, refused to meet the mothers and the sisters and the daughters. What would an inquiry tell us, Mr. Speaker? Inquiry would send a message that these women were loved and that they're respected and that our Canadian society is ashamed that so many people could be allowed to disappear or die, and that we wouldn't have to have a Justice Minister who hides in the House of Commons while the mothers and the sisters and daughters stood out there on Mother's Day and just asked to meet, to tell their stories. Because a part of the showing of respect, Mr. Speaker, is that you allow the families and the victims to be heard. You don't write them off with the statistics, oh, well, half of them must have been killed by their relatives. You know, some of the others may not have had jobs. That's what we hear from the Conservatives. We'll get an action plan billboard to say we've responded. We'll put that action plan on the Trail of Tears and see what difference it makes. An inquiry, Mr. Speaker, is about a societal commitment to make change. And we know the Conservatives are ridiculing this. They've been trying to suppress this. But I point to Ipperwash. What did the Ipperwash inquiry do, Mr. Speaker? At Ipperwash, we saw how the Conservative government of Mike Harris told the OPP to go in and take those Indians out of the park. That's what he said. And young Dudley George died. But another life was ruined that day as well. It was the OPP officer who followed the instructions that was given to him by the government, and he went in and did the shooting. And what the Ipperwash inquiry told us was that things had to change. And you can see it, and I will tell this. I can testify from the many, many events that I've been in my region and across this country that when I deal with police officers, they fundamentally changed their approach to dealing with peaceful confrontation because of the Ipperwash inquiry. So lessons can be learned. But, Mr. Speaker, it's about respect. It's about recognizing the fact that in 2014, the standard that we can think that it's okay in a country as rich as Canada to say to children that they don't have the right to safe schools, that they don't have a right to proper homes, that they don't have a right to the basic supports that any other child in this country takes for granted simply on the basis of their race. That has to end. Will an inquiry solve all these issues? No, Mr. Speaker. But it'll send a message that the healing needs to begin, that the path of reconciliation needs to begin, that the country that has broken the treaty from the beginning has to recognize that we are still in this relationship together, and this relationship has to change because it is the primary relationship on which this country has been built. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Tina Fontaine was a young 15-year-old Aboriginal girl found dead in Winnipeg and joins hundreds of other Aboriginal girls and women who have been murdered or gone missing over the past number of years. In a response to the government's lack of interest in calling for a public inquiry or desire to deal with the issue, there was a well-organized group of young ladies and members of our First Nations, members of our Aboriginal communities that decided to have a sit-in just outside of the grounds of the Manitoba Legislature. And for days they sat around the clock, they established tents, and what they wanted to do was to draw attention to an issue that they believe, as we believe and support, Mr. Speaker, the need for a public inquiry. A public inquiry, to them, will answer many of the questions that need to be answered. As I participated on a few occasions by visiting and talking with many women and youth, Mr. Speaker, there is a great need. And my question to the member is, would he concur, as I'm sure he will, that if the government were to listen to what people are saying within our communities, that they would recognize that the need for the public inquiry is, in fact, today. Many would ultimately argue it should have been called long ago, but we need that.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague, and he comes from the city of Winnipeg, where people are trolling the river looking for bodies. And I think of a situation now where we have a prime minister who's been bragging about finding the bones of old John Franklin, the English explorer who not only almost starved to death once, but almost starved to death twice because he didn't listen to the Indigenous people of the North. And what a great message it is, supposedly, for Canada, when people are out there trolling the Red River in Winnipeg. That shows that there's something fundamentally wrong. And I would like to agree with my colleague. If this Prime Minister, if his cabinet went into the communities and met the people who've been affected and met the mothers and the sisters and the daughters, they wouldn't have that look on their face tonight. We wouldn't have this debate. We would be moving forward as a nation. And if they're unwilling to do this, they have to be replaced.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, like the honourable member from Manitoulin Island, have been passionate, and they've worked long and hard to fight for the rights of Indigenous peoples, and I compliment them for that. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we do need an inquiry. What's happening is grossly unacceptable. It cannot go on any longer. We need to study it. We need to think about it. We need to debate it. We need to raise the profile, and we need to solve it. But on top of that, I'd like to ask this honourable member from Timmins James Bay what else he thinks, because I know he's studied this long and hard, what else we could and should do to make this situation better.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. We should never be at the point where we're having to wonder why people are being murdered. Many of these issues can be prevented. The issue of child welfare is fundamental. This government treats Cindy Blackstock as enemy number one. Why? Because she wants to end the systemic discrimination against children. If the government has legal obligations in each province to meet the provincial standards for child welfare, and they refuse to meet them. For them to tell communities that their children don't deserve and have no right to suicide counseling when we've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of our young people die, we know where that blood is. The responsibility for that is systemic. It stems from government policy. If we provided that support, if we closed the funding gap rather than having the Indian Affairs Minister running around going on about his rogue chiefs, if he sat down and recognized that he has a legal and moral and ethical responsibility to the children that are under his watch to have the same standards that exist in the provincial systems, our children would be growing up to be proud and would be moving forward rather than quitting school that we see in so many reserves in grade 5 and 6 because they've lost hope. These are fundamental systemic things that could happen now, not just to end the deaths, but to create the potential in this country from the incredible, incredible, incredible untapped resources of the beautiful people that we have that are being denied this through systemic discrimination.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Kildona St. Paul. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to stand here to speak about this motion as I was a member of the Special Committee, and I want to take a moment to sincerely thank the other members for their work. The committee was formed out of the unanimous support of this House for a motion put forward by the honourable member for St. Paul's, and I think we can all agree that the levels of violence against Aboriginal women and girls are of deep concern to all Canadians. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have rarely seen an issue that has attracted as much attention in the media or seen as much concern expressed throughout the public. I want to clearly add my voice in saying that the levels of violence are simply unacceptable, and this situation must change now as a public priority. Individuals who commit violent crimes against Aboriginal women must be held accountable, and governments, stakeholders and communities must act together to prevent more violence and more untimely deaths. That is why, when the government tabled its response to the report of the Special Committee on September the 15th, 2014, it chose to do so as the Federal Action Plan to address family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women and girls. In tabling a 5-year action plan for change, which includes details on how the commitment in Economic Action Plan 2014 to a further $25 million over 5 years will be allocated, as well as an additional $158.7 million over 5 years for shelters and family violence prevention activities. This government responded to the final and arguably most important recommendation of the committee's report to move toward action on the committee's recommendations in a coordinated action plan. This government has repeatedly stated that urgent action is needed to address the high levels of violence, which in turn have inevitably resulted in the overrepresentation of Aboriginal women and girls as missing persons and as homicide victims. With more than 40 studies and reports since the report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples in 1996, and close to 2,000 recommendations, there is already much known about what needs to change, along with who needs to take action and on what. The Government of Canada has made significant investments to address many of the conditions that underlie the higher levels of violence, including economic development, labour market participation, education, health, housing, policing, and other relevant areas. Yet, statistics, such as those in the National Operational Overview prepared by the RCMP with the assistance of some 300 police forces across Canada and released last May, point to rising proportions of female homicide victims being Aboriginal. While the number of non-Aboriginal women who are murdered has gone steadily downwards from 1984 to 2012, the same cannot be said for Aboriginal women. In 1984, some 8% of women murdered in Canada were Aboriginal. In 2012, that percentage rises to 23%. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that this government has now tabled a comprehensive Victims' Bill of Rights, ensuring for the first time ever in Canada that justice is not only for the accused, but also for the victims. That Bill of Rights will make significant improvements for the families of victims of crime, but none of us here, with mothers, daughters, sisters, or friends, could be other than deeply troubled by the testimony before the Special Committee or not feel the need for urgent action to prevent more violence, more deaths, and more devastation of families. Mr. Speaker, I'm even more proud that this government has made a commitment to more action now. The 5-year action plan addresses the 16 recommendations of the committee's report and builds on the 5-year targeted initiatives announced by the government in October of 2010. That first set of targeted initiatives resulted in a number of important gains: a new National Centre for Missing Persons and Unidentified Remains, a new national website, www.canadasmissing.ca, improvements to the Canadian Police Information Centre database, support for Aboriginal community safety plans, work with the provinces and territories and with Aboriginal organizations to expand culturally appropriate services for Aboriginal victims of crime, and to create specific services for families of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls, including family liaison positions with police, support for awareness activities aimed at breaking intergenerational cycles of violence and abuse in many Aboriginal communities, and with the Aboriginal Research Institute, collecting promising practices that are making a difference in Aboriginal communities into an online compendium of promising practices to reduce violence and improve community safety of Aboriginal women in Canada, to help Aboriginal communities build on existing experience in future work. I expect the next 5-year action plan to produce even more results, and I look forward to hearing about them in future regular progress reports. The action plan speaks about what the Government of Canada will do, but it's important to also emphasize what the Government of Canada cannot do, or at least cannot do by itself. That is why the action plan also reiterates the commitment on the government to work in collaboration with all partners, provincial and territorial governments with their complementary mandates, Aboriginal organizations, and governments with their direct connections with communities, other relevant non-government organizations, and also with the Aboriginal communities themselves. Addressing levels of violence against Aboriginal women is a priority at a number of federal, provincial, territorial tables, including justice and public safety. This is a significant item on the agenda for our upcoming meeting in October. We will be focusing on specific actions already taken and concrete next steps to guide collaborative action to coordinate law enforcement and justice system responses to violent crime against Aboriginal women and girls. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I began by thanking the committee for its important work. It's only fitting that I end by taking a moment to thank all those individuals who took the time to appear before the committee in person or by video conference, or those who submitted their stories in writing, for their help in the committee's study and for their recommendations for change. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, many of the witnesses spoke of their own personal experiences with violence and of the experiences of their family and friends and communities with violence and its all too heavy cost. The recommendations of the committee were guided by their words and by their stories. The government's action plan will put into action these recommendations. The change that has begun in communities and in new and emerging services and programs will amount to effective change on the ground for individuals, for today's children, and for tomorrow's children, and for their families and their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm kind of stuck here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but again, as we've indicated before, even the provinces are asking for a national inquiry. So my question, again, is what do they have to hide that they don't want to go forward with the inquiry? And it can't be about money, because they're spending millions of dollars, if not billions by now, because that's only one department that we know of that spent over $100 million in 1 year fighting for Aboriginal rights, fighting the Aboriginal rights, should I say. So what do they got to hide? Why is it that they don't want an inquiry when it's so crucial for families? Even provinces are asking for this.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like just to refer, if I may, and read into the record the very last paragraph of a study that was done in British Columbia called Research to Death, BC 2005. And this is a quote. Aboriginal women's vision of safety, community change and development are all contained in this report. It is important to note the amount of time and the countless years of advocating, supporting and reporting have all led to similar findings, directions and approaches. These approaches and directions as listed in this report and need to be acted upon rather than becoming just another report on Aboriginal women and violence. This report outlined workable solutions for both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people that is based in equality, respect and honesty. The only outstanding element is action. Mr. Speaker, we're taking action.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite. She speaks of action, and I'd like to know what specific action is being taken in the Greater Toronto Area to address this issue, what new spending is going to be present in that part of the country to address one of the largest populations of Indigenous women anywhere in this country.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during my speech, I outlined the monies that are going forward into ensuring that this plan works. But I'd just like to repeat for my honourable colleague, and I do welcome him to the House, I would like to just repeat the three main priorities that this plan is going to address: preventing violence by supporting community-level solutions, supporting Aboriginal victims with appropriate services, protecting Aboriginal women and girls by investing in shelters, and continuing to improve Canada's law enforcement and justice systems. All of the money that is going to be spent is going to be worked through these three priorities, and that will be spent across the country.
Very good. Questions and comments? We still have time for a question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, when my honourable friend was speaking, I was hoping she might mention one of the positive measures that has been taken recently, which is the creation of a DNA data bank. It's under the term Lindsay's Law in honor of Lindsay, who went missing, daughter of Judy Peterson. Although the law has been brought forward, which would create a DNA data bank, we don't have the law yet. We don't have an actual statute. We do have a commitment to spending $8 million in the 2014 budget, but it's been profiled for spending not until 2017. I think that a DNA data bank that will allow the RCMP to compare DNA from crime scenes with the DNA of missing persons will go a long way in the missing and murdered Aboriginal women's issue, to tracking down killers, to answering questions. And I wonder if my honourable friend has any notion if it would be possible to speed up the implementation of the DNA data bank to bring Lindsay's Law into effect sooner than 2017.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just read from the executive summary of the plan, where it says, in addition to the $25 million investment from 2015 to 2020, the Government of Canada is taking action to protect Aboriginal women and girls by, and first of all, it talks about funding shelters and family violence prevention, but the second bullet point there is supporting the creation of a DNA-based missing persons index to help bring closure to families of missing persons, with an investment of $8.1 million over 5 years and $1.3 million in ongoing funding. Mr. Speaker, we were addressing these issues. We want to start action on this because the time for action is now.
Okay. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to this very important issue because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, in the world of human trafficking, there's a lot of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and other women who have fell prey to predators out to make lots of money off them and to take away their self-identity, their dignity, everything. Now, one thing that I really noticed in this action plan that I really appreciate so much and fully support it, because I must say, Mr. Speaker, right now, there's been so many studies, the 40 studies that were referred to tonight, and there's been other studies as well. There's been a report by the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, my own son is RCMP, and I have to tell you, the National Operation Overview is something that is extremely important, important to the Aboriginal community, because when we talk about Aboriginal community in Canada, we're all part of that Aboriginal community. In my family, my son married an Ojibwe girl who I love very, very dearly and who works very, very hard with Aboriginal youth. And when we look at the RCMP's Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women, a national operation overview, you can see the caring, because to better understand the nature and extent of police-reported cases involving missing and murdered Aboriginal women in Canada, that RCMP institution conducted an analysis of files from police organizations from all across the country of the historical female missing persons file. And so they looked at homicide cases between 1980 and 1912, and they saw a consistency there. The police recorded 1,017 incidents of Aboriginal female homicides between 1980 and 2012, and 164 Aboriginal female investigations dating back to 52. So the solve rates, everyone talks about, you know, what are the solve rates in finding these murdered and missing and murdered women. So the solve rates for homicides involving Aboriginal women, 88%, are consistent with the homicides involving non-Aboriginal women, which is 89%. And there are currently 225 unsolved cases, as we know. 120 unsolved murders of Aboriginal women and 105 missing Aboriginal women. Now, when we look at the action plan, all I can say is, in working in reserves with the Aboriginal people all across this country, and having the privilege of 37 chiefs in Manitoba presenting me with the red shawl, I have seen something that's very unique in this particular report. And listening to the conversation back and forth, I would say that we need to collaboratively get together on all sides of the House. This is not a partisan issue. It is not a one-upmanship. But, you know, it's time to take all the research. It's time to take all the knowledge that we have. And it's time to take action. And one thing in working in Aboriginal communities, which is part of my family's community, is you have to respect the elders. You have to respect the organizations within the Aboriginal community. You have to respect the Aboriginal community themselves. The role that women play is a very important role in Aboriginal communities. The role that the elders play, the chiefs play. Each part of an Aboriginal community is grounded in the history that we have right here in our country. And with the opening of our Human Rights Museum, National Human Rights Museum in Winnipeg this past weekend, I was very moved by the stories that were told about murdered and missing women, about residential schools, about the history that Canada is a part of, the good and the bad. And here in 2014, we as parliamentarians can be an integral part of the good of making things better for the issue of the missing and murdered Aboriginal women. And my heart goes out. There are terrible crimes against these innocent people, and our thoughts every day and prayers are with the victims and with the families, Mr. Speaker, because when you lose a child or when you lose a family member, you never get over that. And I know case in point where this one boy was missing, and he was abducted. It wasn't just women in this case, it was a young youth. And I can tell you, after his perpetrator died, a lot of youths actually went on the reserve and burnt the perpetrator's house down, because the hurt was so profound and nothing was done. And what is so good about this report is that the action plan provides tools like preventing violence by supporting community level solutions. That is a very wise move. And part of the community level solutions is working with all the players within the Aboriginal community, the elders, the grandmothers, the mothers, and the chiefs and others, and supporting Aboriginal victims with appropriate services. that little boy or that young man I was telling you about did not have victim services. And he was not a survivor. He later took his own life. And that's a sad story, but it could have been prevented had an action plan like this been put in place where there were solutions, where there's some place to go. And the idea of investing in shelters and improving Canada's law enforcement and justice systems on these fronts are extremely important. So it's not a matter of what party can shout loud enough to say, oh, you're all wrong and we're all right. What it is, it should be now in 2014, this nonpartisan collaborative approach. The committee did some astoundingly good work. I was watching it as they were going through all the things that they had to say. And the important thing that I felt was of paramount importance was the ability to tell their stories. And I know our minister has the Minister of Status of Women has said, and Labour has said, you know, I want to be a part of any of the. I want to be sitting at the table when there's a round table that comes up. I need to be a part of that. Everybody needs to be a part of it. And I think we need to be sitting at the table right now, and we need to look at the umbrella causes. We talk about the root cause. The root cause is really avoiding the issue. I mean, it is easy to study and study and study and have committee after committee after committee. The biggest complaint I hear on the reserves with the people that I work with, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that everybody studies it to death and they make a fancy speech and there's nothing on the ground. And in this particular report, there is lots on the ground. When these three priorities were set out, and it started by actually saying supporting community-level solutions, that is the answer. Whether it be shelters, whether it be schools, whether it be education about how to keep away from predators, economic development, all those things are part of building communities in any community. And it's the same on reserves. It's the same for Aboriginal people that come to our large urban centres. Opportunities. We live in a country where the true north, strong and free. We live in a country where parliamentarians have the ability to change the channel and reset what is happening. And I feel right now, in the year 2014, with this action plan, I like the word, Mr. Speaker, action. And there is a plan. There's significant money put behind that plan, and we're moving forward. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to welcome any questions that parliamentarians might have. I can't guarantee I could answer them, but I think I would like to hear the questions that are coming forward. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for her speech. A speech that she really appealed for cooperation among the representatives of the different parties, and that might have touched me, except for the reality that we see in our work every day, and I'm sure that my colleague will understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about committee work, where in general, the members of the Conservative Party systematically refuse any amendments or any proposals that opposition party members bring forward. And so one suggestion or requirement that was supported broadly, especially by Native women's groups, was to launch an inquiry, a national inquiry, a national public inquiry, to allow everyone not only to express themselves, but to get to the bottom of the problem. So why is the government turning a deaf ear to this request?
For Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you to my colleague for that question, but I have heard a mixture, and I've heard a lot of people saying that it's not time for an inquiry, and I'm talking about Aboriginal communities. That's what I hear. I'm part of the Aboriginal community. My grandchildren are Aboriginal. The fact of the matter is they're saying we need the shelters, we need the DNA-based missing persons index, we need leadership for missing persons and unidentified remains. All these things that came through the community, or the committee, are things that the community out there is saying. And they're saying it very loudly. They don't want money put someplace else. They want it on a concrete basis in their communities so their lives can be better. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite says she likes the word action. I think folks on this side of the House like action more than the words. And we're not getting any. And it raises some serious concerns. The reference that was made to the House, Mr. Speaker, was about changing the channel. The trouble is we keep finding reruns. The programs announced are existing programs. Can the member opposite please help me? There are 41 shelters in 600 communities across this country. 41 for 600 communities. There is not one new dime, not one new shelter in these announcements. Where are these new shelters that she speaks of? Where are they going to come from if there isn't new dollars put into this program? And finally, can she explain why her party has forced communities across this country to hire auditors by the handful instead of councillors by the handful to deal with this issue? The emphasis is blaming the victim continuously instead of solving the problem, and I see no action, and I'd like to have answers to those questions. Where are these new shelters, and where is the new money for new shelters? I don't see it.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, Mr. Speaker, quite honestly, there has been money put in for shelters on reserve, but there's also shelters in the urban areas that have been there for absolutely years, and they are serving Aboriginal people there. You know, that is the problem. Members opposite, as soon as something good is started, they either vote against it, or they talk it down, they badmouth it, take a little piece. Why? Because they want to grow up to be, I guess, in government. I guess that's why all of us are here for that reason. But you don't do something, you don't tear down something that is the beginnings of something very good to allow that to happen. So, you know, when you talk about shelters, if you're thinking of just one segment of the shelters, and let's talk about the safe houses, not only shelters, but there's lots of safe houses across the country that I'm particularly familiar with, both in rural and urban areas. So we're beginning something now very exciting, and I wish everyone would get on board collaboratively and be a part of that and take their credit for it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, for the limited time that there is, I will be splitting my time with the member from London Fanshawe. And I want to begin this debate by acknowledging the member from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavut, for leading off the debate on Friday. Mr. Speaker, I think probably from listening to the debate in the House, you will understand that this is a very emotional issue, that it's a heart-wrenching issue, that what we're talking about are the lives of women and girls, Indigenous women and girls in this country and their families. And there was a special committee that was looking at murdered and missing Indigenous women, and that committee issued a report. But sadly, what we found in the committee's work was the fact that although we heard a lot of testimony that called for some specific actions, that when the majority report came out, it disregarded some of those very specific calls for action. And so as a result, the New Democrats wrote a dissenting report, and I want to quote from a couple of items in this report. At the beginning of the report, we referenced the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and I think that's a very good place to center what we're talking about. And we started by saying, under Articles 18 and 22.2, that Indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as to maintain and develop their own Indigenous decision-making institutions. States shall take measures in conjunction with Indigenous peoples to ensure that Indigenous women and children enjoy the full protection and guarantees against all forms of violence and discrimination. In the New Democratic dissenting report, we said that a call to action should apply some urgency. Instead, this report's recommendations suggest that the status quo remain and no extraordinary measures are necessary to deal with the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The report does not convey that there is a public safety emergency unfolding in every corner of the country and that a coordinated response is needed to address the high rates of violence against Indigenous women and girls. Further on in the report, we reference the fact that nearly every witness agreed that a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls should be a priority of the Canadian government. Such an inquiry need not be limited simply to the circumstances of each disappearance or murder. It should look into the systemic problems with Canada's justice system and provincial child welfare systems, as well as the effects of the Indian Act in perpetuating and institutionalizing racism and sexism against Indigenous women and girls. And of course, Mr. Speaker, as I have listened to the government talk about the call for a national inquiry, and they talk about the fact that there are many reports that have already been done, they seem to imply that it's an either-or. Either we have a national inquiry or we have a national action plan, and that's simply a false statement, a false premise. In fact, the member from Churchill, Mr. Speaker, has a motion before this House, motion 444, which specifically calls for a national action plan, and that national action plan would be developed and implemented in conjunction with Indigenous women and girls and their communities, so that it would actually be driven by the communities, the family members that would be most impacted. So I think it's important to set the record straight that you can actually have an action plan as well as an inquiry. Now, I want to reference a recent court decision where, I hear the members opposite seem to imply that it's just the New Democrats here that are calling for some inquiry into the ongoing systemic causes for why Indigenous women and girls continue to go murdered and missing in this country. And so despite actions that have been taken, we are still seeing the violence perpetrated from coast to coast to coast. And in the oral reasons for sentence by Justice W.G. Parrott in British Columbia, he pointed out in a trial where there was a number of women who had been murdered, he pointed out the following statement, and I'm quoting from his judgment. He says, "I cannot end this trial without adding something more. I am aware of comments being made to the effect that there is no need to embark on any formal inquiry into missing and murdered women, that policing is the solution to this problem." He goes on further to say, perhaps an even more delicate area, I want to say to those First Nations people who have so religiously attended this trial, I know in some small measure the pain and loss you feel, but this is not just a First Nations issue. I know that First Nations people are far too much as a percentage of the missing and murdered women. They are disproportionately represented in this roll call of misery. But as the facts of this trial so vividly demonstrate, this is not just a First Nations issue. It is a sociological issue, one that arises from, among other things, a high-risk lifestyle. It is something that must be dealt with. And he concludes by saying, it is a mistake, in my view, to limit the seriousness of this issue and to pretend that policing is an answer when the circumstances of this case raise questions about the effectiveness of that process. We simply must do better, especially when the commitment to policing is reflected in an 84% cut in the budget for the Highway of Tears Task Force. So, Mr. Speaker, we would all agree on this side of the House, New Democrats would agree, absolutely you must invest in policing. You must invest it when a crime has been committed. You must protect the rights of victims when a crime has been committed. But we also say that you must absolutely invest in prevention. You must stop women from being murdered and going missing. Now, Mr. Speaker, in adding your voices and asking some very good questions, APTN has been running stories, and there's a recent story that says there's been a war against Indigenous women since colonization, and this was written by the former Native Women's Association of Canada President Beverly Jacobs. And for all Canadians, she proposes in her article some very good points. She says families of Sisters in Spirit and many of the advocates and activists who are assisting families of missing and murdered Indigenous women across the country want answers now, too. Many Indigenous women in various communities across the country are taking action with little resources that they do have. Finally, in the last couple of months, the national media has been bringing attention to the issue, and we do know that action is needed now, immediately. she goes on to pose some questions that I think each one of us in the House, it would serve us well to examine these questions. She says, Beverly Jacobs says, so what is stopping all of us as human beings to act? What is stopping each one of us to take responsibility and address it now? Does each one of us know how to do that? Are we taking action? She calls for the action, but she also in this blog, in this article for APTN, also calls on us to do that national inquiry. So again, Mr. Speaker, you have a well-respected Indigenous woman adding her voice to the call, both for an inquiry and for a national action plan. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've also heard in this House that money is being invested in shelters, and one of the concerns that New Democrats have raised is this so-called action plan to end violence against Indigenous women and girls is going to result in some concrete measures. And yet one of the questions we've raised is that there's a lack of transparency with exactly what these measures are, how they will be implemented, how community members access them, what will the end results will be. Now, again, I want to talk about APTN, Mr. Speaker, and they ran an article saying Status of Women's Action Plan inflated Aboriginal Affairs Violence Prevention Project spending by $24.5 million. It says when it released its action plan to fight violence against Indigenous women, the government inflated by $24.5 million the amount of money Aboriginal Affairs planned to spend on reserve-based family violence prevention projects. Status of Women's Action Plan, released September 15th, claimed Aboriginal Affairs planned to spend $66.2 million over 5 years, beginning in 2015, on violence prevention activities under its family violence prevention program. Aboriginal Affairs, however, said over the weekend it was spending $41.7 million over 5 years on violence prevention projects. The difference between the action plan figures and Aboriginal Affairs numbers is $24.5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, you have a government that says it's got an action plan, but it can't even get straight how much money it's spending. And I think the question is right now there are 40 plus or minus transition houses or shelters on reserves, 634 reserves in Canada, and the government can't tell us exactly how many shelters will be built on reserve, how they will be funded, will they get comparable funding to shelters off reserve, which currently they don't get. And so communities deserve answers to these very relevant questions. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that you've indicated to me that my time is running out. I would urge all members in this House, I again heard the member from Kildonan and St. Paul talk about the fact that this should be a nonpartisan issue and that we should work together. Well, I think New Democrats would welcome the opportunity to work together. We have concrete suggestions and solutions. We have proposals. We have committed to having, when we formed government in 2015, in that first 100 days, to institute that national inquiry. But the member from Churchill also has very concrete motion before this House on a national action plan. If that member and this government believes that they can work across the aisles, then why don't they support the member from Churchill's motion on a national action plan?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate very much and value the comments that the member has put on the record. And I guess, in my final question, just recognizing just how very important it is that a public inquiry be called. We have heard community members from all across this country, and I just want to go back to the fact that over the summer we were all touched with the passing and the brutal killing of Ms. Fontaine at a very young age. And it really has captured the imagination of many people in Winnipeg, our First Nations, Aboriginal people, and others, as to what went wrong, that there are so many problems that we need to have this inquiry in order to prevent these future young women and girls from being murdered and going missing into the future. And if I could give the final message would be is that we have nothing to lose by calling for the public inquiry. And I think that we would be assisting many of those families that have been so devastated by this, communities that have been so devastated, by providing some hope by having a public inquiry. And I wonder maybe just to provide comment on the need for hope at this time.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for that question. Again, the government has been referencing the fact that there have been a number of reports written. And yet we continue to see tragedies like Tina Fontaine and many, many, many other young women, mothers, aunties, grandmothers who have gone missing or have been murdered. And one of the things that an inquiry could take on as part of a task is to actually look at these reports that have been written, look at the recommendations that have been made, look at the gaps and why these recommendations haven't been implemented. Why do we still continue to see this epidemic of violence against Indigenous women and girls across this country if we've got all these reports and yet they haven't been implemented? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is an opportunity for us to come together across the House. This is an opportunity for us to actually say we hear what you're telling us, that we are actually willing to work with these communities to develop the terms of reference for a national inquiry, to develop the terms of reference for a national action plan, and implement those two measures. If we are truly listening to the grassroots movements across this country, we've got women with signs saying, "Am I next?" We need to actually move forward and do the things that the communities are asking us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Comme il est 19h30.
It being 7:30, it is my duty now to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Saganash, seconded by Ms. Hughes, moved that the first report of the Special Committee on Violence against Indigenous Women presented on Friday, March 7th, 2014, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 66, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 24, 2014, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders.
With Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to voice my opposition to the Conservatives' Bill C-36, the so-called Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. C-36 does nothing to improve the working conditions for those involved in the sex trade. Under this bill, a prostitute who communicates to sell sexual services could be thrown in jail for up to 6 months. This is the same criminalization of sex workers under a new name. When sex workers and their clients are scared of prosecution, they will take steps to avoid police detection. This will lead to even more unsafe and riskier working conditions. Bill C-36 flies in the face of all the concerns raised by our Supreme Court last December. The Conservatives have tried to sell this bad bill by claiming that targeting the buyers of sex will decrease the demand for prostitution. This is ridiculous. The demand will always exist and has always existed for the world's oldest profession. A report from Norway, where prostitution laws were similar to those proposed by this government, concluded that sex workers there are still experiencing high levels of violence and discrimination against women had actually increased. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-36 is part of a pattern of the Conservatives' blatant disregard for the rights of Canadians. The unanimous ruling by our highest court was clear. The old laws were unconstitutional. They infringed on the Charter right to security, which all Canadians are entitled to, including, Mr. Speaker, sex workers. The Conservatives have totally ignored the Bedford ruling. The bill discriminates against sex workers. It openly defies the Supreme Court and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Of course, this is hardly the first time the Harper government has disregarded the Supreme Court. Their Bill C-2 bans safe injection sites, which the court unanimously ruled were necessary to reduce health risks back in 2011. They have ignored the court's affirmation of Canadians' privacy rights and introduced Bill C-13, which would legalize Internet snooping. This is shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative disdain for the constitutional rights of Canadians is reprehensible and dangerous. The Conservatives had an opportunity to introduce evidence-based policy. They could have taken their hint from New Zealand, where prostitution is legal, regulated, and taxed. Research there shows the sex workers are safer and are empowered to refuse dangerous clients. Sex workers in New Zealand are more likely to use condoms, and HIV rates there are lower than in other countries. Employment conditions for sex workers in New Zealand have improved drastically, and violence against sex workers there has declined significantly. Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. While the Conservatives are entitled to their own opinions about sexual matters, they're not entitled to their own facts. The government should know that poverty is the major driver for many women in the sex trade. If they really want to help sex workers, perhaps they would implement a guaranteed livable income so that all Canadians can prosper in a safe career of their own choosing. Our response should have followed the successful New Zealand model, Mr. Speaker, a safe and regulated work environment. A practical and progressive government would and will soon, Mr. Speaker, about a year from now, face reality and make prostitution legal, regulated, and taxed, and safer for everyone, and get organized crime out of the sex business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I will speak about Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. Specifically, I would like to discuss how the Supreme Court of Canada's Bedford decision informed Bill C-36's proposals for law reform. Under the current law, neither the purchase nor sale of sexual services is illegal. However, certain activities related to prostitution are prohibited. The Supreme Court found that 3 of these offences are unconstitutional on the basis that they violate Section 7 of the Charter, the right to security of the person for individuals who sell their own sexual services, by preventing them from taking measures to protect themselves while engaging in a risky but legal activity. These protective measures include independently selling sexual services from a fixed indoor location, hiring bodyguards and drivers, and negotiating safer conditions for the sale of sexual services in public places. The offences were found to be grossly disproportionate or overly broad in scope with respect to their legislative objectives, which in the Court's view target primarily the nuisance aspects of prostitution. In response, Bill C-36 makes prostitution an illegal activity by criminalizing the purchase of sexual services, which represents half of the prostitution transaction. Bill C-36's preamble explains why it is making prostitution illegal. It clarifies that Parliament sees prostitution as an inherently exploitative activity that always poses a risk of violence. Bill C-36 also seeks to protect communities from the harms associated with prostitution, including related criminality and exposure of children to the sale of sex as a commodity. For these reasons, Bill C-36 seeks to reduce the incidence of prostitution with a view to abolishing it, as much as it is possible. These new statements of purpose, which are reflected in Bill C-36's preamble, would serve as a starting point for any future charter analysis of Bill C-36's reforms. The Court would have to analyze the new offences which would restrict an exploitative and therefore illegal activity through this lens. Moreover, Bill C-36's provisions provide that persons who sell their own sexual services cannot be prosecuted when they sell sexual services from a fixed indoor location, whether independently or cooperatively. This approach responds to the Supreme Court of Canada's safety concerns about the ability to sell sexual services indoors. Bill C-36 also carefully balances the Supreme Court of Canada's safety concerns regarding the availability of protective services with the need to ensure that exploitative third parties are criminalized. Specifically, Bill C-36 limits the scope of new material benefit offense through legislated exceptions that apply to several groups of people, including those who provide protective services to persons who sell their sexual services, but clearly stipulates that those exceptions do not apply in exploitative circumstances. Finally, to address the Supreme Court's concern that persons who sell their own sexual services be able to take steps to negotiate safer conditions for the sale of sexual services in public places, Bill C-36 significantly narrows the scope of the existing communicating offense. The current offense applies to all communications made in any public place for the purposes of purchasing or selling sexual services. However, under Bill C-36, the new purchasing offense would also prohibit communicating in any place for the purposes of purchasing. A separate offense would apply to communicating for the purposes of selling sexual services, but only in a public place or in any place open to public view that is or is next to a school ground, playground, or daycare center. Just in those places, Mr. Speaker. This approach strikes a careful balance between the interests of two vulnerable groups, those who are exploited through prostitution and children who may be exposed to the sale of sex as a commodity, which is a harm in and of itself. I hope this clarifies any concerns about Bill C-36's compliance with the Supreme Court of Canada's findings in Bedford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, we simply can't afford to risk the lives of women and implement this ineffective bill. The new legislation does nothing to protect sex workers or accept the realities of the sex trade. The Supreme Court ruled that Canadian prostitution laws infringed on Canadians' charter rights. The Conservatives have done nothing to remedy this. They've only further marginalized people in a vulnerable trade. Vulnerable people in a vulnerable trade have introduced legislation that is clearly unconstitutional and empowered organized crime. We need progressive and effective legislation that will protect sex workers from the dangers they face. The government has the chance to implement legislation that would legalize, regulate, and tax the sex trade, like in New Zealand, where discrimination and violence against women and sex workers is declining. Will the Conservatives show, please, that they care about violence of women and the constitutionality of our legislation, their legislation, and adopt a more progressive legislation based on evidence, not repressive and hypocritical ideology?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what my honourable friend says is incorrect. The Bill C-36 specifically responds to the major concern in the Bedford case, which was the inability of sex workers to carry on their trade from a fixed, safe indoor location where they could have security and properly screen their clients. Bill C-36 allows exactly that. That's what each of the litigants in the Bedford decision asked for, and that's what Bill C-36 delivers to them. Some are saying that decriminalization of prostitution, Mr. Speaker, is the only way to ensure the safety of those subject to it, and that Bill C-36 will increase prostitution's risk by criminalizing both the purchase and the sale of sexual services in a narrow range of circumstances. They also question Bill C-36's compliance with the Charter. These assertions are not true. First, Bill C-36 reflects a fundamental paradigm shift away from treatment of prostitution as a nuisance toward treatment of prostitution for what it is, sexual exploitation. Consistent with this transformative objective, Bill C-36 would criminalize the purchase of sexual services, but generally not the sale. Those who sell sexual services are viewed as victims of an exploitative practice, and accordingly, they would be immunized from prosecution for any part they may play in the new purchasing, material benefit, procuring, or advertising offenses. I would also note that decriminalization has been linked to higher rates of human trafficking in countries such as Germany and the Netherlands. I therefore reject the assertion that decriminalization is the only way to ensure the safety of those who offer sex for sale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Quebec.
The honourable member for Quebec City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May 30th, I asked the government why the Conservatives show so little respect for Canadians' privacy rights. Privacy is a fundamental right. It's a non-negotiable right. According to the documents we obtained, we know that there are about 3,000 privacy violations committed by Canada Revenue Agency in under a year. That means there have been more this year by CRA than all other departments since 2006 when the Conservatives took office. That's quite something, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives are proposing to allow CRA employees to transfer taxpayers' personal information to the police without a warrant, without any warrant whatsoever. This suggests that they want to reward CRA for their mismanagement of personal information. The systematic collection of personal data at airports and these privacy violations open up access to information without need of a warrant, and this creates the impression that the Canadian government is not respecting privacy rights and is open to abuse through ill-conceived reforms. Experts say that this could have huge ramifications on Canadians' privacy. Bill C-13, S-4, C-31 all enshrine in legislation controversial practices. Since last May, the Privacy Commissioner has been sounding the alarm after revealing that the federal government is collecting millions of pieces of private data. They're gathering personal information on Canadians through social networks even. Bill C-13, the cyberbullying bill, and S-4 on protecting digital data will allow communications companies to provide information without a warrant to police or others. It's very serious. That's huge. I quote the expert professor in security from Laval University, Mr. Stéphane Langlois, who is of the view that Canadians should be very concerned. And I quote, "There's not a lot of privacy on the internet, but some very weak protections do exist. But instead of bolstering privacy protections, which would be preferable, of course, these bills would weaken what feeble protection already exists." So that's what the Conservatives are doing. They're further weakening feeble privacy protections. That's the problem. This is serious. I've repeatedly said that this is an intrusion, a violation of Canadians' privacy. It's very worrisome. I raised it in May, but I'm raising it again when Parliament returns because it's so important. The government abandoned the census long form, made StatsCan get rid of it because they said it was too constraining. But they have no problem with these other privacy violations. And to shed full light on the impact of these bills on privacy, the New Democrats are calling for the creation of an independent advisory council, expert council, to advise the government on the use of Canadians' personal data. So, of course, I call on my colleague opposite to give me an answer. Does the government intend to follow the NDP's recommendations and strike a committee of independent experts so that Canadians can be reassured on the respect of their privacy rights? Privacy is an indelible, absolutely non-negotiable fundamental right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member wants answer to her answer, wants an answer, then she can only ask one question. She's got about 15 questions there, so she would need several answers to answer them all. Her original question that started this late show, Mr. Speaker, was on the privacy requirements around Canada Revenue Agency. And, Mr. Speaker, there are occasions when government officials, in the course of their ordinary duties, may become aware of information that they think could be evidence of serious criminal activity. In such instances, most government officials are able to contact law enforcement with their findings and let the police take it from there. However, prior to June 19, 2014, the strict confidentiality provisions in the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, and the Excise Tax Act 2001, for the most part, prohibited Canada Revenue Agency officials from communicating such evidence to law enforcement authorities. So our government, in response to that, and as part of Economic Action Plan 2014, amended the relevant legislation to allow the CRA to disclose some taxpayer information to law enforcement agencies in very specific, relevant circumstances if the information was related to serious criminal activity. This change reflects a 2010 recommendation from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. It permits the CRA to provide taxpayer information to an appropriate police organization when there are reasonable grounds to believe that the information could provide evidence of specific serious offenses, such as drug trafficking, terrorism, child pornography, and contracts for the commission of murder. Those are all serious crimes that, Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians would agree are reprehensible and should be shared with law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some confusion among members of the opposition about the intentions and the goals of the changes to Bill C-31. Our government takes the protection of Canadians' taxpayer information extremely seriously. We appreciate the confidence and the trust that the individuals and businesses placed in CRA as a cornerstone of Canada's voluntary tax system. However, we also believe that not being able to report evidence of a possible serious criminal offence is at odds with the value Canadians place on the principles of justice, fairness, and support for the victims of crime. So let me be clear. If a CRA employee detects evidence of serious criminal activity in the normal course of his or her duties, relevant information may only be shared with police if authorized by legislation. And the law is very specific about the narrow set of circumstances that would allow such information to be shared. CRA officials take their responsibilities to apply due diligence to such a sensitive matter extremely seriously, and I have full confidence they will carry out this responsibility with the highest level of professionalism and discernment. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I find it extraordinary that the member opposite would not favour such common-sense reforms to protect the public. Is she advocating that in the course of his or her duties, a CRA auditor who uncovers evidence of a commission for a criminal offence, of drug trafficking, of child pornography, of a commission to commit murder, that person, because of the legislation as it exists, should not be able to share that with relevant police organizations? Because that's what she's suggesting. Thank you.
Député de Quebec.
Yeah, member for Quebec City. Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite said I asked 15 questions in 4 minutes. Well, that's the whole principle of the Late Show. It's an opportunity to ask more questions because Canadians have a lot of questions about this, and experts have raised a number of issues that are significant. And we've gone through gag order after gag order. Debate has been stifled. So that's why I'm trying to ask a lot of questions in a few minutes. I want some answers. The answers would be nice to hear. The government is giving itself discretion, as we've seen in many other cases, further discretionary powers, but they give no guarantees to protect Canadians' privacy. If they really want a clean house, well, they should appoint people to CRA to investigate tax havens, for example. We know there are billions of dollars stashed away in tax havens. Why don't they do that? No, they want the power to go root around in Canadians' personal information and without a warrant. No warrant because it's nice and streamlined, no procedure to follow, and no respect for privacy. We in the NDP are going to stand up and stop this. We're going to stand in the way of this because Canadians are right to request guarantees about how the government is going to exercise its powers. And I think that's to be expected. It's a matter of transparency, but perhaps the Conservatives don't understand anything about transparency. The time for the question is expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the honourable member talked about tax loopholes. The reality is that the offshore tax loopholes have been plugged. That honourable member voted against doing that, by the way. And the reality is that there are occasions, and there have been occasions, when CRA officials, in the course of their ordinary duties, have uncovered evidence of drug trafficking, terrorism, child pornography, and contracts for the commission of murder, and have been restricted from conveying this information to law enforcement because of the privacy provisions and confidentiality provisions of the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, and the Excise Act of 2001, as I mentioned earlier. So we're not talking about opening this up like the Wild West, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about strict controls to ensure that the sharing of taxpayer information meets all legal requirements. The transfer of information will flow one way from CRA to law enforcement. Police forces cannot compel the CRA to seek out evidence of serious criminal activity on their behalf, nor can they direct it or transfer or collect the information. So this is a common sense response to a serious problem that existed because of the privacy legislation. Canadians' privacy will still be protected, and this is a responsible way to do it.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.